Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 126. Jinchuriki Brawl. Or Facing Past Failures. Forests of the Land of Fire. Following Obito's command, the 6 undead Jinchuriki launched themselves at their living counterparts. Naruto and Killer Bee quickly activated their chakra cloaks, as the plates of Fu's chakra armor spread over her body. Naruto, watch out. I'm going to attack with a wide area jutsu. Rashi warned as his hands flew through hand seals. Lava release, scorching rocks jutsu. Rashi exhaled multiple blots of lava at the trio of living Jinchuriki. Naruto and Killer Bee jumped in different directions, while Fu flew into the air. The lava splashed around, setting the trees on fire. This guy's attacking us with molten earth? We better give him a wide berth. Killer Bee rapped, as he narrowly avoided a lava projectile. That's Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. Naruto told Hin. He can use lava release. Be very careful with him. Before Naruto could plan his next movement, the red armored giant appeared beside him, his leg pulled back ready to give him a devastating kick. Boil release, eruption kick. Propelled by a geyser of steam, the armored giant delivered a devastating kick to Naruto. The blonde, however, was able to create a pair of chakra arms that, alongside his real ones, used to catch the leg before it could impact him. Naruto then spun the undead Jinchuriki in a circle a few times before tossing him away. However, he managed to land on his feet on a large tree branch. Nice one, kid. I don't think anybody has been able to catch one of my steam-powered kicks, the red-clad Jinchuriki praised. Name's Han, by the way. Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails replied. Rashi then landed on a branch behind him. You should be proud, Naruto. Han isn't somebody to hand compliments that often. You know each other? Naruto asked. We were Iwa's 2 Jinchuriki, of course we do. Han replied. Rashi was one of the few people that made living in that shithole worth it. If he's a friend of you, then you can consider me one as well. Please ignore my unwilling attempts to kill you. So you have to be one of the Jinchuriki Dad was unable to find any info on, Naruto deduced. Guess Akatsuki caught you with us none the wiser. Like I said, Rashi was one of the very few people that made me stay at IWA, so when he left, so did I, Han explained. Guess that made me an easy prey for those Akatsuki bastards. Also, watch out, I'm going to attack again. Han shot towards Naruto again, geysers of steam shooting from the gauntlets he was wearing. Boil release, propulsion fist. Naruto jumped back just as Han brought his fist down, shattering the branch Naruto was perched on. As he moved backwards, though, he noticed that Rashi was about to strike him from behind, his fist coated in burning lava. Lava release, scorching armored first. Naruto generated a giant arm of golden chakra to catch Rashi's lava fist before he could connect. Feeling that the lava was eating through the golden chakra, Naruto swung the golden arm around, throwing Rashi towards Han. However, rather than crash against each other, Han managed to grab Rashi and, spinning around his heels, redirected Rashi's momentum back at Naruto. While in midair, the elder Jinchuriki extended his leg just in time to deliver a powerful kick on Naruto's face, sending the blonde flying away. Naruto, however, created several chakra arms to hold onto nearby branches and regained balance, landing on his feet. How is that he armored guy has boil release? I thought it was a bloodline from Kiri. Naruto wondered. It's the power granted by his tailed beast, Kokuo, Kurama explained. Just like how the smelly ape Son Goku grants Rashi lava release. Other tailed beasts can grant their host's bloodline limits. Man, you seem kind of mediocre when you're put next to them, Naruto joked. Kurama growled angrily. Don't you dare compare me with those second-rate animals. You should feel immensely lucky that you were blessed with my incredible power. I never thought that we'd get to fight together again. Too bad it's under such awful circumstances, Han lamented. I feel that Naruto will be strong enough to deal with us. I mean, that golden cloak isn't just for show, is it? Rashi asked. You didn't have it the time I met you. A lot of things happened since the time we failed to save you, Rashi, Naruto told him. This is just one among many. Rashi chuckled. Heh, I can imagine. I have the feeling they'd be great topics to write a book about. That moment, Fu appeared behind the two of them, her two arms morphed into long blades resembling the maws of a stag beetle. However, before she could skewer them, the two Iwa Jinchuriki jumped aside, and the Taki Kunoichi ended up cutting thin air. How? Fu asked, surprised at their reflexes. And to her increased confusion, many bubbles appeared around her. Where did these bubbles come from? Remembering the way Utakata used ninjutsu, Naruto's eyes widened. Fu! Get away from those bubbles now! He yelled. Water release, water explosion jutsu. The seemingly innocuous bubbles detonated like they were explosive tags. Naruto launched an arm of chakra into the chain of blasts, and managed to grab Fu, pulling her away from the danger. Thankfully, her armor was able to absorb most of the blasts, leaving only a few burnt marks here and there. You okay? Naruto asked, as he gently put Fu down beside him. I'll live. Thanks for the save, Fu said, as she dusted her armor. She then looked at Rashi and Han. What's with the geezer and the Iron Giant? I made sure to be extra stealthy. It's a power of the Rinnegan. All six of them can see what each other sees, Naruto explained, and gestured towards Utakata, perched on a branch above them. And Utakata was watching you. I see, Fu acknowledged, before she saw yet another zombie coming at her, this one a short man holding a staff with glaives at the tip. Oh damn, here comes another. Yagura? Naruto asked, recognizing the zombie. Greetings, Naruto. I'm glad to see you again, even if it's under such circumstances, Yagura politely said, his hands making hand seals. Water. Release, water shuriken. The air's moisture condensed into water, which then took the shape of several shuriken. The watery stars then flew towards the two Jinchuriki, who quickly started to weave seals. Rather than dodge, they decided to counter them with jutsu of their own. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Naruto thrust his hands in the direction of the shuriken, releasing a powerful horizontal tornado, while Fu blew a strong wind current from her mouth. The combined wind attacks broke the incoming shuriken, as the water forming them dispersed into moisture once again. However, while the wind traveled forward, Yagura was already working on a counter-attack. He motioned one hand in a circle, creating a perfectly circular mirror made of water. Water release, water mirror jutsu. Using the glaive at the end of his staff, Yagura turned the mirror around, revealing a copy of Naruto and Fu. The copies jumped out of the mirror, and formed the same seals the originals had weaved. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, cyclone vortex. The copies released the same attacks as the originals. The four wind jutsu clashed against each other, no attack pushing the other back, until all four of them ran out of power. The mirror copies then quickly vanished. Man! I need to learn that jutsu, Fu said in awe. It seems that Yagura hasn't lost his edge since the last time I fought him, Naruto said, glaring at the reanimation. You know that guy as well? Fu asked. Yeah. That's Yagura, 4th Mizukage and Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Naruto explained. I had to fight him as part of Konoha's deal with Mei's rebellion in our mission to bring the Blood Misty to an end. Turns out the poor guy was mind-controlled the whole time. Not only we were unable to break the mind control, but we couldn't even save him from Akatsuki either. Though in death my mind is once again my own, Yagura added, before chuckling sadly. Not that it matters much, given that I have no control of my body. It seems that I'm doomed to be Akatsuki's puppet no matter what. Don't worry, Yagura. We'll make sure to send you back to the place you belong and make whoever's behind this pay, Naruto promised, raising a fist at him. And I never go back on my promises. This made Yagura smile a little. It seems that you're as much tenacious now as you were back when you fought me. Yes, I know you'll do your best, Naruto. By the way, may I ask about my wife and my son? Do you know if they're okay? They're fine. Your family and the rest of your loyalists surrendered once the news of your condition spread, and may, the current Mizukage, pardoned them, Naruto explained. Yagura seemed to sigh in relief. It's good to know that. If only I could see them one more time. Yagura lamented, before his body tensed up. Watch out, I'm going to attack you again. Water release, tsunami glaive. Yagura then leaped towards the two Jinchuriki, rearing his staff back. Water started to gather around the glaive at the end of the weapon, forming a large blob around it. He then swung the staff towards Naruto and Fu, who jumped backwards in order to avoid the strike. However, the water gathered on the weapon was then released in the form of a watery blade. Fu deployed her wings and flew upwards, but Naruto couldn't dodge, and was forced to parry the attack with his wind blade as well as two arms made of Kurama's chakra for extra help. Naruto was able to overpower the water blade, which broke down into millions of water droplets. Naruto, watch out! Kurama warned. Before Naruto could heed the fox's advice, two shadows fell upon him, revealing them to be the forms of Rashi and Han. Sorry, Naruto. Rashi said, as he shot chakra-coated fist at him. Lava release, scorching armored fist. Boil release, erupting propulsion foot. Naruto screamed in pain. Rashi's lava-covered fist and hand's steam-powered kick connected, sending him flying backwards. Naruto, however, was caught by Fu, who placed him on a nearby tree branch. The blonde hissed as he touched the scorched marks on his chest the two attacks had left. Fu looked at the IWA Jinchuriki, who, alongside Yagura and Yotakata, were closing on them. Hey Kome, think you can contact the other beasts and tell them to drop it already? Sorry girl, but I can't sense them, Kome apologized, sounding a little sorry. Even if the Jinchuriki have access to their powers, I can't sense my siblings inside any of them. That's because they aren't really there. If these 6 are like Mito, the rest of our siblings are still inside the demonic statue, and they're able to channel their power thanks to a chakra nail stuck on their bodies, the fox explained. Yeah, what Kurama said, Naruto agreed. Right now, we should focus on finding where those nails are and remove them as soon as possible, Naruto said. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Fu made plans, Killer Bee was fighting Yujito alone. The blonde Kunoichi assaulted Killer Bee with an onslaught of swipes from the claws growing from her fingernails, swipes that Killer Bee expertly parried with his swords. The rapper managed to swipe an arm aside, before smacking her with one of his tails, sending her flying backwards. I'm sorry, Yujito-chan, but I need to be tough, so, hope you don't dash. However, before Killer Bee could finish his line, he was assaulted by a large sand tornado, forcing the Kumo Jinchuriki to jump backwards. Hey, what the hell's wrong with you, dude? Getting in the middle of my and Yujito's fight, that was pretty rude. Killer Bee protested. Stay sharp, Bee. There's no time for polite gestures. Yujito warned, as her hands started to form hand seals. Fire release, mouse hairball. Yujito expelled a single, large fireball made of blue fire that quickly split into many, mouse-shaped fireballs, all of them flying towards the living Jinchuriki. Killer Bee's swords started to crackle with electricity as he channeled lightning chakra through them, and deflected all of them while jumping backwards. Bee, behind you, watch out. Jayaki warned. And indeed, another sandstorm formed in the direction Killer Bee was jumping to. Fortunately, he was able to change his course by wrapping one of his chakra tentacles around a nearby branch above him, avoiding the sand tornado. However, the bearded old man jumped from within the sandstorm, and raising his hand, formed a large spear out of sand, before engaging Killer Bee on hand-to-hand combat. Zzzzzzzzz. What the, is this guy snoring? Does he find fighting against me boring? Killer Bee shouted, taking offense at his enemy's flippancy. That moment, the old man suddenly woke up, looking startled. Huh? Where am I? The old man asked, sounding confused and scared. However, his body continued moving on its own and fighting with surprising skill. Hey, sorry for fighting against you, my body seems to move on its own. That's Bunpyaku, B. He's the One-Tail's first known Jinchuriki, Yujito explained, as she jumped to join the fray. Be careful with him, he might be a narcoleptic old man, but he's as much of a threat as I am, Yujito warned, before she quickly glanced back at Obito, who was still perched on the same branch as before, not having moved a centimeter since the battle began. And be careful with that man. He has 1/2 of the 9 tails bound to his will. The fox won't be a problem anymore. We used his Jinchuriki key to wipe the floor, Killer Bee reassured his former fellow Kumo ninja. You did? Good. Still, don't lower your guard, Yujito insisted. I underestimated that man, and it cost me my life. I'd hate seeing you making that mistake. Damn, fighting against Yujito-chan alone is quite testing. With the two of them, there won't be any time for resting. Killer Bee distressingly thought, as he parried blows from Bunpyuku's sand spear and Yujito's claw swipes. We should regroup with the others. Fighting individually against enemies of such caliber won't end well for us, Jayaki suggested. As much as I hate to run from a fight, I'm afraid you may be right. It's better to flee and fight another battle, than stay and be slaughtered like cattle. Killer Bee agreed. While fighting with one hand and several chakra tentacles, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails dug into his ninja tool pouch, grabbing a couple of smoke bombs, and threw them at his feet, creating a large cloud of smoke, stopping Yujito and Bunpyuku from attacking, and letting the ninja rapper some time to breathe. Now that they can't see, it's time for Killer Bee to flee. Killer Bee thought he was smart enough not to speak out loud when he was trying to be beneath notice as he dashed towards where Naruto and Fu were exchanging blows with the other undead Jinchuriki. Or he would have, if he didn't found himself surrounded by chakra-charged bubbles. What the? The bubbles detonated like bombs, resulting in a chain of blasts that shook the entire forest. Killer Bee was fast enough to dodge the explosions, but doing so pushed him back against the other 2 reanimations he was trying to flee from. Looking up, he could see a tall, rebone-haired man in a long kimono floating inside a large bubble. Hey, that's not fair. Why do I get 3 enemies going after my hair? Killer Bee protested. Guess the enemy sees you as the biggest threat, Jayaki said, shrugging a little. And feels that his chances of winning are greater if he keeps you isolated. I see. If they aren't going to let me go to them, then I'll be the one to flatter this scum, Killer Bee said, as he raised a hand, his index and pinky fingers up. Tailed beast form, oh yeah. Killer Bee started to grow in size as his chakra cloak began to morph into Jayaki's actual form, toppling trees down as his body expanded, and forcing the other 3 Jinchuriki back. From his new vantage point, he could see his fellow Jinchuriki battling against the other 3 undead, not doing that good. Oh well, that was going to change soon. The 2 youths did notice the Kumo Jinchuriki going into tailed beast form, and glanced at him inquisitively. Fu, take Naruto out off the ground, the fight is going to take a turn around once I chance the shape of the battleground. Killer Bee said, as he coiled his tentacles around his body. The 2 of them nodded, and Fu grabbed Naruto and flew into the sky. The other Jinchuriki tried to bring them down with powerful ranged ninjutsu, but Fu's speed allowed her to dodge them. Now that his friends were safe, it was time to make his move. Tailed Beast Twister. Killer Bee extended his tentacles as he began to spin around. The tentacles tore apart every tree and rock in the area, flattening the battleground into a complete and empty plain. The speed of the giant beast spinning, as well as the speed of such movement also caused a tornado to form around Killer Bee, which sent the 6 undead Jinchuriki flying away, before they fell back into the ground with loud thuds. Once the wind ceased and the clouds of dust raised by them settled, they could see that Killer Bee was now standing in the middle of a large crater, and that all the forest in a kilometer around him had been wiped out, leaving nothing but ground. Whoa! Fu said from above, awed at the sight below her. He made the entire forest disappear. Yeah, though, this is for the better. We will do better fighting in an open field than around so many trees, Naruto said. Let's go back to B. Fu nodded, and descended towards their teacher, placing Naruto on one of his horns, while she was perched on the other. All right, the 3 of us are together again. Now we can cause the enemy even more pain. Killer Bee cheered. Hey, I see the other Jinchuriki, Naruto said, pointing at their seemingly uncaucious forms, lying on the ground. We should try to seal them before they get back. Too late, Kurama interjected. And indeed, the 6 reanimations quickly jumped back to their feet as Obito teleported in front of them. He looked at Naruto and Fu standing on top of Killer Bee's head, and scowled. "It seems that fighting you normally isn't going to be enough," Obito said, shaking his head. "In that case, I'll have to have them use more power." Obito made a hand seal, and an aura of chakra exploded around the undead Jinchuriki, looking at first like a generic tailed beast cloak, but each of them began to take on a new shape of their own. Bunkyupa's chakra cloak appeared to be made of sand in constant movement, in the shape of an armor that looked like Gaara's shield of Shukaku Jutsu, complete with a wide conical helmet. On his hands rested a large spear made of sand. It was the spear of Shukaku, another of Gaara's jutsu, a weapon powerful enough to pierce even a tailed beast chakra cloak. Yujito's chakra cloak looked like Naruto's, giving her an appearance of being made of fire, except it was sapphire blue with black edges instead of golden, while her fingers being made longer and in the shape of claws. Yagura's, on the other hand, resembled more Fu's chakra armor, as it was a physical armor made of sharp maroon coral that covered every part of his body, leaving only the eyes visible. Rashi's chakra armor was made of lava, so hot the air around him appeared distorted. Han's chakra cloak made him look as if he was made of clouds. But Naruto could tell that those clouds were both extremely hot and made of a very corrosive substance. Yotaka's chakra cloak was the only one who looked liquid rather than solid or made of flames, looking like he was covered in a light blue liquid cloak that was constantly producing bubbles, which burst almost as soon as they formed. Once again, Naruto knew that those were no normal bubbles. Plus, unlike the other Jinchuriki, while Naruto knew what powers their tailed beasts granted them, he didn't know what was the Six Tails abilities. The slug can secrete corrosive substances from his body, either in liquid or gaseous form, Kurama helpfully provided upon sensing Naruto's thoughts. "So you better watch out for that." "I see, thanks, Kurama," the blonde mentally replied. Down below, Obito motioned his hand forward. "Go," he ordered. As soon as that word left his lips, the 6 undead Jinchuriki charged forward. While most of them merely ran, the 3 living Jinchuriki watched in shock how Han leaped towards them like a rocket, propelled by a stream of pressurized steam coming from his feet. "What the hell?" Naruto asked. "Don't look at me, I didn't know I could do this either." Han replied, even more surprised than Naruto. "Heh, that's quite the risky move to try, and thus I'm going to crush this guy." Killer Bee rapped as he tried to swat the incoming Han with his hands. However, the other Jinchuriki weren't going to let him. Rashi stopped and, after making several hand seals. "Hey big guy, watch out. Lava release, flower fruit mountain." After trying to warn them, Rashi slammed both hands into the ground, and suddenly, the spot Killer Bee was standing on suddenly turned into a pool of burning lava. It wasn't powerful enough to harm him much while in tailed beast form, but it indeed hurt a lot. Ouch. 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 So hot. Killer Bee complained, as he dragged his body backwards, away from the pool of lava. Unfortunately, the lava distracted Killer Bee from Han, who was barreling towards him at high speed. The former IWA ninja slammed into Killer Bee's face with a tremendous force, enough to knock him on his back. Fu managed to jump and fly into the air before she could lose her balance, but Naruto couldn't do such a thing, and fell to the ground below. The blonde screamed. "Naruto!" Fu shouted, as she dived to catch the falling Konoha ninja. However, before she could grab her distressed friend, she was intercepted by yet another Jinchuriki, Yujito, who tackled her away from Naruto. "Sorry, sis. I know that boy means a lot to you, but that man really doesn't want you to help him," Yujito sadly said. "Don't worry, I know you don't mean to cause harm. So please don't take this badly either," Fu replied, as she grew several insect arms, pushing Yujito away from her. When Yujito tried to get back at her, Fu kicked her hard in her gut, sending him flying backwards. The winged girl dived towards Naruto once again, but she was too far away from him in order to save him in time. But alas, Naruto wouldn't crash against the ground, since much to his luck, a large mass of sand formed beneath him, cushioning what would have been a very painful landing. Sand coffin. Unfortunately for Naruto, that sand had been placed there by Bunpyuko not to save Naruto but to capture him. The sand quickly rushed towards the blonde, encasing him inside a cocoon of sand. After Naruto was completely covered, more and more layers of sand added on top of it, taking the shape of a large pyramid. Han and Rashi then landed at each side of the pyramid. You better get your friend out of there because Rashi and I are going to use our combination attack on him right now. Han warned, as he and Rashi began to make hand seals. Killer Bee and Fu shuddered. A combination attack between two of the most destructive elemental combinations couldn't spell nothing but pain for the now trapped blonde. Lava and boil combination release, blast furnace. Rashi expelled a huge amount of burning lava from his mouth, surrounding the pyramid with a moat of lava, while Han created a tornado of boiling steam around it, making the air around the pyramid as hot as an oven. Under the intense heat, the pyramid of sand began to turn into glass. Killer Bee was dealing with Yagura and Yotakata. The latter was sliding among Killer Bee's giant body, leaving a trail of corrosive acid behind, while the former Mizukage was covering one of his arms in hard coral, which spread around it. Still, the Kyumo Jinchuriki was able to sense that Naruto was in trouble, and that if he didn't do anything, the enemy would take him away. Get away from me, you fools! In anger, Killer Bee flared his chakra with all his might, creating a pulse that pushed Yotakata and Yagura away from his body. Naruto! Killer Bee screamed, as he shot several of his tentacles towards the construct. Killer Bee tried to dig into the burning sand, but the extreme heat quickly began to burn his tentacles. Growing desperate, he was about to use a small-tailed beast ball to destroy the sand prison, however, it burst from the inside out, sending sand and chunks of glass everywhere, revealing Naruto surrounded by a powerful blue aura. Seizing the opportunity, Killer Bee wrapped a tentacle around Naruto and pulled him towards him. Hey, Naruto, you okay? Those guys got you belay? Killer Bee asked. The chakra cloak protected me. If it wasn't for that, I would be a gunner, Naruto replied. Thank goodness I had Sage Mode to break out from that prison. Fu, maybe you should do the same. The green-haired girl nodded, and made a hand seal. Back in the makeshift shelter the trio had used to spend the night, there were a Naruto clone and two Fu clones gathering nature energy. One of the two Fu clones disappeared in a cloud of smoke, transferring all the nature energy to the female Jinchuriki, allowing her to enter Sage Mode. Much better, Fu said, basking in the feeling of nature energy coursing through her chakra network. She then noticed Killer Bee's arm encased in coral. Let me fix that. Sorry if it hurts. Fu started to fly around the coral-encased arm, punching it multiple times. Each punch was powerful enough to shatter a section to pieces, and after a few hits, the arm was completely free of coral. Thanks, number 7, you're a lifesaver. Let's see if I can return the favor. Killer Bee replied. You can repay her right now. They're coming again. Naruto warned. This time, don't let them split you apart. You're at your strongest when you fight together. Jayaki sternly said. Once again, Han was rocketing towards them, propelled by a stream of pressurized steam. Bunpyuka was also flying towards them on a cloud of sand. On the ground, the other 4 undead Jinchuriki were charging as well. Fu flew in front of Killer Bee, deciding to attack them first. So, you said that they have a shared visual field, right? Then, I'm going to end that advantage right now. She made the tiger hand seal, and started to release a cloud of sparkling powder from her open mouth. Guys, you better close your eyes now. Komei warned Naruto and Killer Bee through their mental link. Fu clapped her hands. Hiding in the scale powder jutsu. Just as Naruto and Killer Bee closed their eyes shut, the cloud of sparkly clouded exploded into an extremely bright flash of light, blinding their enemies. That moment, the 2 youngest Jinchuriki decided it was time to attack. The flash would only last a few seconds, but that would be enough for them. Thanks to the sensing abilities provided by Sage Mode they could still track their opponents. Fu managed to send Han crashing into the ground by delivering a devastating kick to his face. When she moved to deal with Bunpyuku, she was assaulted by a tsunami of sand, forcing her to fly back. She started to remember her match against Gaara during the Chunin exams. Just like the redhead, the sand moves on its own to protect the Jinchuriki, Fu recalled, as she started to make hand seals. But I know the sand's weakness. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Fu expelled a massive amount of water from her mouth towards the airborne Bunpyuku. The sand quickly moved to protect him, but all it accomplished was absorb part of the water of Fu's attack, becoming much heavier and thus falling to the ground, leaving the still asleep old man completely defenseless. And indeed, taking advantage of the situation, Naruto created a massive arm of golden chakra, and used it to deliver a devastating punch towards the old man, who, like Han, was sent flying downwards, hitting the ground with a loud crashing noise. "Nice punch, Naruto," Fu praised, giving her fellow Jinchuriki a thumbs up. "Thanks. But we aren't done yet," Naruto said, as the light of Fu's jutsu began to vanish. "B-sensei, I'm sensing the other 4 Jinchuriki just below you. Swipe the ground in front of you with your tentacles." "You got it." Killer Bee agreed, as he quickly delivered a swiping blow, raising a large cloud of dust, but most importantly, hitting the 4 remaining Jinchuriki, knocking them backwards with a brutal strike. "Oh yeah. 4 birds with 1 stone. If you mess with B, you will be blown. Now that they're incapacitated, we need to remove the black rods from their bodies," Naruto urged. "If we do, they won't be able to draw power from the tailed beasts and we'll beat them easily." Naturally, Obito wasn't planning to make things for the 3 Jinchuriki any easier. He was growing more and more frustrated and impatient with how his undead 6 paths of pain were failing to beat his 3 elusive preys. Then again, he still had more cards to play. "You're annoyingly persistent in your resistance," Obito said, though it was more like a growl. He made a hand seal. "All right, let's see how well you do against this." That moment, like Killer Bee before them, all the Jinchuriki quickly grew in size as they transformed into their tailed beast forms. This is bad, very, very bad," Kurama said, sounding worried, even scared. "Come on, don't be such a downer. Didn't I beat you when I was less powerful than I am now?" Naruto replied. "Besides, you always boast about how you're the strongest of the tailed beast. Was all that bravado?" "I am the strongest of the tailed beasts," the fox insisted. "However, you don't have access to my full power. You won't have it until you are able to reach the tailed beast form, something you had failed to do. I didn't need that to beat you," Naruto protested. "Even ignoring the fact that you had external help, I was only one enemy," Kurama replied. "If you were to fight against a single-tailed beast, my proverbial money would be on you. But 6? Unless you and Bug Girl get their shit together, I see a lot of pain in your future. Then I'll prove you wrong. Besides, I don't need to beat them per se. I only need to find the location of the black rods and pull them out," Naruto retorted, before turning his head at Fu and Killer Bee. "Come on guys, let's go. Crush them," Obito said. "Focus on the 8 tails. That's the biggest threat right now. Sand coffin." Bunpuka raised his arms, and a torrent of sand formed around Killer Bee. The sand wasn't enough to cover him completely, but it was to impede his movements. While he was restrained, Han charged forward, lowering his head. Horn strike. Han's horns stabbed into Killer Bee's flesh, drawing blood, and pushing him backwards. Upon seeing this, Naruto realized that he needed to help his friend and mentor or else things would get ugly. He raised his arms towards Han. "Leave him alone," Naruto said, as he began to gather chakra into a spinning, dark purple sphere. Tailed Beast Ball. Naruto fired the Tailed Beast Ball, and it hit Han squarely on the side. The resulting explosion lunged the 5-tailed beast backwards, making him land on his side. However, before Naruto could have time to celebrate, he saw a shadow looming over him. Looking up, he saw the massive form of Roshi in his 4-tails beast form dropping on him. The blonde was quick to leap away before he was crushed. Roshi's attack didn't end there, though. He took a deep breath. Monkey Flame Arson. Roshi expelled a stream of green fire at the still airborne Naruto, who quickly made several hand seals in return. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. "Naruto, what the hell are you doing? You won't beat this jutsu with wind," Roshi protested. However, much to Roshi's surprise, rather than aiming the wind blast towards the stream of fire, he aimed it upwards, making Naruto to barrel towards the ground, dodging the attack. "Oh, I see, really clever, kid," Roshi said. Shadow Stroke. But once again, Naruto wasn't safe. He felt the ground shake as a chakra signature approached him at great speed. Turning around, he saw Yagura in his three tails form, curled into a ball that was about to roll into him at great speed. "Naruto, watch out!" Fu yelled, as she dived down. Takigaku Great Whirlwind. Fu punched the giant rolling turtle before it could steamroll Naruto, and managed to push it backwards as her strike generated a powerful gust of wind. However, she still hurt her hand a little with that punch, something she had never happened to her before. Even with Senjutsu, a tailed beast proved to be more than a match to her. Cat Flame Roaring Fire. Suddenly, Fu was hit by several large fireballs. The explosions didn't harm her much, but the kinetic impact threatened to destabilize her flight. Which was all what Yujito needed in order to land a clear blow. "Sorry again, sister," Yujito said, as she leaped at the Takigaku Kunoichi. Cat Claw Attack. Like a cat lazily swatting a fly, Yujito's brutal paw strike sent Fu crashing against the ground, opening a crater where she landed. While she was on the ground, she could sense Bunpyuka sending a wave of sand to capture her. Fu, however, forced herself back on her feet, and once again flew into the air. Unfortunately, Yujito was once again ready to put her down. Cat Claw Dash. Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. A whirring noise filled the air, and Yujito was hit in the face by Naruto's most powerful jutsu. The Chakra Shuriken burst into a spiraling dome of razor-sharp winds that pushed the giant feline away, allowing Fu some respite. "Thanks, Naruto. Guess we're even now," Fu replied. "Girl, you can't continue fighting like this," Komei said. "Kurama is right. If you want to leave this battle alive, you need to fight as a tailed beast like they're doing. But I can't do it. No matter how many times I tried, I just can't do it," Fu replied, her fists clenching in frustration. "Then try once more. It's still better than what you're doing now," Jayaki interceded. "I guess we have no choice," Naruto conceded. He tried to put on a brave face. "Come on, Fu. Let's show our fellow Jinchuriki the results of our training." All right. Both Naruto and Fu started to glow with chakra, while their bodies started to grow, taking the form of the tailed beasts they housed inside their bodies. Naruto and Fu could feel the power surging through their bodies, and it felt natural. Like the pieces that they were missing had finally been found, and were now whole. Both Killer Bee and Obito held their breath as they watched in awe how the two young Jinchuriki were about to accomplish what had eluded them for so long. "No, it can't be," Obito said in a whisper. Was he going to lose again now that he finally was on the verge of victory? Yes, yes. They're going to do it. Killer Bee cheered. Their dash. Right after the transformation wavered before breaking apart, and the two Jinchuriki returned to their previous forms. "They didn't do it," Jayaki said, letting his head down in defeat. Obito, however, let out a mocking laugh. "Ha! For a moment, you made me believe that you greenhorns had mastered the power of the your-tailed beasts in such a short amount of time. And while you have grown indeed very powerful, this is a battle you can't win. This ends right here, right now. Naruto." The transformation failed. Fu cried, panic seeping into her voice. "What the hell do we do now?" As Naruto watched the six-tailed beasts closing in, the ground rumbling under their heavy footsteps, he tried to think what else he could do. Though, just like the Takikunoichi, Naruto was unable to think properly due to his panicked state. Something the Nine Tails noticed. "Come on, Naruto, you aren't going to let Akatsuki get their hands on me, are you? Tell me you don't plan to give up, after you went this far." Kurama interceded. "What about that obnoxiously positive attitude you always have?" "I'm trying, but I can't think anything. For some reason, I just can't pull the complete transformation." Naruto snapped back. "All that training, and this is the best you can do? Unbelievable," the fox scoffed. "Didn't that loud mouth from Kumo give you any advice on what were you doing wrong?" "He did, but he Naruto said, before interrupting himself. Suddenly a realization dawned upon him. Jinchuriki are two beings sharing a single body, the two need to agree, or the result will be shoddy. If you want to get the job done, the key to that is to work as one. But he what? What did he say? Kurama nervously asked. To work as one. To work as one, Naruto said. Wait, maybe that's what I've been doing wrong. I've been trying to do the transformation on my own. Maybe, the two of us need to be synced in order for that to work. Oh? So you need a little push from me then? Kurama asked. The idea didn't sound half bad. Wait, all this time? Jayaki's voice said. Where? You trying the transformation on your own? Instead of working together. Didn't B tell you that the key was to work together? Jayaki asked again. Whoops. Naruto bashfully said. Jayaki let out a defeated sigh. You guys. I'm starting to wonder if it's not just B, but all of you who lack in the brain department. You can insult the inferior species intelligence later. We have a battle to win. Kurama said. Kome, you hear that? I did. Came the giant beetle's reply. I'm ready to help my girl. Let's hope it works this time, Fu said. Alright Fu, one more time. Naruto said out loud. Once again, Naruto and Fu reached for the power of their tailed beasts and brought it out, triggering the transformation. And once again, when they reached a certain point, the transformation began to waver, threatening to break apart. This time, however, Kurama and Kome pushed more chakra themselves, helping stabilize the process. Naruto and Fu felt how like a door that refused to open more than a little creak was slammed open, letting a huge stream of chakra flow free into their beings, which in turn, gave them the final push to complete the transformation. Yes. This is such a blast. After so much struggle, they did it at last. Killer Bee cheered. While Fu had transformed into Kome, Naruto was floating inside an avatar of Kurama made of golden chakra. Upon seeing Naruto and Fu successfully transform on their second attempt, Obito's smile disappeared from his face. Still, he refused to back down. He still had the advantage. He still could win. Or that's what he wanted to convince himself of. Your transformation means nothing. Numbers are still on my side. Attack, my tailed beasts. Obito ordered again. You might have the numbers, but as the saying goes, quality beats quantity. And there's no better quality than the the 6 of us. Naruto boasted. The 6 opposing tailed beasts opened their mouths and started to gather chakra in the form of a sphere in front of them. Naruto, Fu, and Killer Bee replied in kind, forming tailed beast balls on their own. 9 spheres of destruction fired, 6 versus 3, clashing in the middle in the form of a gigantic explosion that opened a large crater while raising strong winds in every direction. The moment the blast subsided, Naruto in his Kurama avatar and Killer Bee in his tailed beast form charged forward, the former slamming his tails against Han and the latter taking down Bunpyuku in a single punch. Naruto and Bee then wrapped their tails around Roshi and Yagura, immobilizing them, before launching them into the air. Fu, your turn. Naruto called. Got it. The girl said, as she quickly flew towards the airborne tailed beasts. Her Y-shaped horn started to glow with a teal light as it doubled in size and length. Hornbuster. The horn hit both the targets, resulting in an explosion of chakra, sending them crashing down against the other tailed beasts. The impact left them momentarily stunned, and they would get back on their feet in no time. However, said moment was all what Naruto needed in order to end the battle here and there. All right, found all the black rods. Naruto said, as he clapped his hands. From the Kurama avatar's back shot 6 arms of chakra which latched onto the parts of the tailed beasts' bodies that had the rods. Each of the arm had a Naruto clone that was grabbing each of the rod. I got all of them. All I need to do now is to pull and somewhere else. Naruto asked in confusion. The noise of the ongoing battle had disappeared, being replaced by a welcomed but suspicious calmness and silence. The blonde then he realized was no longer in the battlefield, but inside some kind of vast, empty room. Which wasn't a room, and more like the Pokek dimension where Kurama was sealed. Except, instead of just Kurama, there were 6 other tailed beasts there with him. What is this place? Naruto asked, looking around. He took no time to notice all the 6 enemy tailed beasts, and was startled upon seeing them. Relax, Naruto. They aren't your enemies, Kurama's voice said. The fact that the Nine Tails was with him kinda soothed him a little. At least, as long as we're here. Oh, that's a relief. Naruto said. Indeed, none of the tailed beasts nor the Jinchuriki, who were sitting on their heads, were displaying any kind of aggressive body language. By the way, what is this place? This is a pocket dimension that links every tailed beast with one another, young one, the Two Tails said. Due to being sealed inside the demonic statue, we're barred from this place for the time being. But by touching all the chakra rods that bound us to the undead Jinchuriki, we're allowed to temporarily reach this place once again, the Six Tails added. It's little consolation given our due predicament, but you have our thanks. Oh, you're welcome, Naruto said, as he rubbed the back of his head. Wish I could do more for you guys. Really? Do you really want to help us? The Four Tails asked, sounding skeptical. A human wants to help tailed beasts? Ha! Now that's a good one. Don't laugh at Naruto, you ungrateful monkey. This kid basically lives to help others. He tried to help me, despite being from an enemy village, Rashi replied. Yeah, what Rashi said? Naruto continued, before losing trail of thought. Hey, I don't think I know your names, do I? I know Shikaka over there because of Gaara, as well as your Jinchuriki, but I don't think I know any of you. The Four Tails looked at Naruto as if he had grown a second head. You want to know our names? That's Dash. Ha! Told you. Rashi said with a smirk, crossing his arms. In that case, let us introduce ourselves, the Two Tails said. My name is Madatabi. I'm Isabu, the Three Tails said. Kokuo, the Five Tails said in a soft, feminine voice that caught Naruto a little by surprise. Seiken, the Slug added. The Four Tails then cleared his throat. Shikaka rolled his eyes and groaned loudly. Oh God, here we go again. The giant Tanuki lamented. I have many names and titles, the Four Tails began. For I have lived a long life, committed many deeds, and mastered many arts. I am the king of the sage monkeys, the handsome monkey king, the sage of Dash. Oh, for fuck's sake. Son Goku. His name is Son Goku. Shikaka yelled, while throwing his arms into the air. How dare you ruin my introduction, you filthy Tanuki. Son Goku protested. Naruto only asked for your name, not a detailed story of your life, Yotakata Diapand. Silence, human. This doesn't concern you. Son Goku growled. He then turned towards Naruto in defeat. Well, that's my name. Son Goku. Naruto smiled at all of them. I'm glad to meet all of you. I mean, meeting in a way that doesn't involve you trying to kill me and my friends. Not that I blame you guys or anything. We know. However, the fact that you brought all of us here means that we may actually help each other, Seiken said. Really? How? What can I do to help? Naruto asked. And how are you guys going to help me if you're inside the statue? We will give you a portion of our chakra, Kokuo began. With that chakra, we will be able to assist you with our wisdom and what little power we can gather. Not to mention, we will be able to experience some form of freedom, and be in the company of our siblings, Isabu chimed in. And they won't be the only ones, Han interceded. We will also give you some of our chakra as well. You're going to need all the help you can get. Zzzzzzzzz. All of us minus Bunpyaku, Yujito corrected, rolling her eyes a little. I doubt the sleepy old man will be of much help, anyway. Now, Naruto, extend your hand upwards, Madatabi instructed. Naruto did as he was told, and the six-tailed beasts began to slowly place their limbs above it, on top of each other. Once all six were done, Naruto could feel a rush of chakra as the power of the tailed beasts started to flood his chakra network. This power will allow you to use our special abilities, such as my lava release or Shikaka's magnet release, Son Goku explained. And with our chakra, we will be able to teach you how to use your new powers, Naruto, Yagura said. Also, once you return to the real world, ask Komei and Jayaki to share your chakra with you as well, Seiken requested. That way, all 9 of us will be in contact with each other through you. Don't worry guys. I will. And I will save you. All of you, Naruto promised. And when this war is done, I'll make sure no tailed beast will have to go what Kurama or some of you had to go through. As the connection finally broke apart, Kurama didn't say anything, but his lips curved into a small smile. Real world. Naruto and his clones pulled with all the force they could muster, and even if they resisted a little at first, the black rods slid out of the flesh of the Jinchuriki-turned-tailed beasts, cutting the connection between undead and tailed beast. The effect was immediate, and all the undead Jinchuriki quickly began to shrink back to their normal size. You did it Naruto, you removed the weird stakes. Killer Bee cheered. Now finishing them off will be piece of cake. Kome, Jayaki, I can't explain right now, but I need you two to share some of your chakra with Naruto, Kurama intervened. You'll understand once you do. The ox and the beetle didn't say anything. It was an odd and sudden request, but Kurama wasn't somebody to ask things nilly-willy, and the two of them wordlessly agreed. As the 3 living Jinchuriki returned to their human forms, they walked towards Naruto, who was extending his fists towards them. Both Killer Bee and Fu bumped their fists with Naruto, allowing their beasts to transfer some of their chakra to Naruto. As Naruto's body absorbed the 2 remaining tailed beast chakras he didn't have yet, something happened. His body started to glow brighter, as white electricity started to crackle around it, before producing a burst of a very bright light that blinded Naruto and his fellow Jinchuriki. Ninja Alliance HQ. Oniki-sama, we're picking up several powerful chakra signatures to the northeast of our position. Ao informed. We know it's Naruto, Fu, and Bee. It appears that they've been found by Akatsuki and they're fighting once again. We need to send them help as soon as we can. The aged 3rd Tsuchikage exclaimed. What's the state of our forces? Unfortunately, all of them are still engaging enemy forces. They appear to be winning, but it will take some time until they can deal with all the reanimations, Santa Yamanaka informed. Oniki grunted in annoyance. Keep me informed of their status every 15 minutes. Once they're done, I want them directed to the Jinchuriki's position. Somewhere else. Naruto was once again back in the pocket dimension that linked all tailed beasts. The other beasts and their Jinchuriki minus Bunpuka were there, in the very same positions. But they weren't the only ones there this time. At Naruto's sides were Fu and Killer Bee, and behind them, flanking Kurama, were Jayaki and Kome. However, there was one more individual in that mysterious place. In the center of the room, there was an old man, floating above the ground, in a sitting position. His appearance was rather unsettling, with his wrinkled gray skin, forehead that grew into a pair of horns, and a red circular mark with several concentrical black rings on said forehead. He was wearing a white priestly robe with black megatamas around it, not unlike those used by the moon acolytes. But the more fascinating feature of the man were his eyes, purple with concentrical rings. Eyes that Naruto had only seen in one other individual, Nagato. And even more fascinating than that, was the way the tailed beasts were reacting to the man. They looked at him in awe and shock. Not because they were afraid of him, but as if they saw somebody who they hadn't seen in a long, long time. Father? Jayaki asked. It's Papa. Kome excitedly said. The old man? Here? But... Kurama began to mumble. Papa. Fu repeated, looking at Kome incredulously. That man is your father, Kome. You can bet he is. Kome replied. Oh Papa, I'm so glad to see you again. The old man smiled kindly at the giant beetle. I'm also happy to see you, Kome. The same goes for your brothers and sisters as well. Wait a second. Just, who the hell is this guy? Naruto asked, pointing at the floating monk. And why does he have a Rinnegan? The old man seemed amused by Naruto's questions. He looked at the blonde, and smirked a little. Who am I? I'm sure you can tell. Because you told the kid about me, right, Kurama? I did, father, Kurama said, before he looked down at Naruto, groaned, and slapped his hand against his face. Seriously? Did you forget already everything I told you? Father? Then that means, you're the sage of the 6 paths, Naruto said in realization. The sage nodded. Indeed, that's the title I'm known in your time. But that's not a title I was keen on having. My name is Hagi Oromo Atsutsuki, and I'd appreciate if you addressed me by my first name. Hey there. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the blonde awkwardly said. Not every day you get to speak with a legend who had lived 1,000 years ago. Naruto. Yes, the name sounds familiar. You're the romantic partner of my brother's heiress, Hinata Hyuga, right? Hagi Oromo asked. You know Hinata Hyuga? And yet, I'm her boyfriend, Naruto said, smiling proudly of the fact. He then remembered that he didn't come alone this time, and was quick to introduce the other two Jinchuriki. Oh. These are my friends Fu and B. What's up? Yo. A pleasure meeting you two as well, the sage nodded. I can sense a very strong bond between the two of you and Jayaki and Kome. From what I could gather, not many humans have a meaningful bond with a tailed beast, so it's delight to be in the presence of not one or two, but no less than three. Both Jinchuriki didn't say anything, but smiled in return. The normally loud and talkative ninjas were too awed to say anything, being in the presence of a living legend. And the fact that said legend had sent a compliment their way did nothing but increase said awe. Not to sound disrespectful, father. Kurama began, looking nervous, shaken even. It was odd for Naruto to see the usually haughty and arrogant fox being so humble. But why are you here? Better said, how can you be here? The answer is a simple one, Kurama. I'm here because of all of you, the sage replied, spreading his arms towards the tailed beasts, much to the beast's surprise. However, he decided to elaborate. I once held in my body the primordial six paths chakra that I used to create all of you, and thus my spirit is bound to it, even long after my death. When the pieces of your different chakra were sealed inside Naruto, they merged together, creating six paths chakra, and allowing me to manifest once again. I get it. It's like when Hinata saw Hamura. She told me he said that he was also bound to the six paths chakra that she and Hanabi have, Naruto said in realization. Exactly, Hagi Oromo nodded. And you, Naruto, are the second person who was able to recreate six paths chakra and summon me. Second? Who was the first then? Naruto asked. A man by the name of Madara Uchiha, Hagi Oromo replied. Naruto could feel the sheer rage that was coming from Kurama behind him. Still, the fox was doing his best not to lose his cool in front of the being he respected the most. Still, he ignored his tenant's anger and focused on the matter at hand. Madara Uchiha? How? When? He asked. He couldn't think how Madara was able to manifest such chakra. To answer your first question, well, given that Madara has a Sharingan, that means he's a direct descendant of my oldest son Indra, who inherited the yin half of my six paths chakra, which I assume were passed to all his descendants as well, Hagi Oromo began. He then took a bit of flesh from Hashirama Senju, whom I strongly believe is a direct descendant of my youngest son Ashura, and integrated into his body, thus combining his yang half of my six paths chakra with his other half, thus making his chakra similar to my own. Naruto nodded. This matched with what he had learned from the moon acolytes about the sage and the Rinnegan. As for your second question, while my perception of time it's kind of muddy given the circumstances, I'd say it was, perhaps 2 decades ago? Give or take, the sage said. No, that can't be right, Kurama said, trying to make sense out of his father's words. He should have been dead by then. He was very much alive when I saw him, Kurama. That much I can tell you, the sage confirmed. Then the Madara who tried to summon you wasn't a reanimation, Jayaki concluded. How did that monster manage to survive for so long? From what I had gathered, he used an Uchiha forbidden jutsu called as Naga to undo his death. Then, he went into hiding, and spent the following years planning. He then used a complex jutsu to return his body to his prime over several years, Hagi Oromo said. Naruto then remembered Rin's story, and how there was a second cocoon next to hers. That had to be Madara's. However, that doesn't matter right now. What does matter, however, is this: Madara Uchiha is the mastermind behind this war. He's the one who indoctrinated Obito Uchiha into following his ways. He's the true enemy that you have to defeat to put this war to an end. But, why is that Madara guy doing this? What does he want? Fu asked. When Madara met me for the first time, he had less than kind words for me, Hagoromo said, causing all the tailed beasts to scoff in indignation. How dare that filthy human disrespect their father like that? He believed it was my fault the world was in such a sorry state, ravaged by wars, misery and death, and how I shirked my responsibilities. How I should have used my power to impose peace on the world. That's nonsense. Naruto said. Your mom already tried that and she failed. There's no peace through suppression by force. All the tailed beasts were quick to agree and nod, all expressing their support of Naruto and their beloved progenitor. My thoughts exactly. Unfortunately, Madara didn't share them. He said that, if I refused to create, and I quote, perfect world for mankind, then he'll do it with the new power he had awakened, the sage explained. Naruto, however, felt there was something he was missing. That makes no sense. Madara was nothing but a warmonger consumed by bloodlust. And now he wants to create a perfect world of peace. Madara Uchiha is a little more complex than the way history books describe him, Hagoromo said. The sage then waved his hand, conjuring a large sphere of white light above him. Images could be seen on that sphere as if it was a screen. It was the image of a young Madara Uchiha fighting on a battlefield. Madara Uchiha was born and grew on very turbulent times. He had to watch his mother dying after delivering her sixth son. He had to watch how his father, and 4 of his 5 brothers died to the Senju one after the other. All what he had left was one of his younger brothers, Izuna. The sphere of light then showed another battle, one where Izuna fell before Tobirama's blade. Naruto knew that this was the last battle between the Senju and the Uchiha, that preceded Konoha's foundation. Izuna's death affected Madara more than any of his other relatives. His death caused him so much pain, Madara refused to form any new bonds anymore, out of fear of experiencing the pain of loss again, Hagoromo explained. However, Izuna's death also left a hole on Madara's heart, a hole that Madara refused to fill with new relationships. And if Madara couldn't fill that void with love, he would fill it with something else, war and power, Hagoromo contended. That's why he sabotaged all of Hashirama's attempts at establishing peaceful relationships with other villages. His desire of making Konoha into a superpower was nothing but an excuse to allow him to bathe in the blood of his enemies once again, in an attempt to fill the painful void in his heart. Yeah, that sounds like Madara alright, Kurama scoffed. After his final argument with Hashirama, Madara finally left Konoha, a village he never saw as a home, no matter how hard he tried, the sage continued. After leaving Konoha, he journeyed the world, trying to find a place he could call a home, or trying to fill the existential pain caused by the void in his heart. After some time, and finding about the origins of his clan, he sought a plan to unite the world under a single nation, and for that, he needed to awaken the Rinnegan, for which he needed to fight Hashirama one more time. Hagoromo told them the details about what Madara did after he lost against Hashirama and how he faked his death, how he stayed hidden underground for decades until he met Obito, how he turned Obito into an agent of his will, and what he planned to do once the Ten Tails was revived once more. It's rather sad, when you think about it. Madara thinks he's doing this to create a better world in honor of his fallen brother's memory, but in reality, all he wants is to soothe the pain of his heart, and thinks that absolute power is the key. I don't think even Madara himself is aware of this, Hagoromo shook his head. In a way, he reminds me of my eldest son, Indra. Like Madara, Indra was also extremely gifted, and grew into somebody so powerful, his might could match my own. He could do anything he set his mind to. In fact, he seemed to take pride in the fact that he didn't need any help to do anything. Yet you didn't choose him as your successor, Naruto stated. Hagoromo nodded. No, I didn't. My youngest son, Asura, was born with none of Indra's talent. He needed to work 10 times as hard as him to achieve 1/10 on his accomplishments. This made him rely on friends and allies in order to even the odds. One may think that Asura would be an inadequate inheritor, but I realized that, by working together with other people, Asura's victories and accomplishments were also his friends as much as his. This, in turn, helped create a sense of unity that fostered harmony and peace. Meanwhile, Indra would just follow my mother's footsteps, and bring peace through imposing his will on others. I knew that Asura's way was the key to peace and harmony. The sage then let out a weary sigh he had been holding. My biggest mistake was to naively believe that Indra would accept my decision and support Asura. I remember the last time I saw Indra, shortly before my death, when he swore that his hatred would live through his bloodline and wouldn't cease until everything Asura and I worked for were reduced to ashes. And when I met Madara, I could see that very hate in his eyes, the sage recounted, sounding a bit disheartened. Even if their reasons were different, both Madara and Indra refused to bond with other people, and that led them to a path of pain and suffering, for them and people around them. Such pitiful existence. Naruto coursed his arms, and shot the sage an unamused glare. Yeah well, excuse me if I don't feel very sorry for him. I don't blame you if you don't. Like I said, Madara caused untold pain to countless beings, Hagoromo said, his gaze meeting Kurama's. But I felt it would do you good knowing a little more about the enemy you have to beat. Wait, that's it? That's all you're going to do? Fu asked, sounding a little disappointed. Fu. Don't talk Papa in such disrespectful way. Komei chided her. It's alright, Komei, Hagoromo cast Komei's concern away with a hand wave. And what else do you expect me to do, young lady? I don't know, maybe give us some sort of extra power? You know, so we would have an easier time beating Akatsuki. Fu asked. I mean, you're the sage of the six paths. According to the legend, you created ninjutsu. For the first time since they met him, Hagoromo's pleasant disposition disappeared, replaced by an unamused scowl. First of all, I did not create ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is a tool of war. I created ninshu, which is a way to use chakra in order to help human beings connect with each other. I'd really appreciate if you don't make such mistake again. And second, as if it wasn't clear before, even if I'm standing before you right now, I'm dead. I can't influence the world in any meaningful way. I can't give you new powers or enhance the ones you have. All I can do is share some of my wisdom with you. Oh, I see, Fu sheepishly said, rubbing her arm. Well, thanks for that. And sorry. Hagoromo's smile returned. No harm done, young Fu, he then looked at Naruto. And while I may not be able to increase your power, the chakra of the tailed beasts that is sealed inside you will. With your new six paths chakra, you will be able to take your Kurama chakra cloak to a greater level of power. Thankfully, it will be enough to put an end to Akatsuki and their nefarious goals. Now, it's time for you three to finish this once for all. My children will help you as well as they can, Hagoromo said, as he started to vanish. Good luck in this endeavor. I know your victory will pave the way for a much better world. Real world. When Naruto stopped glowing, both him and his fellow Jinchuriki could see that his chakra cloak had changed. For starters, there were more black markings around it, including the whisker-like marks on his cheeks, which were much bolder. Rather than merely cover his usual clothes, the cloak now was shaped like a long haori, with 9 megatamas on its back. Then, a sphere of golden light appeared behind him. The sphere started to grow in size, before splitting into 9 spheres, revealing to be truth-seeking balls once they stopped glowing. Damn! Now that's a power-up! Fu said, surprised at both Naruto's new appearance and the sheer power he was radiating. Whoa, Naruto, you look so amazing. Now that's a Jinchuriki form worth praising. Killer Bee rapped. Heh, thank you guys. Yeah, this form feels pretty awesome, Naruto said, looking at his hand, flexing his fingers. He then looked at the now depot-word undead Jinchuriki, who were slowly getting back to their feet. Even if they no longer had their main source of power, Naruto knew they could still cause trouble. Oh well, not that it was going to be a problem now. Though if you like the new cloak, you're going to like this even more. Observe. Naruto motioned his right hand forward, sending 6 of his 9 truth-seeking balls into the undead Jinchuriki, lodging them inside their chests. Naruto then clenched his fist, and the orbs grew multiple sharp spikes that shredded the reanimations from the inside out. As expected, they didn't regenerate. Man, I wish we had that when we fought the tree guy. Fu said, remembering the gruesome fight they had to endure against the legendary First Hokage, in contrast to how easy Naruto had defeated his enemies now. Also, sorry for killing you, guys, Naruto apologized. Don't worry, they weren't the real us, Yujito said from inside Naruto's head. Yeah. Those were mockeries of our true selves. Even existing as pieces of chakra within you is more dignified than slave zombies, Han added. Meanwhile, in the background, Obito was looking with his eyes wide open, half amazed and half frustrated. Not only were Naruto and that dumb Taki brat able to pull the complete tailed beast transformation off, which allowed them to beat his 6 paths of pain Jinchuriki, but Naruto had somehow acquired 6 paths chakra himself, to the point of being able to summon truth-seeking balls. How? How is he able to shrug everything I throw at him? Obito wondered, gritting his teeth, and balling his hands into fists. Why can't I do something so simple as beating a mere brat? He took a deep breath. No. I can't let any defeatist thoughts and desperate situations call for desperate measures. Time to play my final gambit. Obito made several hand seals, and slammed his hand into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Obito's action drew the Jinchuriki's attention to him once again. After a large burst of smoke, the demonic statue was summoned, with Obito standing on the tip of one of its fingers, looking down at his prey below. So, he plans to throw the demonic statue at us, Kurama mentioned, and chuckled confidently. He's really getting desperate. This is it, guys. If we crack that statue open, we will liberate our siblings and put this war to an end in a single swap. Komei cheered. Come on, Fu, Naruto, Killer Bee. Just keep going for a little longer. Still, it would be good not to underestimate that, Jayaki advised. That statue is pretty powerful on its own, plus it has 6 of our siblings sealed there, as well as half of Kurama. The 3 Jinchuriki nodded, and prepared for what they believed was the final battle. However, they weren't counting on what Obito was going to do next. Sealed within this statue are the tailed beasts from 1 to 6 tails. There's also half of the 9 tails that we captured some time ago, plus the 8 tails tentacle that Killer Bee used to dupe us, Obito explained. You see, I don't need every beast to revive the 10 tails, just their chakra. Meaning that I only need to acquire a little of the 7 tails chakra, and the 10 tails will be reborn. Ha! If you think I'm going to let you get a piece of Komei's chakra. You don't, Fu said, but was interrupted by what Obito did next. The Uchiha pulled out a sealing scroll from within his robes, and unsealed its contents, which caused Fu to shock her into silence. It was a pair of insect-like wings, identical to those she generates to fly. Remember these, Fu? Kakuzu tore them from your back when he tried to capture you. I guess he wanted to keep them as trophies or something. It does matter, Obito said. Turn out, his failure to catch you wasn't as complete as I and its ally believed. Quickly, somebody stop him. If he feeds those wings to the statue, Jayaki yelled, panicking. Too late. Almost casually, Obito tossed the wings into the statue's open mouth. The statue swallowed the wings, and closed its mouth shut. Its last remaining closed eye finally opened. The statue let out an ear-piercing scream, as power began to build up inside it. The earth started to shake, and chunks of rock were lifted into the air, as if gravity had no effect on them. Naruto, Fu, and Killer Bee's senses were overwhelmed by the sheer power the statue was radiating. It felt like what they felt when Naruto gained 6 paths chakra, except this time it felt 1,000 times more intense. Obito then teleported back to ground level, his mouth curved into a maniacal grin, and let out a malicious laugh upon seeing the state of his opponents. It seems that you finally realize what you're up against, Obito said, as he spreaded his arms out. Now get ready, for the return of the 10 tails. Chapter 127. Countdown to the Cataclysm. Or. The final battles here. Mountain Graveyard. Once the battle against Orochimaru came to an end, the previous noise of the fight was replaced by a silence so intense it was almost deafening. Despite the situation was pressing, the 2 surviving Sannin needed a moment to catch their break, and were sitting on the ground, letting their pained bodies rest, at least for a little. Once the tension and adrenaline keeping them going on wore off, they felt like their bodies were about to break down into dust at any moment. "Hey Jiraiya," Tsunade said. "Hey Haim, you okay?" Jiraiya asked, finally breaking the silence. "Yeah. Relatively speaking," Tsunade replied. "I could use some sake right now." "You aren't carrying any, are you?" "If I had any sake, I would have drunk it myself," Jiraiya honestly replied. "Asshole. I need it way more than you," Tsunade said, before shuddering a little. "I was inside Orochimaru's mind, you know. Ugh, I'll need to take a long shower after this. Or several showers." "So, you got it?" Jiraiya asked. "Rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, and boar. And I doubt that, even with all his precautions, the bastard was able to protect his mind against the power of the Rinnegan." She then looked at Orochimaru's unmoving corpse. "Now, here comes the hard part." Tsunade got back on her feet, and walked towards Orochimaru's corpse. She aimed her hand at him, and fired several black rods at him, embedding them on random parts of his body. Tsunade then made a hand seal. "Whoa!" Jiraiya loudly yelped upon seeing Orochimaru's seemingly dead body sitting up. It was even worse when he opened his eyes, and while one of them was its usual yellow color with a slitted vertical pupil, the other was a Rinnegan. "Don't be afraid, Jiraiya, it's me, Tsunade," Orochimaru said in his original voice. "I'm using the power of the Rinnegan to remotely control Orochimaru's body." Jiraiya was breathing heavily, trying to keep the whirlwind of emotions he was feeling, none of them pleasant, under control. Tsunade began to chortle, which caused him to shoot an angry glare at his wife. "I think you made me lose 5 years of my life with that stunt," Jiraiya told her. "Oh come on, I'm sure it wasn't that bad," Tsunade said, before looking at the body she was remotely controlling. "Okay, here goes nothing. Rat. Ox. Monkey." As Tsunade verbally said the seals, Orochimaru's body started to making them. And boar. Release. Lightning Desert. In the Land of Lightning, the 4th Division battle against the reanimated cages continued. Gaara had alleviated them of some pressure by getting rid of the 2nd Tsuchikage early, and joined his father and other ninjas in fighting the 3rd Kaze cage, while his siblings lead the fight against the 2nd Mizu cage, while Darui continued the battle against his former mentor the 3rd Raikage. However, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senjo, didn't like to engage the same enemy or group of enemies for long. He used his extreme speed to blitz past numerous groups of allied ninjas and strike them hard and fast, giving them a very narrow window to counterattack. This time, however, he was about to meet somebody who was prepared to match him. Water Release, Water Colliding Wave. Tobirama expelled a massive amount of water from his mouth, roaring into a torrent. The giant mass of water then exploded into a massive tsunami that threatened to crush and drown a large group of allied ninjas. Many of them tried to run away, but one stayed and prepared a counter-jutsu, making hand seals as fast as his hands allowed them. Ice Release, Deep Freeze. Haku slammed his hands into the ground, sending a wave of cold chakra that covered the previously hot sand into a thin sheet of ice. And as the cold reached the gigantic wave, it too started to quickly crystallize into ice, freezing it completely only after a few seconds. But Haku's jutsu didn't end there. The last member of the Yuki clan made more hand seals before clapping his hands together, making the giant iceberg to shatter into hundreds of sharp ice shards that gleamed with the sun. Ice Release, 100,000 Killing Ice Needles. The sharp ice shards remained frozen mid-air for a second, before they faced towards Tobirama, and launched themselves at him. "Impressive," Tobirama said in a monotonous tone that doesn't make him look particularly impressed. The 2nd Hokage started to move from one side to another at an almost imperceptible speed, dodging the ice shards as they stabbed themselves into the sand, while deflecting those he couldn't with his katana. Haku cringed upon seeing that a jutsu of such scale was barely slowing down the terrifying Senju and took a couple steps backwards as he got closer. Several adult ninja, Kurenai among them, quickly landed around him in order to protect him from the inevitable counter-attack from the 2nd Hokage. Huh. Tobirama grunted in confusion. Then, much to Haku's shock, but mostly joy, several of the last remaining ice shards found their mark and embedded themselves into the 2nd Hokage's body, who tripped and fell to the ground face first. "Well done, Haku. Kurane praised, as she started to make hand seals herself. Now, attack at once before he can recover. The surprises didn't end there, because just as the allied ninjas prepared to attack, Tobirama's body started to glow with a white light, causing many of them to flinch or to take defensive stances, bracing for whatever the fearsome Hokage was about to unleash on them. That won't be necessary, Tobirama said, as he slowly pushed himself back to his feet. The battle is already over. Kurane-sensei, look. Yakumo called the raven-haired woman, pointing in another direction. The third Raikage had also stopped fighting with the group led by Darui, and was also glowing with the same white light. So were the third Kazekage and second Tsuchikage. Contrary to my expectations, it seems that somebody was able to force that madman to undo the jutsu, Tobirama said, as his body started to slowly crack and break apart. Please send my thanks to whoever did such a magnificent feat. Kurane smiled. We will, Hokage-sama. With this, the war is almost over, Haku said, full of hope. Across the lands of fire and lightning, all divisions of the ninja allied forces were fighting against what was left of Akatsuki, which wasn't something to scoff at. Even if they had lost the Tonari's moon puppets, the Zetsu, and the remaining reanimations still proved to be challenging foes. That's it, until all the reanimations suddenly stopped fighting, and their bodies began to glow with a golden light. After a moment of confusion for both sides, the zombies' bodies began to fall apart, breaking down into the ash and dust that formed them, as their spirits returned to the afterlife, where they belonged, while leaving the corpse of the sacrifice used to reanimate them behind. Akatsuki had lost the strongest part of their army, leaving nothing but Zetsu to fight against the allied ninjas. Shit, this doesn't look good. A white Zetsu clone said, gulping loudly. Ninja Alliance HQ. Tsuchikage-sama, news from every battlefield. Santa Yamanaka informed. There are reports of the undead reanimations dying on their own. All of them. It seems that the Supreme Commander and Tsunade-sama not only soused in their mission of stopping Orochimaru, but they somehow even forced him to undo the jutsu, Mabi mentioned. If I'm being honest, I wasn't so sure they'd be able to do it. That's the Sannin for you, Cho added, a little bitter, but mostly happy. This was a huge victory for the Alliance after all. Tell every commander to move their division towards the Jinchuriki's position. Onaki said. I don't care about their state. No time to rest. This is the last battle of the war, and the one which will decide it. Madara Uchiha's secret lair. Are you sure you're ready to go, boss? Zetsu asked. As expected, Madara had made a very quick recovery. Thanks to the regenerative properties of Hashirama's DNA helped by the special bomb, his body had regrown all missing limbs and organs, and the former Uchiha clan head had finally recovered his energy. Madara was now putting on a set of armor before once again diving into battle. Given that his old armor had been destroyed, Madara was now wearing the armor his Zetsu had crafted for him during the years he spent inside the cocoon. It was black in color instead of red, with the Uchiha emblem emblazoned on the chest and on the back. While the previous armor was rather clunky, this was more form-fitting, restricting the user's movement much less. Once his armor was ready, Madara then grabbed his trusty gunbei. Yes. I feel completely recovered, was Madara's reply. If Obito is engaging the remaining Jinchuriki, then I must be part of that battle. Take me to that place. As you wish, boss. Zetsu then walked towards Madara, and grabbed his shoulder. The two of them began to sink into the ground, until they disappeared completely. Sight of the final battle. As the statue screamed and trashed in place, waves of power were released in every direction. Their sheer magnitude not only raised chunks of rock from the ground, but it seemed to distort the laws of physics themselves, leaving those rocks floating around it as if gravity didn't have an effect on them. In fact, the three Jinchuriki could feel their bodies were lighter than usual. Okay, this is bad. Very, very bad, Jayaki began. While he was keeping his usual deadpan tone, they could hear the panic seeping through his voice. Astronomically bad. Catastrophically bad. Killer Bee's rhymes grade bad. Hey. Killer Bee protested. That bad? Fu asked. Papa always said that the 10 tails coming back to life would mean the end of the world as we know it, Koumei began to explain. It's a being of untold power that can easily drive humanity to extinction. Despite his immense wisdom, not even our father knew where it came from, Kurama added. And only somebody of his power was able to curb its rampage. That Obito is one crafty asshole, Son Goku said. We believed that as long as one of our siblings would remain uncaptured, that aberration couldn't be released. But the bastard found a way. At the very least, he won't be able to summon the Nine Tails by surprise, Yujito mentioned, remembering the battle that led to her capture. Since it must be inside the statue. Still, that monster is lacking some of us, so even if it revives, it shouldn't be at its full power, Kokuo chimed in. Well, they can still destroy the statue before it fully transforms, right? Han asked. That's a good idea, Naruto agreed, before smiling confidently. Thankfully, Obito alone shouldn't be a match for all of us. Especially with my new power. So, here's the plan. Since I have experience fighting against Rinnegan bearers, I keep Obito distracted, and you guys destroy the statue. Got it. Understood, Naruto. Fu agreed, as she began to transform into Koumei once again. Leave that to us, there won't be any trouble. We shall reduce that ugly statue to rubble. Killer Bee said, transforming as well. Now time to test my new power. Naruto said, as he motioned his hand towards Obito. Sand coffin. What? Obito asked. Suddenly, a torrent of sand poured from seemingly out of nowhere, and started to converge around Obito. Naruto clenched his hand into a fist, and the sand rushed him in a crushing motion. Obito, however, used Kamui to turn intangible in order to calmly walk out of the otherwise lethal attack. Man, I forgot how annoying that ability can be, Naruto said, as he prepared his next attack. In that case dash. Bansho Tenin. This time, it was Obito who cast his hand towards Naruto, with the blonde feeling his body becoming weightless for a second as he was pulled towards Obito by a powerful invisible force. Naruto, however, didn't merely let Obito drag him, and created multiple arms of golden chakra in order to anchor himself to the ground. Quickly, now that Naruto is keeping that guy at bay, let's attack without delay. Killer Bee asked, as he prepared a punch. I'm way ahead of you. Fu said, diving at the statue head first. Her frontal horn glowed with chakra as it grew in size and length. Hornbuster. Obito, however, wasn't as distracted as the Kumo ninja believed, and quickly moved to counter the two Jinchuriki's attacks. You won't harm the statue. Obito said, as he slammed his palm, glowing blue with chakra, into the ground. Sealing art, Uchiha flame formation. The blue fire around Obito's hands turned crimson red. The moment his hand touched the ground, said crimson fire shot in a line towards the statue, forming a circle around it, which then projected a cylindrical barrier of the same color, just as Killer Bee and Fu attacked it. Not only did they fail to break the barrier, but got burned by the weird crimson fire in return. Ouch. Oh shit. Hot, hot, hot. A little barrier won't be able to stop me. Naruto said, and with a wave of his hand, he directed all his truth-seeking balls towards the statue. The 10 tails won't come back to life. Obito, however, appeared in the middle of the path of the truth-seeking balls, and used his Sharingan to open a spiraling vortex towards the Kamui dimension. Naruto cringed upon seeing all the truth-seeking balls being sucked in, as he failed to recall them. There. Those annoying balls won't help you anymore, Obito said. Damn, I can't believe I let him take away my truth-seeking balls like that. The blonde grumbled under his teeth, as he balled his hands into a fist. As long as they're in that weird dimension, I can't recall them. What's the problem, Naruto, can't you create more? Yotakata asked. I do remember your girlfriend being able to create them out of nowhere. It's a bit complicated. I can only create new balls when the old ones have been destroyed. I'm still linked to them, even if I can't control them, Naruto explained. Meaning that I won't have any access to them for the time being. Guess if we're lucky and Kakashi-sensei shows up, I can ask him to let them out. That moment, Obito pulled out a scroll from underneath his robe, unfurled it, and dropped at his feet. There were many seals, with a circle made of them in the middle. Obito crouched down and started to make several hand seals. May as well throw these in too, the said, before slamming his palm into the circle of seals. Two very large bursts of smoke happened at Obito's sides, and much to the three Jinchuriki's surprise, a wood golem appeared from each of them. Then, without having to be given any command, the wood golems charged forward and delivered the stunned Killer Bee and Fu a punch in their faces, making them fall to the ground with a loud booming noise, followed by a quake. Fu! B! Naruto shouted, before glaring back at the green giants. The hell? Wood golems? How is he able to summon them? Turns out, after losing the use of Susanoo, once Madara gained wood release through assimilating the cells from the piece of Hashirama's flesh he had bitten out of the man, Madara planned to create an army of wood golems to carry out his plan of an unified world. Unfortunately, despite their immense power, the lifespan of a wood golem was of a few days, and after that they'd break down and die. That's why Madara spent the next years perfecting a way to create wood golems with an indefinite, or at the very least, very long lifespan. Unfortunately, it took Madara many decades to achieve such goal, and by the time he accomplished it, he had aged considerably, and thus he lacked the chakra and stamina to carry out his original plan, being only able to produce 3 golems, before the effort of creating the third one nearly killed him. Shortly after that, he awakened the Rinnegan, and he decided to experiment with this new power and abandoned his previous project. But the golems remained there, hidden underground, ready to be used whenever needed. One of the things Madara did before entering the cocoon was to give Obito a scroll that could be used to summon those golems. Obito was always reticent to summon them, believing in his own ability to carry out missions without them. Perhaps he should have used them sooner. Oh well, there was no point in mulling in the past. Tailed Beast Ball. Killer Bee fired the spear of destruction towards one of the golems. The wooden giant, however, managed to catch the chakra ball with its bare hands, and keep it from exploding, before, with much effort, throwing it into the sky, where it detonated safely. What the? Those things are strong enough to match a tailed beast, B, Jayaki stated. You won't defeat them with brute force. Naruto managed to destroy one when the first Hokage guy summoned it. Perhaps we should let Naruto deal with them, while we fight Obito. Fu suggested. Alright, I'll keep these guys busy then. Naruto said. Listen, I'll tell you all you need to know about the Rinnegan's power, Kurama stated. Also, he won't be able to use Kamui, given that if he does, Naruto will be able to pull back his truth-seeking balls. Don't try to fight him in tailed beast form. His wood release will bind your chakra and leave you defenseless, Madatabi advised. That's part of how he got me and Yujito down. Plus, I'm sure the bastard has more surprises in case wood release isn't enough, Yagura added. Naruto flew above the 2 green colossi on a cloud of sand. He had both hands raised upwards, and with the help of 4 arms of golden chakra, Naruto prepared 2 rounds of his signature jutsu. Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto threw the stars of wind chakra at each of the golems. However, before they could impact, the wooden dragons wrapped around their bodies breathed a stream of greenish-yellow flames at them, detonating them instantly. Then, one of the giants stepped forwards, and tried to swat Naruto away with a gigantic hand slap. The blonde maneuvered the sand cloud around it, barely dodging it. Man, if one was already hard, well, no point in mopping. I know these guys aren't invincible, Naruto said, as his brain worked to come up with a good tactic to deal with his colossal opponents. Meanwhile, Killer Bee and Fu shrank from their tailed beast forms into their chakra cloaks, as they passed by the giants and headed towards Obito. Killer Bee raised his hands towards him, and began to summon yet another chakra sphere of destruction. Not as big as if he were fully transformed, but it would do. Tailed Beast Ball. Killer Bee once again fired his most powerful attack, with Obito not even making an attempt to block it. Was Kurama's assessment wrong, and planned to use Kamui to let it phase through him? However, Obito was about to show that he didn't need it to negate his enemy's jutsu, and raised a hand towards the incoming projectile. Gakido. Obito's hand generated a thin barrier of white light. The moment the tailed beast ball touched it, it was converted into pure chakra and absorbed into his body. Foolish, Obito said, as he drained the attack. Didn't Naruto tell you that ninjutsu is dash? Boot to the face. Obito was interrupted by Fu's armored foot being slammed against his face with so much force, it produced a sonic boom, interrupting the jutsu absorption, and sending him flying backwards, landing with a painful thud. Try absorbing that, dumbass. Fu taunted. While Obito was still on the ground, Killer Bee prepared to attack before he could get up. He rushed with 2 of his short swords on each hand, and several on his chakra tentacles. He jumped into the air, and threw several of his swords at him. Despite the force behind Fu's kick, Obito could still move, the regeneration provided by his Zetsu body parts already kicking in. Shaking off the considerable pain, the fallen Uchiha rolled to the side just as the swords stabbed on the spot he had been a second ago. Upon landing, Killer Bee grabbed his swords and dashed towards him, while Fu flew from one of his flanks, and morphed one of her arms into a blade shaped like the one of a mantis. The Uchiha jumped to his feet, and spread both arms each in the direction of each attacker. Shinra Tensei. Killer Bee and Fu lost all momentum to their attacks, and were violently pushed backwards, letting out yelps of surprise, with Bee losing some of his swords in the process. Don't underestimate the power of the Rinnegan. You're the one who underestimate the power of my sick rhymes. Killer Bee said, as he made a mid-air backflip, landing on his feet before barreling towards Obito once again. He started to channel lightning chakra through the swords he still had. And now it's time for you to pay for all your crimes. Knowing through Kurama that he had a window of opportunity of 5 seconds before he could use any gravity-related attack again, Killer Bee jumped into the air and curled into a ball, his electrified swords sticking out of his body. Lightning release, lightning spike roll. While Obito dodged Killer Bee's initial attack, the Jinchuriki didn't let up, and continue his attack with his electrified swords, delivering quick and wild swings, moving from one side to another, flipping and spinning, eventually landing a few cuts on the Uchiha. However, as expected, the 5 seconds quickly passed, and Obito prepared to use the Deva Path's abilities. Shinra Ten-. Before Obito could cast the jutsu, Killer Bee vanished all of a sudden, and was replaced by Fu, ready to deliver a powerful punch to his face. SEI. Both ninja were blown away backwards, Fu by Obito's attack, and Obito because Fu's fist managed to connect his face. While she was blown away before all of the punch's force could be released, she still managed to land a solid hit. Fu. Killer Bee called. Fu made the force pushing backwards work for her by deploying her wings and, using her ongoing momentum, fly upwards and do a U-turn. Don't worry, I'm fine. She said. You won't be fine after this, Obito said, as he started to make hand seals. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The earth started to rumble, as large wooden roots broke through the ground surface and quickly lashed at the 2 Jinchuriki. However, rather than being forced into the defensive, the 2 Jinchuriki chose to actively fight against the attacking weeds. Fu turned her arms into blades shaped like the jaws of a stag beetle, and used them to slash the offending vines, while Killer Bee dashed around them, delivering precise cuts with his lightning-infused blades. Your attacks are weak, your moves are the same, Killer Bee rapped. Do you plan to catch us with something so lame? I don't need to catch you. Obito angrily replied, as he started making hand seals. I only need to keep you distracted until the 10 Tails is reborn. Then all I have to do is feed you to it. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Obito breathed an admittedly large fireball that flew towards the 2 Jinchuriki, which burned so hot it left a trail of scorched earth underneath. Fu, however, wasn't intimidated, and made some hand seals of her own. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Fu expelled a large amount of water from her mouth, moving forward with the force of a torrent. The 2 elemental forces clashed, the fireball quickly overwhelmed by the power of Fu's watery attack. Before the attack could reach Obito, the Uchiha leaped into the air, and began to jump around using the floating boulders as stepping stones. He's right. He might not be strong enough to beat us, but he's doing a good job stalling us. Fu thought, a little panicked. Her eyes drifted towards the statue, hidden behind the crimson barrier. I can feel that thing growing stronger with every second. We need to finish this as soon as possible. While Killer Bee and Fu dealt with Obito, Naruto was fighting the 2 wood golems as well as he could. While the golems were very big, Naruto moved faster, so he thought to use that as his main advantage. Not to mention being able to fly thanks to Shukaku's chakra. Hey, Naruto, I think you might want to use the tailed beast form, Kurama suggested. You said Hashirama used these to fight tailed beasts in Madara's Susanoo, right? Naruto asked. If I do that, then I'll be at a disadvantage. I'll do better fighting as a human. We can see your logic, but in this case it might be better if you change forms, Han said, as he winced by how narrowly Naruto avoided a hand slap from a giant. It would be easier if you fought to their level. I think Naruto might be onto something. Just look how easily those monsters took down his friends when they were transformed, Yagura chimed in. They hit hard, but a big enemy is also a big target. Heh, nice to see that somebody gets me, Naruto said out. He started to make hand seals. So, focused attacks won't work, let's see how wide area attacks do then. Lava Release, Scorching Rocks Jutsu. Naruto expelled a multitude of large projectiles made of molten rocks from his mouth. The dragons wrapped around the golems' bodies reacted as expected, breathing greenish-yellow fire at the incoming attack. They managed to neutralize about half the lava missiles, while the other half found their marks and hit the golems. Naruto could hear a sizzing sound as the molten rocks ate through the golem's wooden limbs and body, but sadly, it wasn't enough to cause significant damage. Then, the golems decided it was their turn to attack. Each of them cast one hand towards Naruto, who felt a chill down his spine as multiple spikes started to grow from them. Shit, this looks awful. Naruto said with a loud gulp. Naruto-kun, use my chakra to counter that attack. Kokuo suggested. Nice idea. You might not have my armor, but this jutsu should do just fine, Han said, as he told Naruto what he needed to do. Naruto made the hand seals, and with Han's help, he molded the chakra the way he was told. Boil Release, Skilled Mist Jutsu. Just as the golems fired a barrage of wooden stakes at him, Naruto exhaled a huge cloud of corrosive mist towards them. The moment the storm of spikes entered the cloud, they quickly burned away, disappearing before even reaching the end of the cloud. Naruto poured more chakra into the attack, both to make the corrosive cloud stronger and to push it faster towards the golems. The golems, however, weren't going to just stand there and take it. The two of them clapped their hands once, producing such a powerful shockwave it pushed the cloud back, while also sending Naruto flying backwards. The blonde screamed as he spiraled down to the ground below. Fortunately, a cloud of sand formed below him, breaking the fall, while lifting him upwards. And you're welcome. Shukaku said, giggling a little. Heh. Nice save, Shukaku, Naruto told the tanuki. We told you we'd have your back, didn't you? Yotakata asked. Naruto. You okay? Kurama asked. I'll live, Naruto replied. Though not for long if I have to endure another thunderclap from hell like that. Much less two. Hey, Naruto. Why don't you try me and Han's combo? Rashi suggested. It would roast those golems really good really fast. I can attest to that. I would try it if there was just one golem, but with two, they can cover each other, Naruto replied. Naruto, you're trying to defeat the two of them at once, because one won't let you focus on the other, Isabu calmly said. But you don't need to take them out permanently. Try to keep one's attention away from you while you deal with the other. Guess that could work, but what could I dash? Naruto was about to ask, as an idea dawned upon him. A grin spread across his face. I think I have the perfect way to do that. Thanks Isabu. Once again, Naruto maneuvered his sand cloud towards one of the golems, flying around it like an annoying insect, hoping to get a reaction. Reaction that it came in the form of another gigantic hand swat, something Naruto was expecting. He quickly jumped out of the cloud, landing on the giant's hand. Naruto then slapped the giant's hand. Coral Palm. The moment Naruto's hand touched the wooden surface, a coral formation appeared, and started to spread around it. Naruto then slid down the giant's body and right leg, creating more spots where coral appeared and started to spread. While unnoticeable at first, the coral quickly spread around the golem's right side of its body, slowly but surely impairing his movements. As Naruto touched the ground and ran away in the opposite direction, the golem's attention shifted from Naruto to the coral, and tried to break it with its other hand. The other golem, however, continued to chase Naruto. The blonde quickly created another cloud of sand to avoid being crushed under the giant's steps. Ingenious idea, Naruto, Yagura praised. But that jutsu won't be enough to incapacitate a creature the size of that golem. He will be able to get rid of the coral in less than a minute. No, but less than a minute is all what Naruto needs, Yugito said, smiling and nodding, realizing what the Konoha ninja was going to do. Naruto turned towards the incoming wooden giant, and smirked. Rashi, Han, pay attention, because you guys are going to love this. Naruto mentally said, as he prepared his next attack. Naruto created several arms of golden chakra and used them to form 2 raisin shuriken, one at each of his sides. However, rather than their usual look, one raisin shuriken was crimson red with black edges, and the other was pure white. Both of them were releasing so much heat, the air around Naruto appeared distorted. The blonde wasn't perturbed, though. First, let's get rid of that annoyance, Naruto said, looking at the serpentine dragon wrapped around the golem's body, as he started to make hand seals. Fire release, mouse hairball. Naruto exhaled a large, blue, mouse-shaped fireball from his mouth, which flew towards the serpentine dragon. Said dragon opened its jaws once again, releasing a stream of greenish-yellow flames. However, the large blue fireball then split into dozens of smaller ones, which flew around the stream of fire, and homed into the dragon's head, blasting it to ashes. Clever use of my jutsu, Naruto, Yugito praised. Heh, thanks. Now to finish this big guy for good, Naruto mentally replied. Lava. Release, spiraling eruption. Boil release, spiraling geyser. Naruto launched the dual attack, one shuriken of chakra flying in an arc in the opposite direction of the other, before the two of them crashed against the golem from different sides. The attacks exploded into a dome of spiraling magma and a dome of spiraling burning, corrosive mist, which merged into a single dome of infernal heat. The golem was burned to nothingness by the sheer power of Naruto's combination attack, while carving a large crater when it once stood. Rashi let out a whistle. Wow, that was amazing. Something worthy enough to be written in a book. Rashi praised. An admirable rework of our combo, Han said. Unfortunately, Naruto-kun can't celebrate just yet, Kokuo said. Indeed, Naruto could see that the golem was stomping towards him. The other golem broke free of the coral, and it's getting ready to attack again. One golem won't be a problem for him, Kurama said, smirking confidently. Say, Naruto, are you going to use the same jutsu you did the last time? Not exactly the same. You'll see, Naruto said, as he started to prepare a tailed beast ball. However, rather than shooting it, Naruto pulled out his wind blade, and channeled the tailed beast ball through it. The sword projected a gigantic blade made of the chakra that formed the tailed beast's ultimate attack. Disappear already, you overgrown pile weeds. Tailed beast blade. Like he had done during the fight with Hashirama, Naruto brought down his blade in a vertical downward slash, cutting the golem in two as if it was made of soft butter. However, it didn't end there. Upon cutting it, the blade of tailed beast chakra exploded in a gigantic, fiery blast, engulfing the golem, and reducing it to ashes as it happened with its brother. When the explosion receded, there was nothing left of the giant creature, and a large crater had been opened when it once stood. And both of them down for the count, Naruto said, pumping his fist as a sign of victory. He could sense Killer Bee and Fu still fighting against Obito. Alright, better hurry and help them finish that asshole off for good. While Killer Bee and Fu continued their duel against Obito, the three of them saw and heard the explosion that heralded Naruto's victory over the wood golems. Ha! Look at that. Looks like your little wooden dolls were no match for Naruto. Fu laughed, before suddenly growing concerned, as if she realized she said something stupid. I mean, I said little in a pejorative way, not in a literal way. I know they aren't little at all. You know a word as big as pejorative, yet you care about us not understanding basic sarcasm, Jayaki pointed out, as a drop of sweat slid through his head. Yep, definitely not just B. Hey guys, sorry to keep you waiting. Naruto said, as the cloud of sand slowly dispelled once the blonde touched the ground. Those overgrown bushes were pretty tough, but nothing I couldn't deal with the help of some of the new friends I made, Naruto boasted good-naturedly, before his eyes were fixed on Obito. Alright, now I'll keep Obito busy. See if you guys can bypass that barrier. Try to bombard it with dash. Hey boss, we're here. Sorry for being late. Naruto, however, was interrupted when something rose from the ground beneath Obito. The blonde recognized Zetsu, the seldom-seen Akatsuki from which those clones were produced from. Next to him was a long-haired man clad in black armor that neither Naruto nor Killer Bee or Fu had seen in their lives. Still, they couldn't help but flinch when they sensed the sheer power the man was radiating, or when they noticed that his eyes were Rinnegan. Then again, there was somebody who did remember. It's him. Kurama said, trembling with anger. Madara. Whoa, it's that Madara. Naruto asked out loud, much to Killer Bee and Fu's surprise, who were now looking at the newcomer with other eyes. Madara couldn't help but smirk a little. Oh? Do you know me? Did we know? Wait, it isn't you. It's that fox. It still remembers me, doesn't it? Naruto could feel Kurama's anger burning so fiercely, it felt like there was a small sun inside him. He worried if Kurama might explode at the presence of the man he hated the most. Took you long enough, an unamused Obito said, as he glared at his mentor. Had you come earlier instead of fooling around, we would have won already. Do not fret, Obito. That was an insignificant setback. As you can see, I'm back and ready to show. Madara trailed off, as he turned around, and saw the crimson chakra barrier that was hitting the transforming statue behind it. Did you start the Ten Tails transformation without capturing the remaining Jinchuriki first? I was left with no other choice, Obito rebutted. If you had been here earlier, we could have done this properly. Madara let out a sigh of resignation. Guess it can't be helped right now. Let's subdue them while the Ten Tails revives, then we'll continue with the plan. He then took a look at Naruto. Given that you're the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you must be of Uzumaki descent, am I right? Yeah. Naruto Uzumaki's the name, Naruto said. Burn that name into your mind, because it's the name of the ninja that's going to kick your ass back into retirement. Look at that. A small ninja with big bravado and even bigger mouth. Breaking you will be fun, Madara said, before his Rinnegan rested on Killer Bee. A Kumo ninja, you must be the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails and... Madara finally looked at Fu, and his expression was that of mild disgust. Uta Kigaku or Kunoichi. I hated that Hashirama foolishly gave the tailed beasts to other villages, but the fact that he decided to give one to such a disgraceful village like yours nearly drove me insane. Disgraceful? Fu repeated, before her expression morphed into a scowl of anger. She punched her palm menacingly. Sorry Naruto, but I'm going to be the one to pound him into the ground. Ah, more bravado, isn't youth something so precious? Madara said condescendingly. Naruto, while I want nothing more than seeing you beating the living daylights out of this asshole, Madara is an extremely powerful ninja, Kurama advised. Plus, just like the old man said, he has the Rinnegan. Which means that he must have wood release as well. As he stands right now, Madara Uchiha is currently the most powerful ninja who ever lived. Plus, he isn't even alone. He has Obito and that Zetsu creature to help him, Madatabi added. Naruto, however, was feeling confident. Don't worry guys, we have reinforcements of our own as well. Then, as if on cue, Madara's attention was drawn elsewhere, as he sensed a new chakra signature coming their way. A very powerful chakra signature that for some reason, felt strangely familiar to the former Uchiha clan head. And then, she appeared. Flying high into the sky, covered in a shroud of flame like lavender chakra, was no other than Hinata Hyuga. Obito frowned, while Naruto and Fu grew visibly excited, and while Killer Bee didn't know who this girl was, his fellow Jinchuriki's reaction eased him into smiling. In no time, Hinata landed close to the three Jinchuriki, and went quickly to greet them. Hinata. Naruto said, so excited he didn't even use the usual honorific reserved for her. You're here. Sky Sister. Fu cheered as well. It's so great to see you. Hello, Naruto-kun. Fu-san, Hinata greeted. I'm glad to see that I didn't arrive too late. You didn't. In fact, you arrived just in time, Naruto assured her. Hinata nodded, and then looked at the one person she didn't know, the Kumo ninja that wore sunglasses. She walked towards him, and bowed before him politely. Hello. I don't think we know each other. My name's Hinata Hyuga. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hey there, the name's Killer Bee, and I'm also a Jinchuriki as you can see. So, you're the girlfriend number 9 told me so much about. Once this is over, we should all hang out. Killer Bee rapped. I'll be honored to, Hinata replied. Hey, as much as I'd like to see you here, how did you know we were here? Naruto asked. Hanabi-chan told me. We can talk to each other through long distances thanks to the 6 paths chakra we both possess. She told me how the second division was almost annihilated, Hinata said, before her expression hardened, and pointed at Madara. By him. That shocked the 3 Jinchuriki. Did Madara nearly wiped out a division of thousands of ninja, all by himself? The massacre of that division. Gai-sensei, it was you. Naruto asked, his chakra cloak flaring with his anger. Madara's expression remained unchanged. Yes, it was me. And I would have wiped them out completely, if it wasn't for that man and his self-sacrificing jutsu. They proved to be mostly unworthy adversaries. Even the 2 Uchihas. Even the girl with the wood-release dash. Kaida! Naruto shouted, worrying and anger growing bigger. If you did something to her or Hagane, I swear dash. Hinata, however, placed a hand on Naruto. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. Hanabi-chan told me that your siblings are okay. So are Sasuke-kun, Itachi-san, and Niji Aizen and his teammates. That managed to calm Naruto down, but only a little. Madara's eyes now rested on Hinata. So, I presume that you're the older sister of that Hyuga little girl with the Tensagen, aren't you? He asked, chuckling a little. Yes, you appear to be older and more experienced. You should have a much better hang on that power of yours than her. Perhaps you'll offer a better dance. Hinata, forget about that guy. We need to destroy the statue before it transforms into the 10 tails. Fu urged. Obito hid it behind that barrier. Try to break it with your black ball thingies. Number 7's right, these guys don't matter, go and make sure that barrier shatters. Killer Bee agreed. Hinata nodded, and after making the required hand seals, she summoned no less than 8 truth-seeking balls, much to the Jinchuriki's surprise. With a hand motion, she directed the black orbs towards the barrier. And Obito can't use his Kamui to send them to his pocket dimension like he did with mine, Naruto thought, as his mouth curved into a grin of satisfaction. Or else he'll allow me to recall mine. The moment Hinata's truth-seeking balls moved, Madara immediately activated his Susanoo, reaching the humanoid form. A sword appeared in one of its hands, and it moved to swat away the black orbs. However, rather than the orbs simply breaking through the sword, it was the sword who deflected the orbs away. What? Hinata asked in shock. How? Wait. Naruto said, as he narrowed his eyes. He could feel that Madara's chakra had changed, as so did his appearance. He now had green marks on his forehead and around his eyes. The exact same marks Rin and Hashirama had when they used Sage Mode. The hell? You have Sage Mode too. How? Fu asked. Do you really think I'd have a hard time learning such a simple skill? Madara mockingly asked, as his Susanoo started to vanish. He made a single hand seal. Now, this is a jutsu I was unable to try against the Ninja Alliance, but your little group will make for a fine test. Limbo, border jail. Naruto and Hinata's eyes widened, and fast as lightning, they moved forward, placing themselves between the other 2 Jinchuriki and the 2 Rogue Uchiha and their plant manservant. There was a clashing noise, and much to Killer Bee and Fu's confusion, it appeared as if Naruto and Hinata were struggling to keep in place an invisible enemy each. Obito appeared to have trouble following what was going on as well. What are you guys doing? Fu asked. Despite her Sage Mode, she couldn't sense any chakra in front of Naruto and Hinata. "Naruto-kun, can you see them too?" Hinata asked. "No, but I can sense them," Naruto replied, before, fast as lightning, pulling out his wind blade and use it to eviscerate whatever invisible enemy Madara had summoned. Hinata followed suit, delivering a devastating combo of lightning-enhanced palm strikes. Madara scowled. The girl can see the Limbo clones, even if it should be impossible. Probably because of that Tensagen of hers. Madara wondered, before his eyes rested on Naruto. And the Uzumaki boy, yes, it's unmistakable, he has 6 paths chakra as well. But how? Guys, stay close to us. We'll protect you from those invisible clones. Naruto told his fellow Jinchuriki. It won't be necessary, Madara said, taking a step forward. Given that you proved to be the biggest threats, I shall take on you personally. Obito, Zetsu, deal with the other 2 Jinchuriki. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. The earth started to rumble once again, as multiple cracks opened across the battlefield, caused by many gigantic wooden roots shooting from underground, spreading everywhere, covering the barren land with trees once again. Fu and Hinata flew into the air to avoid Madara's attack, while Naruto and Killer Bee jumped from one side to another as the roots lunged at them. "Let's dance." Fast as lightning, Madara leaped towards Naruto, and assaulted the blonde with a flurry of strong, fast-paced punches. Naruto was able to block most of them, even if he needed to create additional arms to do so. A purple flash alerted Madara of Hinata's presence, who in turn attacked Madara with several lightning-enhanced gentle fist strikes, releasing purple bolts of lightning with each strike, forcing the Uchiha back. Naruto took the initiative once again, this time attacking with his trusty wind blade. Madara generated a black chakra rod from each of his hands, and used them as improvised weapons in order to parry Naruto's blows, as well as to throw counter-attacks on his own. As they traded blows, Madara was able to knock the wind blade out of Naruto's hands, and deliver a powerful kick to the chest that sent the blonde flying. Madara started to make one-handed seals while he reached for his gunbei. Fire release, Great Fire Hurricane. Madara swung his gunbei while simultaneously breathing fire into the swing. The wind and fire attacks merged into a massive tornado of flames that threatened to engulf the blonde. Naruto, however, raised a hand, and with the help of 2 additional chakra arms, began to form a Raisin Shuriken, except he imbued it with water chakra instead of wind chakra as he usually did. Water release, Spiraling Torrent. Naruto threw a gigantic spinning water shuriken at the incoming tornado of flames. Upon crashing, Naruto's attack exploded into a spinning dome of raging water, powerful enough to stop, and finally put out Madara's blazing attack. The water hissed as it was turned into steam by the intense heat of the fire, producing a large cloud that spreaded around the battlefield. Hinata took advantage of the situation, and once again dived at Madara from the air, her palms crackling with electricity. Lightning release, Double Thunder Palm. Unfortunately for the Hyuga, Madara saw the attack and used his gunbei to block the attack. The moment Hinata's hand slammed into the war fan, it began to glow with a white light. Madara smirked at her. Uchiha Return. The absorbed energy of Hinata's attack was reflected back at her, and the young Hyuga clan head was sent flying backwards, painfully bouncing on her back a couple times on the ground. "Hinata!" Naruto cried, before glaring at Madara. He started to make hand seals as fast as he could. "You won't be able to toss this back at me." Fire release, Mouse Hairball. Naruto breathed a massive sphere of blue fire that flew towards the former Uchiha clan head. Madara dropped one of the chakra rods, and held a hand towards the incoming projectile. "Fool. Perhaps not, but did you forget that I can absorb any ninjutsu?" Madara said, as a smirk spread across his face. "Gakido." Madara's hands projected a barrier of white light that extended in front of him. However, before the blue fireball could crash into the barrier, it split into dozens of smaller fireballs that arched around him, avoiding the barrier, before they crashed on Madara's back, which was engulfed by the resulting chain of explosions. "Nice hit, Naruto." Yujito praised. "You're getting the hang of mine and Madarabi's powers." Fighting off the pain of the unexpected attack, Madara flexed his chakra in order to blow the cloud of smoke that formed around him away, only to see Hinata in front of him, which quickly delivered a palm strike to his abdomen, knocking the air out of him and forcing him to bend over, before delivering yet another strike to his lower jaw, sending him flying backwards. Naruto-kun! Hinata called him, while tossing him back his lost weapon. Thanks, Haim. Naruto said, as he caught the hilt of the sword, which projected a blade of wind chakra as soon as he touched it. Keep attacking. Don't let him not even a second to breath. Yes. Hinata agreed. Jumping back to his feet, Madara spread his arms open just as Naruto and Hinata converged on him from opposite directions, ready to strike him down. Shinra Tensei. The air shimmered for a fraction of a second, before the two Konoha ninjas were blasted away by a powerful, invisible force in opposite directions. Not wasting any second, Madara leaped towards Naruto, ready to continue the beating while he was down. However, even before he could get back to his feet, a giant golden claw shot from Naruto's body towards Madara, trapping the Uchiha within its strong grip. Madara, however, immediately broke out of the hold by manifesting his Susanoo, first the ribcage, then the body, arms, and head, forming the upper half of his humanoid form. He brought down a massive blue hand to crush down the Jinchuriki, but he managed to dodge it with a few well-timed backflips. Lightning release, twin lion fists. Hinata rocketed at Madara from behind, her hands covered in an aura shaped like the head of a lion, with electricity crackling around it. The Hyuga clan head slammed one of her lion fists onto the back of Madara's Susanoo, causing a crack and making the whole construct shiver. Madara glared at Hinata, and before she could deliver another strike, the Susanoo used one of its extra arms to swat her backwards. While she was hit hard and the strike hurt, Hinata managed to stop herself midair, and started to make hand seals, while her truth-seeking balls started to spin in a circle in front of her. Amethyst Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The spinning black orbs merged into a single sphere of purple light, which exploded into a storm of lightning bolts that shot forward. Madara's Susanoo was pelted by a rain of powerful lavender bolts that began to chip away pieces of his Susanoo. Madara's eyes flashed for a second, and his Susanoo not only regenerated, but it reached the perfect form. Naruto and Hinata, however, weren't intimidated. Naruto exploded into a mass of golden light that took the shape of Kurama, with him floating inside his head, while Hinata's avatar of Kalika grew out of her body, leaving the Hyuga floating inside its head just like Naruto. Naruto and Hinata took a moment to notice the chakra avatar the other was able to manifest. I see that your time on that island was well spent, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, smiling at her boyfriend. I could tell the same about you and the moon, Haim, Naruto replied, returning her smile. Leave that for later, lovebirds. Madara. Focus on Madara. An annoyed Kurama urged. You are powerful for two so young, but you're still beneath me, Madara said, as his Susanoo unsheathed a katana. Neither the Nine Tails nor that four-armed avatar is something that I haven't beaten before. And that was before gaining the Rinnegan and Sage mode. Did you beat the two of them together? Naruto asked. No, but I'm always willing to welcome new challenges, Madara said, as his Susanoo held his free hand open, generating several shards of blue chakra. Yagata Megatama. With a wide swing of its arm, Madara's Susanoo launched the barrage of Magatama-shaped projectiles at Naruto. Too big to dodge them, Naruto used his chakra tails to deflect them away. He was unable to swat all of them away, with some finding their marks, exploding upon touching the avatar of golden chakra. You're mine, Nine Tails, Madara said, smirking in triumph as he started to make hand seals from within his Susanoo. Wood release, Wood Dragon Jutsu. A serpentine wooden dragon burst from the spot in front of Madara, which lunged towards the Kurama chakra construct and quickly wrapped around it, immobilizing it, and binding its chakra. The construct tried to bite the dragon, but its bite simply lacked strength to make any dent on the wood. Then, the katana on the Susanoo's hand started to glow with a bright white light. Like I said before, you can't use the power of the Nine Tails to harm me, its true master, Madara boasted, as his Susanoo charged forward, ready to strike him down. Naruto-kun. Hinata cried, as she moved her avatar of Kalika to intercept Madara. Just as the Susanoo brought its katana down, the avatar of Kalika got in the middle, and used its two upper arms to block the blade with its hands. The energy behind the swing was still released in the form of a circular shockwave that slashed and shattered some of the trees Madara had summoned earlier, but Hinata's chakra construct managed to resist. The avatar's lower hands started to crackle with electricity, and before Madara could counter-attack, the avatar slammed both hands into the Suzanu's chest, making it tumble backwards, dropping the katana in the process. Forgetting about Madara for the time being, Hinata turned around, and making use of the avatar's many hands, she managed to get the wooden dragon away from the nine-tails-shaped construct, and tossed it away. "You okay, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked. "Yeah," Naruto said. "Heh, guess this is why I was told not to use the tailed beast from when fighting against a wood release user. We can still avoid that if we work together," Hinata said, as she eyed Madara, whose Susanoo was getting back to its feet. "If I'm near you at all times, I can destroy any wooden roots created by Madara before they wrap around you and bind your chakra." Another pulse of chakra from the statue behind the barrier shook the land. They were running out of time. They had to defeat Madara as soon as possible. "Hey, I have an idea," Naruto said, as he punched his open palm. "Hinata, ride me?" The Hyuga was taken aback by Naruto's request, as her face began to redden. "Naruto-kun, this is not the time to dash. I mean, have your avatar ride Kurama as if it was steed," Naruto clarified, much to the Hyuga's relief. "That way, the two of them can fight as one. That might not be a bad idea after all." "All right, let's do it," Hinata said, as she moved her avatar to ride Kurama. Once she was sit on the golden fox, two of its tails wrapped around the purple chakra construct in order to keep it in place. "I'm ready." "Me too," Naruto said, as he got up. "Let's go." Like a knight riding a horse, Hinata's avatar of Kalika charged forward while riding on Kurama's golden avatar. Madara, whose Susanoo was already back on its feet, looked at the combo with a smile of amusement. "What do you plan to achieve doing that?" Madara asked, as he started to weave more hand seals. "Wood release, nativity of a world of trees." The ground started to shake as more trees started to emerge from the ground, moving towards Naruto, trying to wrap around it like the wooden dragon had done so before. However, Madara wasn't the only one making hand seals, Hinata doing the same as well. 6 paths, lightning release thunderbolt. The avatar of Kalika's hands started to crackle with electricity, and shot multiple lightning bolts from its fingertips towards the incoming trees, blasting them into splinters and burned leaves. More and more trees kept coming, but Hinata continued to burn them to a crisp, firing lightning bolts from 4 different directions, keeping the Kurama avatar safe. "Good work, Hinata. Keep it like that," Naruto said. "We're getting close to him. Get ready to strike." "Yes," Hinata said. Naruto slammed the Kurama chakra construct into Madara's Susanoo with all his might, pushing it backwards, but not with enough force to make it topple down again. Fortunately, there was more to his tactic than a mere tackle. Using the tails wrapped around the avatar of Kalika, he threw it into the air towards the blue Susanoo. "Hinata, now!" Hinata didn't have to be told anything else. While the avatar was midair, she made it raise its legs in order to drop-kick Madara. And indeed, the moment its feet smashed against the tumbling Susanoo, it was pushed backwards, making it land on its back, producing a thundering, earth-shaking boom. The avatar of Kalika also had a similar effect when its feet touched the ground as well. "Madara is out for the count," Hinata said, before her eyes moved towards the crimson barrier. "Naruto, do it now." Naruto nodded, and began to prepare the biggest tailed beast ball he could. He knew he had the power to blast that thing into nothingness. While Naruto prepared to finish the statue off and Hinata kept Madara busy, Killer Bee and Fu also were on the verge of finishing their fight against Obito and Zetsu. While Fu engaged Obito, Killer Bee was dealing with his main minion. And while the former fight was more or less even, let's say that the dual plant creature was having a less than ideal time against the Kumo Jinchuriki. "Stay away from me, you freak," the white half say, as he nervously weaved hand seals. Wood release, underground roots jutsu. Multiple roots emerged from underground in an attempt to subdue the Kumigakuer ninja, but Killer Bee easily cut them off with his lightning-enhanced shot swords while he advanced towards the Akatsuki member. "Is this all what you can do, Tixman some wheat? If that's the case, you better concede," Killer Bee said. "And stop with the damn rhyming." Black Zetsu complained, as he made more hand seals. Wind release, break trough. Zetsu blew a powerful gust of wind at Killer Bee, but once again, the Kumo Jinchuriki's speed proved to be too much for the plant being, and easily dodged the attack, while getting even closer to him. "You think that some breeze is enough to beat my thunder? Fool, fighting me to begin with was your biggest blunder," Killer Bee said, as his whole body crackled with electricity. "Now get ready, this is a move only my brother can withstand. It's going to be awesome, it's going to be grand. Thunder Lariat." Killer Bee charged at Zetsu at, fittingly, lightning-fast speed. Still the plant-like Bane was able to quickly sink underground, dodging the attack at the last minute. "There's no way we can beat this man," the white half whimpered. "Agreed. Let's stand back and bid our time. We won't be of any use to Obito and Madara-sama if we die," the black half said, as the dual being sunk into the ground completely. "So, the walking plant flees at the sight of my awesome power. All that chump could do was cower." Killer Bee rapped, sounded a little disappointed to see his opponent leaving the fight like that. "Oh well, it's not that there weren't enemies left to fight." He looked at Fu, still engaged in a fight with Obito. Decisions. Should I help number 7 with the other guy with the wood, or should I go for the statue and break it for good? Fu seems to be doing well against Obito, so you should better go for the statue, Jayaki suggested. Naruto and Hinata should be keeping Madara busy, meaning that you should have a clear shot to destroy it. It's decided, then. In that case I better dash. Boom. Needless to say, Killer Bee was stunned by the massive explosion that came from the spot where Naruto and Hinata were fighting against Madara. More specifically, the spot where the barrier holding the statue was. Needless to say, both Fu and Obito also stopped their fight in order to gawk at the huge pillar of red chakra that shot into the sky. Once the pillar receded, there was nothing but a large, thick cloud of dust in its place. "Hey, looks like number 9 did it before me. Not that it bothers me, it fills me with glee." Killer Bee cheered. "I can no longer sense the statue's chakra. I think Naruto did it," Fu said, sounding hopeful, before a realization dawned up in her. "No, wait a minute, that explosion didn't feel like Naruto's chakra, in fact, it felt like dash." A loud, high-pitched roar, more like a screech filled the air. From the cloud of dust, a large single red dot of light could be seen. Wind started to blow from within the cloud, blowing it away, revealing what was inside it. A titanic creature, probably 400 meters in height, its skin dull brown in color. It had a bulb-like body, with long arms ended in claw-like fingers. It had no lower body, with 10 tails as long as its body growing where the legs should be. There were many spike-like protrusions growing from its back, the bigger one looking like a conical conch shell. It had an oval-shaped head that was connected to the body without anything resembling a neck. The head had a huge mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth. Above the mouth was a massive, single red eye that looked like a sherry non with 9 tomo around it. Fu paled. Killer Bee watched in horror. Obito smirked. "Your time is over. Marvel and despair at the sight of the creature that will be both your end, and the harbinger of a new, better world," Obito boasted. "The 10 tails." The newly reborn 10 tails let out another roar as if to emphasize Obito's introduction. Chapter 128. The 10 tails, the living cataclysm. Or Go-Go Jinchuriki. Konoha, Hokage Tower. For the past few weeks, the Hokage's office had been vacant. While the administrative staff continued work as usual without Jiraiya and most of the ninja personnel, none of them ever thought in using the office reserved for Konoha's highest commander. Then, a burst of smoke happened seemingly spontaneously, and the office wasn't vacant anymore, as from the smoke emerged Jiraiya and Tsunade. "Good, we're here," Jiraiya said, as he moved towards the desk, and started to look for something inside the drawers. "Okay, where is that thing? Too bad we didn't think of telling the Toads to create a gateway to the Allied Ninja Forces HQ, Tsunade said, as she rubbed her arms while Jiraiya looked for whatever item he was trying to find. We're going to take a lot of time to reach Naruto. Shortly after Orochimaru's final defeat, Jiraiya was again contacted by Kosuke. Turns out, after the attack on Genbu Island, Shima had been keeping an eye on Naruto per Jiraiya and Tsunade's request, and both he and his fellow Jinchuriki had been ambushed by Obito and a bunch of reanimations. Needless to say, the two of them decided to join Naruto and the others in order to help them, but they were too far away from their position. Fortunately, there was the reverse summoning jutsu. Like he did many years ago, Fukazaku put a special temporary seal on Tsunade that allowed her to be summoned towards Mount Myaboku. Then, using Gamamaru's getaway to the Hokage's office, they returned to Konoha. And now, they would be heading towards the north, to help Naruto. They only needed his exact position. Aha! Jiraiya said, pulling out what appeared to be a map of the elemental nations. Pushing some of the documents and office supplies to the side, he placed the map on the desk, and made a hand seal. 3 symbols appeared on the map, all 3 of them in the Land of Fire. 2 of them appeared to be together in the central part of the country, and the third one was in the northeast part, close to the border with the Land of Hot Springs. Alright, here's Naruto. And these 2 are Kaida and Hagane. Nice to see that all 3 of them are still good. I had forgotten about those tracking seals you had placed on the kids before Naruto went on his first mission out of the village, Tsunade said, looking at the map. Didn't you say you were going to remove them after they became Chunin? I guess I did say that, but I kind of forgot. It's been quite a few busy years, you know, Jiraiya said, as he rolled the map and put it on a pocket. Aren't you happy that I didn't? Hurrah for convenient forgetfulness, Tsunade deadpanned. Come on, let's go. Our children need us. Jiraiya nodded, and the 2 of them left the office via the window. Sight of the final battle. Naruto, Hinata, Fu, and Killer Bee watched in horror at the colossal abomination towering over them. Its massive size made the tailed beasts and Hinata's avatar of Kalika look puny in comparison. Neither of them knew how they were going to fight against something so large, even with the power the 4 of them had together. So, that thing's the 10 Tails? Fu asked, her voice quivering a little. Wow, its size is a little worrying. That thing is the combination of several of our siblings, of course it was going to be big, Komei replied. And it isn't even at its full power, still lacking Jayaki, half of Kurama and me. I'm afraid this won't be like fighting a normal tailed beast, Hinata said, as she eyed the monster. And Kami knows what kind of power that creature has. What the hell? Why can't I sense anything from that beast? Naruto asked. Its chakra should be massive, but I'm sensing none. You're right, its chakra is massive, the 9 Tails began. And as for why it can't be sensed, think of it like Earth's curvature. The planet may appear flat from our point of view, but that's because we're so comparatively small our eyes can't see it. The same thing goes with the 10 Tails chakra. Naruto both deflated and shaken. Geez, that fills me with so much confidence. That moment, Naruto felt something, his connection to his truth-seeking balls had been restored. Meaning that Obito had opened a gate to the Kamui dimension. And indeed, looking towards Obito's position, he could see the Rogue Uchiha teleporting. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Naruto quickly recalled his 9 truth-seeking balls, all of them flying out of the spiraling portal just as Obito disappeared. Yes. Come back to me. Naruto cheered. Don't celebrate so soon, Naruto. That monster is not just a tailed beast, but a force of nature, Saiken warned. That means that it's nature energy itself. So the truth-seeking balls won't be of much use against it. Naruto deflated again. Of course. It was much to ask that Obito had made a mistake, Naruto said, now realizing why Obito decided to use Kamui again. Still, I'd say it's still better than not having them. They can still be useful, Yotakata said. Obito reappeared on top of the 10 Tails head, with Madara landing next to him. Madara then crouched down, and placed his hand on the bark-like skin. Then, 2 stalks of flesh shot from below them, and latched them onto the 2 Uchiha's spines, allowing them full control of the beast. Madara, however, grunted disapprovingly. Just as I feared, Madara said. What were you fearing? Obito asked. Madara turned at his disciple, and shot him an unamused glare. Because of the haphazardly way you revived the Ten Tails, its chakra is mostly unstable and imbalanced. If either of us tried to become its Jinchuriki, the imbalance would eventually kill us from the inside out. The Ten Tails needs to be complete before I can become its Jinchuriki. That's just a minor inconvenience, Obito said in a dismissive tone, as he looked at the enemies below him. Even if it's not at its fullest, the Ten Tails' power is unmatched. All we have to do is beat those fools down below, and have the Ten Tails devour its remaining pieces of power. Very well then. Let's do it your way, given that we have no other options, Madara said, as he turned his gaze to the three Jinchuriki and the Hyuga. Don't act so disappointed. You want to see the Ten Tails in action, and this is the perfect opportunity to do so, Obito replied. Madara smirked. Yes, I admit that's a bright side to an inadequate situation, in my opinion at least. Well, let's see what this creature is capable of. The Ten Tails let out another ear-piercing, screeching roar, before it dragged itself towards the Uchiha's enemies, causing the earth to tremble, and leaving a large trail of clouds of dust in its wake. Of course, the sight of the Titanic abomination charging towards them caused Naruto and his friends to panic even more. That thing's coming towards us ready to attack. Should we meet it head-on or better fall back? Killer Bee asked. For the time being, run. Kurama warned. Let's see what it does, and when we find an opening, we launch a counter-attack. Everybody seemed to be okay with Kurama's plans, as the four giants turned around and began to run away from the even larger giant chasing them, or, in Fu's case, fly away. Fu and Kome, you better stay above us. We'll try to keep their attention on us, and once they're distracted, hit them from above. Kurama said. Got it. The transformed Jinchuriki agreed. Despite its lack of legs, the Ten Tails didn't take much time to bridge the gap between it and its prey. Reaching down, it brought a massive hand towards Kurama's form. Naruto managed to jump in time to dodge, but the titanic hand slamming into the ground produced a shockwave that sent the three earthbound giants tumbling away in different directions. Fortunately, they were able to regain their balance and turn against the incoming monster. Running away has no perk, no choice but to face that jerk. Killer Bee said. Understood. Let me attack first, I'll try to create an opening for you to exploit, Hinata suggested, as her avatar of Kalika charged forward. The Ten Tails repeated the same action as it did before, and tried to crush Hinata under its massive hand. The Hyuga clan head, however, was prepared for such action, and made the avatar spin in place. 6 paths, heavenly spin. Due to its size, the avatar couldn't spin as fast as Hinata did, and thus couldn't produce a dome of protective chakra. Instead, blue streams of chakra quickly orbited around the spinning avatar, creating a lesser but still similar effect. When the hand slammed into the avatar, the force of the spin pushed it backwards, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to negate the force behind Ten Tails' smack, and Hinata's avatar was also violently pushed backwards as well, the chakra giantess falling on its back as it slid backwards. Hinata! Naruto screamed. Don't mind her. Focus on the enemy in front of you. Kurama reminded Naruto. Before Naruto could attack, the Ten Tails balled its hands into fists, and slammed them into the ground with as much force as it could muster. The result was a shockwave that pushed the 8 and the 9 tails backwards with even more force than the avatar of Kalika, while shattering the ground around them, sending a multitude of rocks flying in every direction. Their prey knocked down, the Ten Tails lunged forward, ready to consume them. There was, however, one more Jinchuriki that hadn't made her move. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't paying attention to her, Fu dived towards the titanic abomination head first. Hornbuster. Fu's frontal horn glowed with a green aura and doubled in size and length, ready to gore both the Ten Tails and the 2 Uchihas riding its head. However, before she could reach it, one of its tails moved and slammed into the giant bug before she could have the chance to get any close, sending her tumbling back like a disoriented fly who had been swatted by the tail of a cow. Fu! Naruto yelled, as the 9 Tails avatar got back on its feet. The strength of that thing is massive. Kokuo said in horror. There's no way we can survive against that thing in a close fight. The eyeball looks like an obvious weak point. Perhaps you should aim your attacks on that spot. Yagura suggested. Let's attack at once. He can't defend from 3 different directions. Naruto suggested. Both Naruto and Killer Bee prepared a tailed beast ball each, while Hinata's avatar of Kalika started to make hand seals. Sage Art, Twin Lion Assault. Tailed Beast Ball. The avatar of Kalika thrust its palms forward, releasing 2 large blasts of lavender chakra. The blasts took the shape of lions whose bodies were ended in large tails rather than back legs, looking like they were ready to pound on their prey, leaving a trail of purple light as they flew. Obito and Madara, however, didn't look fazed in the slightest. Let's show these maggots how big is the difference in power between us and them, Obito said. The 10 tails opened its jaws wide, and like the 9 and 8 tails before it, gathered chakra on its mouth in order to form a tailed beast ball. This ball, however, was almost 3 times as large as a normal tailed beast ball, crimson in color with black edges, and blue lightning crackled around it. The 10 tails then swallowed the ball whole, before releasing it in the form of a wave of destruction. Making a wide sweep, the chakra beam not only nullified the incoming attacks, but it still carried more than enough power to blast its opponents. Naruto and Killer Bee wrapped their tails around themselves, forming a makeshift protective shell that took most of the blast. Unfortunately, Hinata's avatar of Kalika had no such defense, and the lavender chakra construct was blasted into oblivion. Hinata managed to abandon it in time, but the resulting explosion sent her spiraling into the ground, landing with a loud thud. Hinata! Naruto yelled again. While the 10 tails took care of its ground-bound enemies, Fu decided to test her luck once again. Rather than melee, she decided to use a tailed beast ball as well. In the case the Uchihas decided to absorb it, it would leave them vulnerable to other attacks. Tailed Beast Ball. As the ball of energy descended upon the 10 tails, the 2 Uchihas noticed the attack getting closer each time. Oh, that annoying fly is still there, Madara flippantly said. She won't be there for much longer, Obito added. Without deigning to look at her or her attack, the 10 tails used one of its tails to almost casually swat the tailed beast ball away. The attack landed somewhere far away, detonating upon crashing into the ground. Then, with another tail whip, the 10 tails violently sent Fu crashing against the ground near her fellow Jinchuriki. Not Fu too. Naruto shouted again. You have no time to worry about your friends, Uzumaki, Madara said, as he made a hand seal. The 10 tails once again opened its jaws to prepare yet another tailed beast ball, much to their horror. The trick of using the tails as a shield won't cut it a second time. Jayaki said. We have to counter it with a tailed beast ball of our own. But our individual tailed beast balls don't have enough power to match those of that monster. Komei whined. In that case, let's join our forces. Let's pour of chakra into a single tailed beast ball. Kurama suggested. Shaking off the pain, Fu forced herself back on her feet, and joined her fellow Jinchuriki. The 3-tailed beasts began to gather their chakra into a single point, quickly creating a tailed beast ball much bigger than any one they could produce on their own. The problem, though, is that it was still about half the size the one the 10 tails was prepared. This is getting rough. No matter how hard we try, our power just isn't enough. Killer Bee panicked. In that case, then let me try something. Naruto said. The Uzumaki motioned his hand forward, and his 9 truth-seeking balls shot towards the forming tailed beast ball. The 9 orbs then sunk into the giant sphere of energy. As the truth-seeking balls dissolved into the tailed beast ball, their power incorporating into it, it pulsated as it grew in size. It still didn't match the 10 tails' power, but at least it was close enough. Enough of this nonsense. Disappear. Madara yelled. Aim at the lower part of the opposite ball. That way, they will go upwards when they clash. Yujito urged. Both tailed beast balls shot forward, meeting each other in the middle, pushing back and forth. And like Yujito had said, the balls started to move upwards as they tried to overpower the other one. After a few moments of struggling, both balls detonated at once, producing a massive explosion that cleared the sky of any clouds. Even if the explosion happened far from the ground, the resulting shockwave shook the earth to the core, sending multiple chunks of rock into the air, and pushing the three Jinchuriki and Hinata violently backwards, bouncing on their backs multiple times. Naruto, fortunately, managed to catch Hinata with a chakra arm before the poor Hyuga could be sent into the horizon. The Tentais, however, wasn't affected by explosion, and was able to remain in place, unaffected by the gigantic blast. The three Jinchuriki felt their forces slowly disappear as they shrank back to their human forms. They weren't even able to use their chakra cloaks. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I've been spending a lot of energy, and those attacks didn't help," Kurama said, sounding a little apologetic. "I'm afraid I'll need some time to regenerate my chakra. I'm also at my limit. I need to rest for a bit," Komei said. "Same here. It pains me leaving you to your own devices against such a threat, but we have no choice," Jayaki added. "Damn." Fu cursed, as she looked at the one-eyed abomination in front of her. "How the hell are going to fight that thing without Lucky 7 and the others?" "I don't know, but we will," Naruto insisted. "We don't need to win right now, just buy them some time to rest and recover some of their chakra, and we can do that." "Quite the persistent fellow, isn't he?" Madara deadpanned, shaking his head. Even in the face of certain doom, his confidence doesn't waver. "You have no idea," Obito said, rolling his eyes. "That blonde brat has been a thorn at my side since our mission started." "I can imagine." "But you know what they said," Madara said, as he issued a command to the Ten Tails. "Confidence is the fool's substitute of intelligence." The Ten Tails opened its jaws again, and prepared to charge another tailed beast ball, much to the Konoha, Taki, and Kumo ninjas' horror, as they began to panic, not knowing what to do to counter another of those monstrous attacks. "Perhaps I'm overdoing it, but this should be enough to beat any fight out of you without killing you or the tailed beasts within you," Madara said, as the Ten Tails prepared to attack. Naruto desperately racked his brain in order to find a way to avoid the incredibly destructive attack. "I know. Let's fly into the air. Fu, grab Killer Bee," Naruto said, as he summoned a cloud of sand beneath his feet. "We'll be able to fly high enough to avoid the explosion?" Hinata questioned. "We have no other choice. Now let's dash." Before Naruto could finish talking, the Ten Tails fired the giant crimson spear of chakra for the second time in a row. As Naruto and the others prepared to take off, he suddenly sensed a new chakra signature joining the battle, and indeed, an individual dressed in green and blue with silver hair blurred past him, drawing everybody's attention for a second. "Kakashi?" Fu asked. Because indeed, Kakashi was now rushing towards the incoming attack. He jumped into the air, and touched it with one hand as his Sharingan transformed into its advanced stage. Kamui! Kakashi created a spiraling vortex that completely sucked the tailed beast ball away, as well as himself, saving the Jinchuriki and Hinata from being hit by the powerful attack. Naruto was left with his mouth agape, trying to process what had happened. "Wait, did Kakashi-sensei just..." Naruto stammered, fearing for the worst. That moment, he sensed Kakashi's chakra signature once again. Turning around, the silver-haired Jonin was there, not any worse for the wear. "Don't worry, Naruto, it was just a shadow clone," Kakashi assured, and he could see how a wave of relief washed over the son of his late mentor. "I needed to make sure that thing exploded in the Kamui dimension. Or else Obito could have tossed it back at us again." "Naruto." "Hinata." Kurane's voice called, as she and Haku landed beside Kakashi. "Good to see you two are okay." "Ne-chan." Hanabi's voice said, and Hinata saw her little sister flying towards her. The two of them celebrated their reunion with a tight hug. "It seems we arrived just in time," Haku said. "And we haven't come alone." Hanabi chimed in, as she broke the hug. Suddenly, Naruto's senses were overwhelmed as thousands upon thousands of new chakra signatures entered the place, many familiar, while most others were unknown. Then, a few seconds later, many more ninjas, not just from Konoha, but from the other 4 great villages, and some of the minor ones as well, started to land all around them. "The first division is here," A announced, as the Raikage and the ninjas under his command landed on the ground, Team Asuma among them. "The second division has arrived," Kuratsuka said, floating above the battleground, as what was left of her battered division joined the battle, including the Uchiha brothers, as well as the remaining members of the close combat squad. The 3rd Division is here as well, Mei stated, as she, followed by Zabuza and the other swordsmen of the mist, lead their troops, Anko's assassination squad among them. The 4th Division is ready to fight, Raza stated, flanked by the Sand siblings. So is the 5th DV soon. Mifune said, as his troops followed him, Kakashi's students among them. The medical division is here to provide relief to the wounded. Shizun said. The sensory division has arrived as well. C stated. The Air Force is here. Konan said, as a large group of ninjas riding flying animals covered the skies. Thousands upon thousands of ninjas converged upon them. Everybody was here. Even he could sense Shisui, who had now joined Sasuke and Itaki in the 2nd Division, as well as Sai, who had reinforced the Air Force with several of his ink birds. There were, however, 2 people the blonde couldn't sense. Hey! I'm not sensing Mom and Dad, shouldn't they be here as well? Naruto asked, as a knot began to form in his stomach. He then felt Kurane placing a hand on his shoulder. The Genjutsu mistress smiled at Naruto. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama undertook the task to put an end to Orochimaru, once we were able to pinpoint the position of his hideout, Kurane explained. And given that all the reanimations in all battlefields were dispelled, I said their mission was a resounding success. Even if they may not be in condition to join us in battle, I'm convinced they're still alive, Kakashi added. Naruto nodded. Yeah, they were right. Wherever they were, Naruto knew they were still alive. And now, he needed to win this so he could come back to them alive as well. He took a step forward, and looked at the titanic monster in front of him, feeling now much more confident than before. He punched the palm of his hand. All right, time to take that monster down. Naruto said. What's going to be the plan? Hinata asked. Naruto, Hinata, a voice called them inside their heads. After a brief shock, they realized it was Ino using her telepathy. The Alliance HQ devised a plan on our way here in order to take down the Ten Tails. You're the last ones to learn about it. I'll try to make it brief, so pay attention. Got it, Ino. Naruto said. We're listening. Hinata replied. First, we will blind the creature. Following the Raikage's directions, multiple Kumo ninja rushed forward, split into 2 groups, one led by C and the other led by Darui. The first group moved a few steps ahead of the second, and began to make the same sequence of hand seals. Blind it. The Raikage ordered. Lightning release, lightning flash. The dozens of ninjas using this technique in tandem produced a pillar of incredibly bright white light. The allied ninjas were already expecting it and shielded their eyes in time, but Madara, Obito, and their pet abomination weren't so lucky, and took the attack in full. Now that we disoriented it, destroy its eye. Darui nodded, as he and his clansmen started to weave the same chain of seals, before bringing their hands together, forming a finger gun. Storm release, laser circus. Darui and his clansmen fired a barrage of chakra beams, which were all directed towards the Ten Tails' eye. The creature instinctively closed its one eye and reared its head back in order to avoid the barrage of bright beams, all of which crashed against its face, resulting in a series of explosions. On top of the Ten Tails' head, Madara watched the ninjas below him attempting to cripple the beast under his and Obito's control, and seethed. We can't let them take the initiative. Let's wipe them out in one blow. Madara said, as he ordered the Ten Tails to move forward in attack, even if it was temporarily deprived from the sense of sight. Letting out a screech of agony, with its eye still closed, the Ten Tails was forced to follow Madara's mental command, and lumbered forward. The Ten Tails will attack us in retaliation, that's why the next part of the plan involves hindering its movements. Kurotsuka flew above a large group of ninjas, about half of them from Iwagakure, including her father Kitsuke, but there were many from other villages as well. She landed in front of them, and pointed forward. Okay, guys, our turn. Let's reshape the battlefield. Kurotsuki ordered, as she and her troops started weave seals for the same jutsu. Earth release, moving earth core. Kurotsuki and her ninjas slammed their palms into the ground at once, sending underground waves of chakra towards the Ten Tails' position. Suddenly, sections of the terrain under the titanic beast started to raise or lower seemingly at random, causing it to lose its balance and fall to the ground on its face. It attempted to push its body back with its arms, but the constantly changing terrain caused it to fail. And once the 10 tails can't move, we will make our move. Now, quickly. Everybody, attack. Ignore the monster. Take Obito and Madara out. Raza ordered. The entirety of the allied ninjas rushed forward, hollering and screaming battle cries, while many of them firing various elemental ninjutsu forward. Unfortunately, the Uchihas riding on top of the 10 tails weren't going to just let the enemies reach them so easily. It's insulting how much they underestimate us, Obito snarled, as he sent a mental command to the 10 tails. The 10 tails screeched in response, and like it did before, raised a hand, clamped it into a fist, and slammed it into the ground with all the strength it could muster, shattering the ground even further, and sending a destructive shockwave that sent both the incoming allied ninjas as well as many chunks of rock flying backwards. Naruto, Hinata, and Fu were able to stay midair, and Naruto created a multitude of sand clouds in order to catch other ninjas close to him. However, it was safe to assume that a frontal attack like that wasn't going to work. What the enemy doesn't realize, though, is that the first wave is only a distraction for the second one, that will come from above. And indeed, while the 10 tails smashed its fists on the ground, the Air Force moved in, all of them diving towards the titanic beast, like birds of prey ready to dig their claws into their next meal. Konan was leading the charge. I'll attack first and create an opening. Attack after me, Konan said, as she dived down. Obito noticed the airborne ninjas that were upon them. Upon seeing Konan leading the charge, the last member of Akatsuki scowled in anger and irritation. Konan. Figured that traitor would be here, Obito seethed. Madara also looked in the same direction. I'll make sure that bitch doesn't leave this battlefield alive. Paper drizzle. From her wings, Konan rained a massive storm of razor-sharp paper sheets towards the two rogue Akatsuki. The two Akatsuki raised a hand towards her, and prepared their counter-attack. Shinra Tensei. Thanks to the two gravitational blasts, Konan's paper rain was stopped on its tracks, and dispersed to the winds. The blue-haired woman smirked, already expecting such attack to counter hers. In fact, she hoped for one of them to use Shinra Tensei, but the fact that the two of them used it at once was even better than she thought. Now, attack. Konan ordered. There's a 5-second interval until they can use that jutsu again. Don't use elemental ninjutsu, the two of them can absorb chakra. Engage them in close combat and overwhelm them with numbers. They can't move without detaching themselves from the beast. Like an angry swarm, the airborne ninjas descended upon Madara and Obito, who didn't look that perturbed upon realizing they fell into a trap. Look at those insects coming at us. Thinking they have a chance, Madara chuckled condescendingly. He turned at his disciple. Shall we give them a reality check? Obito made a hand seal. I'm way ahead of you. Would release, 1,000 cutting sprigs. The 10 tails raised 3 of its tails, aiming their tips towards the thick of the Air Force, and fired a storm of sharp wooden stakes. The first line of flyers were taken down almost in its entirety. Those behind them were able to move in time, but many of them were still unable to dodge the brutal attack. Shit. Fall back, fall back. Konan ordered, as she tried to dodge the barrage of wooden spikes as best as he could. Unfortunately, the attack wasn't just aimed at the air forces. Due to the angle they were fired, the stakes flew in an arc, curving down towards the thick of the Ninja Alliance ground forces, who all watched in horror the rain of death that came from above. Most of the ninjas ran away trying to avoid the sharp projectiles, but others tried to counter the 10 tails attack. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Naruto, with the help of several of his clones, threw 5 shuriken of wind chakra upwards. They exploded into spiraling spheres of furious razor-sharp currents, shredding some of the wooden spears to bits. Lightning release, Heavenly Thunderstorm. Fire release, Heavenly Firestorm. Hinata and Hanabi flew towards the incoming barrage of spears, and started to spin midair as they released elemental chakra through every point of their bodies, turning into spinning spheres of lightning and fire, respectively, blocking some of the spears while sending lightning bolts and bursts of flames to stop nearby ones they were unable to reach. Carapace Shield. Reactivating her Komei Chakra armor, Fu also flew towards the rain of spears. She generated 2 large shields attached to her forearms in the shape of a beetle carapace, making them as big as possible, before facing them towards the storm of sharp wood. The spears broke upon hitting the extremely hard and durable shields. Other ninjas protected themselves and their friends and allies like they could. Haku raised ice barriers, while Kakashi, Karin, and other earth release users raised rock barriers and domes, though some of them weren't sturdy enough to resist the wooden spears. Fire, wind, and lightning release users launched elemental blasts into the air in order to destroy the wooden spears. Gaara tried to create as much sand as he could and use them to form barriers around the ninjas close to him. However, despite their valiant efforts, it wasn't enough to counter the rain of spears in its entirety, and many of them ended up finding their marks. Not only did the sharp sprigs painfully pierce through the thickest of armors, once it impaled somebody, additional sharp branches grew inside their victims' bodies, skewering them from the inside out. Soon, the battlefield was filled with screams of pain and agony from the ninjas unlucky enough to be hit by such a brutal attack. This prompted Naruto into creating more shadow clones, and besides Raisin Shuriken, he also mimicked Gaara by creating walls of sand, while also shooting waves of lava and streams of corrosive mist towards the incoming attacks. But no matter how much Naruto pushed himself, he simply couldn't match the power of such attack. Shit, they're massacring us. If I could use the tailed beast form. Naruto growled, as he sensed many chakra signatures around him being snuffed in an instant. But Naruto realized that not even with Kurama's full power he would be able to counter this attack in its entirety. Don't despair. We still have a chance. This was nothing but a distraction so the Uchihas won't see the true attack coming, he heard Ino's voice inside his mind. Huh. Then, the earth started to rumble, and Naruto felt a massive chakra spike coming from near the Ten Tails position. A spike of chakra formed by 3 people that he knew. While the Ten Tails fought the thick of the Ninja Alliance's forces, 3 young ninjas sneaked past the titanic beast, getting as close to it as they could without raising any suspicion. So far, it seems that it was working, as neither Obito, Madara, nor their pet monstrosity noticed them, despite their very unique chakra signatures. Man, look at that. Kaida said, looking at the Ten Tails in a mix of awe and fear. That thing is even bigger this close. Will we be able to restrain it? Rin asked, sounding unsure. I have restrained tailed beasts with my wood release before, but that thing is on a completely different level. We will have to, Hagana stated, as he glared at the titanic monster. Is this close enough? Or do we need to get even closer to that thing? Kaida asked. I believe this is enough, Hagana said, as he narrowed his eyes at the 2 Uchiha on top of the Ten Tails' head. Otherwise we may risk being spotted. I don't think they're expecting a trio of ninjas to make any difference against a foe of such power, Rin replied, looking towards Obito as well. In that case, let's prove them wrong, Hagana said. Kaida, Rin, you ready? Yeah, give me a second, Rin replied, as she clapped her hands together, and closed her eyes. In a few seconds, green marks appeared around her eyes and on her forehead. When she opened her eyes, they were yellow instead of their usual brown. Okay, now I'm ready. Me too, Kaida said. Do your thing, brother. Hagana merely placed both his hands on each of the girls' shoulders, and channeled his senjutsu chakra towards them, vastly increasing their power. Such peak of chakra wouldn't go unnoticed to their enemies, but it will be too late for them to do anything. Both girls made the same sequence of seals. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. Thr 2 girls screamed as they tried to pour as much chakra as they could into the jutsu, a bright silver aura flaring out of their bodies. The earth started to rumble, before multiple gigantic wooden vines burst from underground around the Ten Tails, wrapping themselves around its neck, arms, and all of its 10 tails, stopping the barrage of piercing wooden spears in the process. The 10 tails screeched in confusion as the gigantic roots and vines slowly immobilized it and bound its chakra. It tried to fight the vines away, but they proved to be too much even for its seemingly infinite power. With a mighty pull, the vines and roots pulled the beast down, pinning it to the ground, and stopping it from moving completely. It squirmed in the grasp of the mighty wooden hold, but the vines and roots resisted firmly. Hot damn, look at that, we did it. Kaida cheered. It's completely bound. We totally did it. We submitted that monster to our awesome power. Ugh. Kaida suddenly felt her legs become like jelly, and if it wasn't for Rin grabbing her, she would have fallen to the ground face first. Easy there, sis. You expended a lot of chakra on that jutsu. All of us did, Hagana said, looking at the immobilized Ten Tails. I doubt we'll be able to do this again. Yeah, Rin agreed. She also felt a little feeble. Reaching into her ninja tool pouch, she pulled out a soldier pill and popped it inside her mouth. Now it's on the rest of them to make the most out of this opportunity. Hagana slung Kaida's arm around his shoulder, in order to help Rin to carry her. They will. Now let's go to somewhere safer. Back on the battlefield, both the allied ninjas and the Akatsuki watched with a mixture of surprise and awe as the gigantic wooden vines grew around the Ten Tails and immobilized it completely. Obito and Madara both mentally ordered the Ten Tails to break its bindings, but the colossal beast was helpless against the gigantic vines. Madara was able to sense where that attack came from, and most importantly, who were the ones behind it. One chakra signature in particular annoyed him more than the other two. That little girlfriend of yours is becoming quite the headache, Madara hissed, narrowing in the direction of the chakra signature. If you aren't able to rein her in, then somebody must put her in her place. Such comment caused Obito to shoot a glare at his mentor. If Rin becomes a bigger problem, I will deal with her myself. Me. You got that? Madara was about to reply, when his senses alerted him of a mass of chakra signatures that was getting close, and indeed, turning his sight to the front, he saw a mass of ninjas leaping towards their position, Naruto Uzumaki leading the charge, with Hinata, Gaara, and Fu flying besides him. The blonde had a Raisin Shuriken in hand, which he tossed towards him, while other ninjas around him cast various elemental ninjutsu towards them. Smart. Either we waste a Shinra Tensei on those attacks, or we try to absorb them and become sitting ducks, Madara thought in realization. Then, a shadow was cast above the two Uchiha. Looking up, they saw three Susanoo, one purple, another red, and another green, diving towards them from above. Realizing they had been cornered, Madara and Obito detached the stalks that linked them to the Ten Tails from their spines and jumped away before they could be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, just as the allied ninjas landed all around the Ten Tails' body. Well, most of them. Naruto. Sasuke yelled from above. Itake, Shisui, and I will keep Madara busy. Try to release the tailed beasts if you can, while that monster is down. I'll take care of Obito. Kakashi volunteered, as he pursued his former teammate. Don't worry guys, I'll do it. Naruto said, giving Sasuke a thumbs up, as he watched both him and his fellow Uchiha flying after the fleeing Madara. He then looked down at the Ten Tails, and scratched his head. Okay guys, I need to release your true selves from inside this monster, any ideas? Because I don't think cutting him up will work. Our father and his brother separated the Ten Tails chakra from its body once. If they could do it, it can be done again, Kurama said, sounding certain. You have the same power as my father, and that girlfriend of yours has Hamura's power. Between the two of them should be able to do it. Right. I better call her and we will figure out, Naruto was snapped from his thoughts as thousands upon thousands of new chakra signatures appeared around him, none of them remotely close to human chakra. However, looking around, he didn't see anything. At least, not at first. Thousands upon thousands of tumor-like lumps started to grow around the Ten Tails' body, and from those lumps, creatures of all sizes and shapes came out from them. Some of them were humanoid, other more animal-looking. Some were just as big as a human being, while others were as big as a boss summon. They still had a few things in common, such as lack of any eyes, a large mouth full of sharp teeth, and spikes and blades growing all around their bodies. Without further ado, these Ten Tails spawns immediately charged towards all the ninjas standing on its parent's body. Many ninjas were taken aback by the sudden appearance of these new enemies, albeit the rest of them were able to defend themselves. Still, the thousands upon thousands of Ten Tails spawns quickly outnumbered the ninjas standing on top of the Ten Tails. We're being overwhelmed. Retreat. Fall back. The Air Force shall cover your retreat. Konan said, as she and the other airborne ninjas launched their attacks towards the Ten Tails mini-clones, giving the ground ninjas some room to retreat. Hinata and Fu grabbed a nearby ninja each and helped them flee, while Naruto and Gaara summoned multiple sand clouds in order to help other ninjas escape. As the vanguard attacking group fell back and rejoined the thick of the army, the Ten Tails spawns continued to pour out of the titanic beast's body, quickly jumping into the ground, giving chase the fleeing ninjas. Fortunately, the rest of the army was already working on helping them avoid their chasers and rejoin the main group. Kurotsuka led a large group of IWA ninjas towards them. "Alright, step 1, raise a wall. A big one," the Tsuchikage ordered. Dozens of IWA ninjas weaved the hand seals of the same jutsu, before slamming their hands into the ground at once. Earth release, Earth-style Great Wall. An extremely long and thick barrier made of rock and earth burst from underground, bisecting the battlefield in two. The wall, being 10 meters in height, 3 in thickness and a few hundreds in length, separated the fleeing ninjas from the Ten Tails spawns that gave chase. The abominations weren't deterred, and began to quickly climb over the wall. Now, step 2. Create a moat of lava at the base of the wall. Kurotsuka said, as she and other members of the Kinryu clan began to weave hand seals, before once again slamming their hands into the ground. Lava release, eruption. The combined power of the dozens of Kinryu ninjas summoned a large moat of lava at the base of the wall. Just when the Ten Tails mini-clones were done climbing the wall, they haplessly fell into the lava moat, burning to death instantly. The clones weren't completely stupid, and upon seeing what had happened, rather than blindly jumping into the lava, they began to tear pieces from the wall and dropped them into the lava, in order to build a makeshift bridge. However, Kurotsuka's tactic already accomplished its goal, and the ninjas that went to attack Madara and Obito returned safely to the main group. "Naruto," Kurama called. "I already gathered enough chakra for you to use the chakra cloak. However, I'll need to gather more in order to use the tailed beast form, so try not to squander it." "Good, because I'm going to need it," Naruto said out loud, as he and Gaara landed on the ground. They were quickly joined by Fu and Killer Bee. The green-haired girl looked at the army of the Ten Tails spawns and let out a whistle. "Man, look how many of those fuckers," the Takigaku or Kunoichi said. "Just when we thought we had won, the Ten Tails creates an army out of nowhere. I guess Naruto, you, I and a few others could bypass them by flying, but then we'd be alone and unsupported," Gaara said. "And we can't just carry the entire army flying. Yeah, it looks like we're in quite the plight." "I guess there's no other option but to fight," Killer Bee agreed. "Well, we've been doing nothing but fight this whole time, so guess we can endure another battle or two," Naruto said. Then, he noticed who was alongside him, and smiled. "And hey, for the first time, all 4 surviving Jinchuriki are going to fight together. That has to count for something." Gaara, however, shook his head. "You 3, sure. But I'm no longer a Jinchuriki anymore. Remember that Shikaka was extracted from my body." Naruto, however, placed a hand on the redhead's shoulder. "Even if that's true, that doesn't matter. You will be always one of us, Gaara. Never think otherwise." Gaara was a little taken aback by Naruto's statement, but the Suna Jonin smiled and nodded. "Hey, don't forget about us," Yujito's voice said from within Naruto's head. "Indeed. Just because we aren't alive doesn't mean that we can't contribute," Yagura added. "All of us are in this together, Naruto," Rashi said. "We will do our part, no matter how little it is," Han said. "Besides, we do have a score to settle with the bastards who killed us," Yotakata added. Naruto was going to say something, when suddenly an idea dawned upon him. It was kind of crazy and he wasn't sure if it would work, but he had to try it. He owed the Jinchuriki sealed inside him that much. "Thanks for reminding me that you're still there, guys," Naruto said, as he made the hand seal of one of his favorite techniques. "Because I just realized how can you be even more involved in this battle." Shadow Clone Jutsu. From 5 bursts of smoke, 5 clones appeared around Naruto. However, said clones weren't of Naruto, instead, they looked like the 5 Jinchuriki that whose fragments of chakra sealed inside him. It took a couple seconds to the clones to realize what had happened. While Fu and Gaara were only taken aback a little, Killer Bee was shocked to see Yujito back in the flesh. "Why, Yujito-chan? Is that really you?" the rapper asked, shocked. Yujito stared at her hands, then looked at him in confusion. "I don't know. Naruto?" she asked. The other Jinchuriki looked at him equally confused. "Sorry guys, but you aren't really alive. I converted some of my chakra into yours to create those clones, so you guys can control them," Naruto explained. "I also converted some of Kurama's chakra into the chakra of your tailed beasts and added them to your clones. Though, with how little tailed beast chakra you have, I don't think you'll be able to use tailed beast chakra mode like Killer Bee, Fu, or myself." "It's okay, Naruto. This is way more than what we could have expected," Yagura thanked him. "Oh, one last thing. Sealing art, hardening seal," Naruto said, as he made a hand seal. In a flash, several seals appeared on the clone Jinchuriki, before they vanished. "There. That way you won't dispel in one hit like a normal shadow clone," Naruto added. "Guys, look. They're crossing the moat," Fu pointed out. And indeed, the Ten Tails spawns had already created multiple makeshift bridges on the lava, and were now advancing towards the allied ninja army. Naruto, however, wasn't intimidated. "Let them come," he said, punching his palm, as his Six Paths chakra mode flared back to life, covering him in a cloak of golden flames. A 9 Truth-Seeking's balls appeared behind him, floating in a circle. "So they can get a taste of what it awaits to their daddy. Let's go, everybody." "Yeah. Ready, Madatabi?" Yujito asked. "Sure. It's great to fight against by your side," Madatabi excitedly replied. "Now that we're no longer puppets in either mind or body, let's fight for the right side at least just once, Isabu," Yagura calmly said. "Akatsuki will pay for the suffering they caused to the two of us," the three-tailed turtle replied. "You're not the only one with a pending score to settle. Come on Kokuo," Han claimed, as bursts of steam came from his armor. "I'm with you, Han," Kokuo assured. "Let's make the most of this brief second chance, Seiken," Yotakata said, bubble pipe ready on his hand. "Yeah, let's." Seiken agreed. Rashi at first didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes, and breathed deeply. Son Goku wondered why didn't he follow the lead of his fellow Jinchuriki, and let out a shout and show off, and was tempted to ask what was going through the old man's head, but bit his tongue. Rashi then opened his eyes, and his lips curved into a small smile. "Let's go," Rashi began, as he took a fighting stance. "Son Goku." The four-tailed monkey couldn't help but smirk. "Took you long enough, you stubborn geezer. But as your race says, better late than never." With that, spearheaded by the 9 Jinchuriki, the Ninja Alliance charged towards the incoming army of Ten Tails spawns, the air filled with the rumbling sound of thousands of steps, as well as the battle cries of the allied ninjas and the inhuman, high-pitched screeches from the Ten Tails mini-clones. In no time, the two armies clashed, and the battle to reach the Ten Tails began. Of the 9 Jinchuriki, Gaara was the one who made the first move. He set his sights on a group of mini-clones that were charging towards him. Little did they know that they were running towards their impending doom. "Hey, Naruto, I don't think you ever saw me fighting in Sage mode," Gaara said, as he waved his hands, summoning a truly massive amount of sand from underground. "Take a good look at this. Sage art, wind release, demonic sandstorm." Gaara created a huge tornado out of sand. The tornado quickly engulfed the incoming Ten Tails spawns, who flailed their arms helplessly as they were blown away by the tornado. Once he had captured enough of them, the redhead made his next move, and clamped his hand into a fist. Imperial Sand Coffin. All the sand in the tornado suddenly compressed into a sphere of sand, instantly crushing the Ten Tails spawns to death. "Whoa! Such an amazing jutsu!" Naruto praised in awe. "Now I can't wait to see what your siblings can do with Senjutsu." "You will have the chance to witness their prowess," Gaara said. "What about you, Naruto? Even if I couldn't sense the immense power you have now, your new appearance suggests that you're way more powerful than the last time we met." "Indeed I am. Now, what could I do to?" Naruto began, before he noticed the truth-seeking balls floating behind him. Alright, I barely got to use these last time, let's not make the same mistake. Now watch this, Gaara. Naruto said, with a wave of his hand, he sent his truth-seeking balls forwards, towards a group of mini-clones that was coming towards him. He reshaped the orbs into black spears, and impaled them through the creatures, killing them instantly. What do you think? Less flashy than the kind of jutsu I'm using to see from you, but it gets the job done, Gaara acknowledged. Well, there's still plenty of enemies here that I can use to show you my more flashier jutsu, hehe. Naruto chuckled. Meanwhile, another group of Ten-Tails spawns were closing on Yagura. The former Mizukage, however, was unfazed, as he created a large circular mirror of water in front of him, facing the incoming monsters, before using his hooked staff to rotate the mirror. Water release, water mirror jutsu. The mini-clone's reflection on the mirror jumped out of it, colliding with the originals, and pushing them backwards. As this happened, Yagura started to make hand seals, before slamming his staff into the ground. Rising coral ripples. From the base of the staff, a gigantic row of corals rocketed towards the Ten-Tails spawns in the ground, and were covered in coral before they could even get up. Taking advantage of this, Yugito landed beside Yagura and rushed forward, making hand seals of her own. Well done. Let me finish them off. The Kumo Kunoichi shouted, as her nails grew into long claws, which were then coated in blue flames. Fire release, flaming cat claw. Yugito delivered several swipes at the Ten-Tails mini-clones trapped by the coral, slicing them to bits while simultaneously setting them on fire. Good job, Yugito-san. Those won't get back again, Yagura praised his fellow Jinchuriki. True. Too bad there are still many of them ready to take their place, Yugito mentioned, as she looked at the incoming horde of mini-clones. Fortunately, even on this body, I still have more than enough energy to bring up some heat. Heat, you say? Roshi asked, as he turned towards his fellow Jinchuriki and IWA ninja. Hey Han, let's show these kids some real heat. What do you say? Han smirked under his mask. Do you really need to ask? Han replied, as he shot forward towards a group of incoming Ten-Tails spawns, steam pouring from every exhaust of his mechanized armor. Boil release, eruption tornado kick. Han jumped forward as he delivered a steam-propelled roundhouse kick. Thanks to the steam propulsion, he managed to quickly spin while mid-air multiple times, almost turning himself into a living tornado of boiling vapor, delivering a series of kicks towards his hapless opponents. Between the force of the attack and the power of the corrosive mist, the Ten-Tails mini-clones were quickly killed. Unfortunately for Han, several mini-clones noticed that he was wide open while spinning, generated several sharp spears from their bodies, not unlike those the Ten-Tails had used on them before, and tossed them at the IWA Jinchuriki. Fortunately for Han, however, Roshi was near him, ready to cover his back at any time. Watch out, Han. Roshi said, as he started making hand seals. Lava release, molten petal rock. Roshi slammed his hands into the ground, creating a row of pillars made of molten rock, which not only blocked the coming spears, they were sharp enough and carried enough force to pierce through the molten rock, but they definitely didn't resist the Iden's heat and burned to ashes, but also struck the Ten-Tails spawns, setting them on fire while sending them flying. Nice save, Roshi. Guess I got a little carried away there, Han replied. It's okay. It's not easy not falling prey to that, given how real these shadow clones feel, Roshi said, as he flexed his fingers a few times. Still, try not to drop your guard again. Don't worry. You won't have to save my skin again, Han told his senior Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, near them, Yotakata was also taking care of some small Ten-Tails spawns, trapping them inside bubbles. The beasts furiously pounded with their fists and claws at the bubbles, trying to break them, but to no avail. Don't bother, those bubbles are as hard as steel. You won't break them with mere brute force, Yotakata said, as he made a hand seal. Water release, explosive bubbles. The bubbles started to glow with a pale blue light, before they detonated in a chain of explosions, dropping the charred corpses of the clones to the ground. Alright, next dash. Sensei. A voice shouted behind him. A voice that was very familiar. Yotakata turned around, and saw no other than Hotaru running towards him. Unlike that violet kimono and black shorts she used to wear often, she was now dressed as a Kirigakure ninja, forehead protector included. Before he realized, Hotaru had closed the distance, and almost tackled him to the ground with the force of a hug. "Sensei!" She yelled again, tears coming down her cheeks. "Oh Sensei, you're alive. You're really alive. I thought I had lost you." But how dash? Even if it pained him deeply, Yotakata forced his disciple to break the hug. It was better to dash her hopes now than let them grow even stronger. "I'm sorry, Hotaru, but I'm not really alive," Yotakata confessed. "I know it looks like it, but this is only temporary." I don't understand dash. It's a bit complicated, and it would take too long to explain, and this isn't the place nor the time, Yotakata stated, as he looked at another wave of 10 tails spawns coming towards them. "Naruto will be able to tell you everything you need to know. Now, we have to fight these creatures." Hotaru was taken a little aback. Why was Yotakata saying that he wasn't really alive? She had so many questions, she wanted to tell Yotakata so many things, but if her sensei had told him that, she better trust his word. "I don't understand very much what's going on," Hotaru admitted. "But even if this is only temporary, then I'll take the opportunity to fight at your side one more time, sensei." Yotakata nodded in approval, and smiled, as the two of them met the new wave of enemies head-on. Meanwhile, away from the thick of the battle, Obito landed on the ground. Turning around, he saw Kakashi landing in front of him. Obito dropped his head, and sighed. "Why, I am not surprised to see you coming after me, Kakashi," Obito said. "And don't try to use countering Kamui as an excuse. I know why you are here. If you're thinking I want to convince you to see the error of your ways," Kakashi said, glaring daggers at Obito, "you're sorely wrong. Perhaps when I learned of your survival, I might have wanted for you to return to your senses and come with us back to our home. But that time is already gone. Ninjas who don't follow the rules are trash. But ninjas who abandon their friends are even worse than trash. You taught me that, Obito, and I took it to heart. And you abandoned your friends when you joined Madara in his mad quest for power. Am I worse than trash?" "Perhaps you're right, Kakashi. No ninja that lives long enough avoids becoming trash," Obito conceded, chuckling as if he found the situation funny. "But tell me, Kakashi, if those who abandon their friends are trash, then what are those who let their friends die?" "Don't you dare!" came the reply, but it didn't come from Kakashi's mouth. Turning around, Obito saw Rin landing behind him. Her golden eyes glared at him fiercely. "Don't you dare use my death against Kakashi. Not after you killed Minato-sensei and Kushina-san. Not after so many people died as a result of your plan. Don't you fucking dare. All I ever did, Rin, I did it for you. I just wanted to create a world where neither you nor anybody else had to die pointlessly in absurd wars," Obito said, trying to justify himself. "Madara and I will put an end to this falling system, and put a new, better one in its place. If in order to create that new world so many people have to die, then that world doesn't deserve to exist." "I don't want it to exist," Rin replied. "Great changes are impossible without equally great sacrifices," Obito rebutted. "And who decides who gets sacrificed? You? Madara?" Kakashi angrily intervened. "No, Obito. This ends here. I'll make sure of it." "Fine by me, then. I'm done trying to justify myself to you," Obito replied. "Come at me with everything you have, then." With that, Kakashi and Rin rushed towards Obito from different directions, ready to fight, and possibly kill, the man who was once their cherished comrade and teammate. Chapter 129. The Taste of Despair. Or Newcomers at the 11th hour. Site of the final battle. Kakashi and Rin rushed towards Obito from different directions. Once they closed the distance towards their foe, the two of them opened the fight with a punch. Obito extended both his arms and caught their fists on his hands. Obito didn't bother to use Kamui to become intangible. Past battles made clear it was useless against Kakashi. Knowing his former rival, Kakashi probably had a clone in the Kamui dimension ready to strike Obito whenever he sent a part of his body there. He was only half right, though. Aside from a lightning clone, there were several Rinwood clones as well, all waiting for him to become complacent and rely on his main Jikyo Sharingan once the fight became too difficult. But Obito Uchiha wasn't a one-trick pony. Madara wouldn't allow him to become one. Especially not now that he had such a vast array of powerful abilities at his disposal. Kakashi and Rin then pulled out a kunao each with their free hand, and attempted to slash at the Uchiha. Obito, however, was already prepared. Asurato. Another pair of arms grew under Obito's original arms, and used them to catch their other arms. Then, a third pair of arms grew under those, and morphed into a pair of chakra cannons. The tip of their barrels started to glow as they gathered chakra, ready to blast Kakashi and Rin at point blank. However, before he could do it, the two Konoha ninjas delivered a powerful double kick to Obito's chest, pushing him backwards and forcing him to release them, while his chakra beams fired in random directions. Obito retracted the extra arms back into his body, and regained his balance with a couple backflips. Before his enemies had any chance to counterattack, he cast his arms towards them. Shinra Tensei. Kakashi and Rin were blown backwards by an irresistible gravitational push, sending them rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, Obito's hands flew through hand seals. I know Rin will survive this, but I'm not sure about you, Kakashi. Wood release, Great Spear Tree. Multiple thick but extremely sharp roots emerged from underground, and lunged towards Kakashi and Rin, ready to impale them. Upon noticing this, Kakashi forced himself to regain balance. The sound of 100 birds chirping filled the air as one of his hands was covered in electricity. Whenever any vine came close, Kakashi quickly sliced it off with a precise swing. Rin, behind me. Kakashi ordered. Rin nodded, and hid behind her larger teammate's body. Of course, she wasn't planning to spend the entire fight hidden behind the silver-haired man. Taking advantage of her temporary cover, Rin made several hand seals for a counter-attack. Wood release, Wood Dragon Jutsu. The earth started to rumble, as a serpentine green dragon made of wood burst from underground behind Rin. The medic nin jumped onto the vegetal beast's head, and rode it as it plowed through the field of sharp roots summoned by Obito. The dragon was eventually torn to shreds, but it already filled its purpose of letting Rin close to Obito once again. She jumped into the air, while making a hand seal. Wood release, Wood Clone Jutsu. 3 wooden clones grew out of her body, and shot towards Obito, 2 of them delivering a flying kick, and the third one with a kunao in hand. The Uchiha, guessing that Rin was baiting him into using the Deva path on the clones, opted to jump backwards and avoid the clones as they landed, and engaged them in close combat. Obito generated a black chakra rod on each hand and used them to parry the clones' blows and to attack them. The wooden clones were much weaker than the real deal, their strikes predictable and slow, and they easily fell once he impaled them with his improvised weapons. The real Rin, on the other hand, was a completely different story. Thanks to Sage Mode, her punches and kicks hit like a truck, and moved so fast even his Sharingan was having trouble keeping up with her. When he tried to stab her with one of his black rods, Rin caught it with her bare hand and shattered it as if it was made of thin glass, before delivering a brutal kick to the chest that sent him flying backwards. And that moment, Kakashi decided to make his reappearance, bursting from underground, one of his hands still coated in lightning. Kakashi was already aiming his electric hand thirst to pierce a vital organ, and Obito knew he wouldn't survive such stab. Shinra Tensei. Once again, Obito was forced to rely on the Rinnegan's most powerful ability. But rather than using it against Kakashi, which would leave him wide open against Rin, he used it against the ground, shattering the earth and propelling himself upwards, avoiding Kakashi's lightning stab at the very last possible second. The Uchiha then arched above Kakashi and landed behind him, putting the silver-haired Jonin between himself and Rin, who was no doubt already moving to strike him down. But not if Obito attacked first. As fast as he could, he made the hand seals of the Uchiha's signature jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Obito breathed a massive fireball towards Kakashi, whose back was still facing the Uchiha. Kakashi, however, was fast enough to move aside and dodge the fireball, as it continued traveling towards Rin, leaving a trail of scorched earth as it moved. Water release, water wall. Of course, Rin wasn't going to just stand there and take the attack. The brown-haired sage expelled a torrent of water from her mouth, which, given the elemental advantage as well as its superior power, it quickly snuffed Obito's fireball the moment the two elemental attacks clashed against each other, while the water continued forward with the force of its tsunami. With no way to counter it and his Kamui unavailable, Obito only saw one way to dodge the attack. Earth release. Headhunter Jutsu. Obito sank into the earth as if it was water, letting Rin's attack harmlessly wash over the spot he was a second ago. Rin smirked. Not bad, Obito. You developed a knack for quick thinking you didn't have when you were a child, she praised, as she and Kakashi looked around, wondering where would Obito strike from. Then, she started running towards Kakashi, and jumped into the air. That moment, Obito burst from underground, just behind Kakashi's back, ready to skewer the copy ninja with one of his black chakra rods. But the moment he reappeared, he found himself at the receiving end of a powerful dropkick, courtesy of Rin. Obito grunted in pain as he was sent to the ground, rolling backwards. You forget that I can sense you. You won't take us by surprise, Rin stated. Kakashi turned around, and taking advantage of his former teammate being wide open, decided to end the battle there and there, and rushed towards him, ready to stab him with his electricity-wrathed hand. That moment, Rin's eyes widened in shock. Kakashi, wait! She shouted, extending a hand towards him. What dash? Too late. 1 second, Kakashi was moments away from putting Obito out of his misery, and the next one he found himself trapped between the jaws of what appeared to be a massive Venus flytrap plant. Upon closer inspection, the copy ninja realized it was Zetsu, who had emerged from underground just in the nick of time to save his master. Pushing the pain away, Kakashi forced the jaws of the flytrap open and jumped away from the strange Akatsuki. Good timing, Zetsu, Obito said, as he got back on his feet, and used the sleeve of his cloak to wipe out the blood trickling from his busted lip, which slowly regenerated. Figured you'd need a hand, the black half replied, as he looked at Kakashi and Rin. Rin, Kakashi said, his Sharingan glaring at the newcomer. Do you know about that other Akatsuki? Because he looks very different from the rank-and-file Zetsu we fought during the war. I saw him a few times shortly after my rebirth, but I'm afraid I know nothing about him, Rin admitted. I'd expect him to have similar abilities to the clones. Please. Don't compare me with those mooks. I'm on a completely different level. The white half protested, as he started to make hand seals. Wood release, jaws of the forest. The earth started to shake once again as large Venus flytraps emerged from underground, big enough to eat an adult human in a single bite, and lunged towards the two Konoha ninjas, their large maws snapping constantly. Kakashi and Rin jumped away in order to avoid being bitten in half by the undoubtedly dangerous plants. Okay, that's something none of the Zetsu clones was able to do, Rin was forced to admit, as she threw a kunai with an explosive tag at one of the carnivorous plants coming towards her, blowing it up into multiple green chunks. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Kakashi breathed a stream of fire towards the incoming Venus flytraps, burning them to ashes before they could get any close to him or Rin, spreading flames across the battleground. However, the flames were the cover Obito needed to get close to the copy ninja. He lunged towards his former teammate, ready to sink one of his black chakra rods into the silver-haired man's flesh. Kakashi moved to dodge, but for some reason, his body fell prey to a sudden feeling of paralysis. What? Kakashi asked in shock. Obito smirked cruelly as he sank his weapon into Kakashi's body. Even if he aimed for his heart, the Konoha Jonin was able to move a little and was stabbed in the shoulder instead. Kakashi grunted in pain. You can thank Zetsu for his spore jutsu. Good luck trying to move again. Obito said. Spore? When did he? Kakashi tried to recall when did the plant Akatsuki had doused him with spores, and remembered when he was trapped between the jaws of the giant flytrap. It was then. But how dash? Kakashi's thoughts were interrupted when Obito delivered a brutal kick to the lower jaw of the copy ninja. Kakashi's head was snapped backwards as his body was flung back, bouncing a few times. Kakashi! Rin screamed. She jumped in front of her fallen teammate, shielding him from the two Akatsuki, as her hands weaved through hand seals as fast as she could. Wood release, wood clone jutsu. Earth release, earth dome jutsu. Several clones made of wood grew and jumped out of the original's body, placing themselves between the original and the two Akatsuki, while multiple chunks of rock and earth gathered around Rin and Kakashi, forming a defensive shelter. "Alright, that should buy us at least half a minute," Rin frantically said, as she turned towards Kakashi, who was lying down on the ground. "Kakashi, are you okay? Can you hear me?" "Why yeah," he weakly replied. He grunted in pain again as his body twisted. "Ugh. I think those spores are doing something more than just paralyzing my body. I'm working on it," Rin replied, as she placed both hands on Kakashi's body. A green aura surrounded her hands as she started to treat his teammate. Thanks to her Sage Mode, she could sense Zetsu's chakra inside Kakashi's body. Apparently, the spores were draining his chakra and spreading microscopic roots through his body, destroying his cells. If untreated, it could kill him in less than an hour. Fortunately, the brown-haired medic knew what to do. "Alright, I'm healing your wounds while expunging foreign chakra from your body. This won't take long." As Rin worked, Kakashi could feel how mobility slowly returned to his limbs, as the constant pain started to slowly fade away. The dome shook as it was hit by an unknown ninjutsu attack. Cracks started to spread around it, but it resisted. Rin diverted some of her chakra to the dome, in order to repair the cracks. Still, their makeshift shelter wouldn't last much longer. "Rin, stop. You can't heal me and fight those two at the same time," Kakashi replied. "Is that a challenge?" Rin asked. Another ninjutsu attack that made the dome shake. More cracks appeared. This time, however, Rin didn't bother to fix them. "Bravado doesn't suit you," Kakashi rebutted. "Okay. How about a rational explanation then? If I don't force those spores out of your body, they'll drain your chakra, use it to multiply, and eat your body from the inside out," Rin explained. Despite Kakashi keeping his usual poker face, Rin could sense how his chakra wavered when she told him what she was stopping from happening. Then, her hands stopped glowing. "Plus I'm done already. Try not to get too close to that thing." "Duly noted," Kakashi said, as he sat up, just as their shelter was blown away by another ninjutsu attack. A fire one, given the orange flash of light the two of them saw. Fortunately, they were able to jump in order to avoid the next attack, another mass of vines that came after them. "What the?" the white half of Zetsu asked in shock. "That guy shouldn't be able to move. Don't underestimate Rin. She's one of the best medics Konoha had the luck to have," Obito rebutted. "That's why I wanted to keep them separated. Though I doubt they're going to let us." And thus the two Akatsuki resumed their duel against the two Konoha ninjas. Meanwhile, on the main battleground, the thick of the allied ninja army continued their fight against the hordes of Ten Tails mini-clones. Despite their power and seemingly unending numbers, the ninjas of the Alliance were able to slowly but surely push the army of abominations back and get a little closer to the immobilized Ten Tails. Two ninjas on the vanguard were Kiba and Tamaki, both in their animalistic forms, Fig-Thing Tooth and Nail, literally in this case, against the wave of incoming monsters. While Kiba engaged the larger monsters in one-on-one duels, using a combination of strength, speed, and the sharp claws he had in his new form to quickly tear them apart. Meanwhile, Tamaki engaged on several of them at once, confusing them with her blinding speed before swiftly striking them down. Tamaki had just defeated a group of enemies, and saw that Kiba was still struggling with his. She was about to shoot him some mocking comment about not keeping up with her, when she noticed more of the smaller Ten Tails spawns creeping up to him. With no time to waste, the cat Kunoichi weaved seals as fast as she could. Fire release, multiple blistering fire cat. Tamaki exhaled multiple fireballs in Kiba's direction. The fireballs took the shape of cats upon touching the ground, and the elemental felines quickly rushed forward, and slammed themselves against the Ten Tails mini-clones that were going to ambush the wolf man, exploding up in contact, engulfing the creatures in blazes of fire. Both Kiba and the Ten Tails mini-clone he was struggling with noticed what was going on and were briefly distracted. Kiba, however, was able to take advantage of his foe's distraction. He lifted the monster above him, and kicked it into the air, then jumped after it, and delivered a roundhouse kick that sent the Ten-Tails spawn crashing down against a group of its brethren that were getting closer. "Good one, Kiba." "That was quite the powerful move," Tamaki complimented. "Thanks for keeping my back, I mean," Kiba replied. "Anytime," Tamaki said, smiling at him. "I mean, we're teammates and friends, right? That's what we do." "I guess you're right," Kiba awkwardly replied. He then cleared his throat and swallowed, as if preparing to say something important and difficult. "Say Tamaki, with the war going on, and so many of our friends losing their loved ones, I've been doing some thinking, and there's something I'd like to get out of my chest." "You do?" Tamaki asked, flushing a little. "I mean, can it wait?" Tamaki said, pointing behind Kiba. "We defeated quite a few of these critters, but more keep coming." "I guess it can wait," Kiba said, as he turned around, ready to face the new wave of foes. "Just let's continue having each other's back so the two of us can make out of this mess alive." Tamaki nodded. "You got it." As Kiba and Tamaki continued their fight, the third member of their group was heading to meet his significant other, who was also in the heat of the battle, fighting Ten-Tails mini-clones left and right. Not that they were much of a challenge to her. "Hey! Fu cried, as she cut a Ten-Tails spawn down by delivering an upside-down slash with a mantis-like balda that she grew from one of her arms. She sensed other two coming from the sides, but the Jinchuriki jumped and delivered a roundhouse kick, sending the monster flying backwards, while forming a small tornado around her. "That's the best you can do, freaks." "Fu!" a voice called. The Jinchuriki the Seven Tails turned around, and much to her joy, she saw her boyfriend running towards her. Or running while he fought against the Ten-Tails mini-clones that swarmed the area. Fu deployed her wings, and barreled towards the mini-clone that was fighting Shino, delivering a powerful punch, sending it flying into the sky. "Shino!" Fu squealed. "I'm so happy to see you. Boy, I have so many things to tell you." "I'm sure you do. The story behind how you acquired that armor promises to be entertaining," Shino replied. "Oh, it is. It's an armor made of Komei's chakra. Komei is the name of the Seven Tails, by the way. Did you know that tailed beasts have names? Because they do. When you think about it, it makes sense that they have names, because why wouldn't they? Calling themselves by dash." Fu was interrupted when Shino tossed a pair of kunao with explosive tags attached to them towards her. The kunao, however, flew past her head and embedded themselves into a coming Ten-Tails mini-clone. The Takikunoichi instinctively braced for the explosion just before Shino detonated the notes, blowing the monster into multiple chunks of charred flesh. "I would love to hear the tales about the events you experienced after leaving Konoha, but unfortunately, this isn't the time nor the place for such a thing," Shino replied in his usual unshakable calm demeanor, though a little impatience could be sensed in his tone. Fu was a little disappointed, but as much as she liked to catch up with her boyfriend, she couldn't help but agree with his logic. "Okay, she admitted. "But we do get to fight together." Shino cracked a small smile. "Of course. That way, you can show me the new abilities you have developed during your training on that secret island." "That armor appears to be nothing but the tip of the iceberg," Shino said, noting the organic blade protruding from Fu's forearm. Fu smiled widely, and nodded enthusiastically. "Oh, you have no idea. Watch closely, because you're in for a treat." Fu's other arm then turned into a gigantic scorpion pincer, while two additional insect-like arms ending in sharp claws grew from her shoulders, just as more Ten-Tails mini-clones arrived. Not far from there, another Jinchuriki had reunited with one of his loved ones, and like Fu and Shino, the two of them were fighting together. Mostly because the two of them were known as one of the greatest tag teams of all the ninja villages. As three Ten-Tails spawns surrounded Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki quickly moved away between his foes, who were unable to land a single hit. They were bigger and hit hard, but their size also made them much slower than the agile Kumo ninja. And most importantly, their attacks left them wide open for counter-attack. Just as one of the mini-clones tried to smash Killer Bee with a double axe handle. "These things are strong, and can cause a lot of pain," Killer Bee rapped, as he jumped onto the shoulders of the mini-clone that tried to crush him, hitting the ground instead. The moment he touched the monster's shoulders, he sank his electricity-imbued swords into the creature's head, killing it instantly. Killer Bee jumped away as the creature fell on its back. Fortunately for us, they lack a brain. Do not get too cocky, Bee. The Rakage, who was grappling with a 10-tails spawn twice his size, chastised his brother. He then lifted the monster, and delivered a lightning-enhanced suplex so powerful, it opened a crater upon impact, releasing lightning bolts in many directions. Don't you dare underestimate the enemy. These Kriya Tuesday might not be much of a match for us individually, but there are too many of them. Relax bro, I am no clown. I'm not going to let my guard down, Killer Bee replied, as he cut down another mini-clone, who tired to slash him with its blade-like appendages. Recently I've been fighting a lot, so I'm trusty. But you, on the other hand, may be a little rusty. Rusty? Ha! The Rakage laughed. I may be cooped in that forsaken office more than I would have liked, but I still find time to stay in shape. Now watch this. The Rakage crossed his arms in front of his face, before thrusting them to the sides. Letting out a yell, his lightning chakra armor flared with power as electricity crackled around his body. Then, the Rakage rushed towards a nearby 10-tails mini-clone, leaving a trail of lightning behind, smashing his elbow against it, killing instantly. Without even stopping, he then barreled towards another 10-tails spawn, this time choosing to end its life with a hand chop. He repeated the process multiple times, chaining multiple one-hit kills, leaving a trail of corpses behind. All of this, in less than 10 seconds. Does this look rusty to you? The Rakage roared. Killer Bee merely chuckled, and shook his head. Ah brother, always so easy to provoke, all you need is a little poke. Killer Bee rapped, laughing a little. The Rakage and Killer Bee weren't the only fighting duo that had been reunited after an absence. In fact, theirs was almost non-existent compared to two people who were now fighting together for the first time in years. The air around them started to get cold as the younger of the two started to make hand seals while gathering chakra for an attack. Ice release, certain kill ice spears. From the cold air, multiple ice spears appeared above Haku, and with a hand flicker, he directed the cold weapons towards a group of 10-tails spawns. Before the monsters could realize, the spears had impaled them and pinned them to the ground. In the following seconds, frost spread around them until they were completely frozen. A few meters from Haku, Zabuza was cutting down 10-tails mini-clones with his executioner's blade. He only needed a single swing with one hand to slice the monsters into two halves, then move on to the next target. Not bad, Haku, Zabuza said, his eyes focused on his current opponent, a particularly large mini-clone covered in spikes. Though I expected that after all this time, you have developed something new. More monsters were rushing towards them. Haku slammed his hands into the ground, covering it in a sheet of ice, causing the mini-clones to slip and fall on their backs or on their bellies. Then, multiple spikes grew from the sheet of ice, impaling the fallen monsters. Weren't you who tell me to stick to what worked, Zabuza-sama? Haku asked his former master. Perhaps I did, Zabuza said, kicking the spiked mini-clone backwards, before making several hand seals. But it's always good to always have something new in reserve, in case the usual stops working. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Zabuza expelled a truly massive amount of water from his mouth. The water started to spin into a vortex, and from said vortex a serpentine dragon made of water emerged. The water dragon lunged towards the spiked 10-tails spawn, caught it between its jaws, and tore into the air. After spiraling a few times into the air, it then crashed into another group of incoming monsters, exploding into a massive torrent of water that pushed the beasts into many directions. Truly outstanding, Zabuza-sama. I've never seen such a huge water dragon from you before, Haku praised him. HMPF. Even without Sage Mode, I may not be on Maze level, but that doesn't mean I don't have to keep working to make sure the gap between us doesn't get any bigger. I do have a reputation to keep, Zabuza sneered. I did hear of your victory over the Akatsuki's Kisame, Zabuza-sama. I wish I was there to see it. From what I was told, it was an impressive battle. Ice release, ice barrier. Haku slammed his hands into the ground once more, this time erecting a wall of ice in front of him, half as tall as Konoha's walls, just in time to block several wooden sharp spears several of the Ten Tails spawns had chucked at him. Impressive doesn't even begin to describe it. That blue son of a bitch and his living sword had more tricks under their proverbial sleeves than I imagined. It was Mei who did most of the work, but I like to think I contributed to that bastard's downfall, Zabuza replied. Water release, tsunami sword. Water started to gather around Zabuza's executioner's blade, forming a massive, watery cover. Zabuza then swung his sword towards an incoming group of mini-clones, releasing a crescent-shaped blast of pressurized water. The water blade flew forward too fast for any of them to dodge, and cut them to pieces before they could even have the chance to react. As they finished off their current opponents, Master and Apprentice noticed the earth trembling under their feet, as the sound of booming footsteps drew closer. Turning towards the source of the footsteps, they saw a giant Ten Tails spawn, probably more than 10 meters tall and with an impressive bulk, lumbering towards them. Aside from its size, something that set it apart from the other mini-clones was the number of mouths that covered its body. Now that's a big one, Zabuza commented, letting out a whistle. Cutting that thing down is going to be a challenge. Perhaps we don't need to cut it up, Haku said, as he started to make hand seals. What are you thinking, Haku? Zabuza asked. The boy finished his sealing sequence, and smirked towards his former master. This is a great chance to show you a little something I've been working on. After all, didn't you want to see something new from me? Cheeky brat, Zabuza said, smirking back. Let's see how well do you like this, Zabuza-sama, Haku said, as he prepared to release the jutsu towards the incoming monster. Ice release, Wrath of the Yukiana. Once he finished the seals, Haku clapped his hands together, before thrusting them forward. From his hands, a powerful blizzard blew with the force of a gale, the cold being so intense it froze the air's moisture into chunks of ice, while also freezing the ground. The blast of frigid wind hit the giant monster square, and as frost started to cover his body, his movements began to slow to a crawl, until there was so much frost, he couldn't move anymore. Zabuza then leaped into the frozen giant and slammed his sword against it. The force of the impact shattered the giant into a dozen frozen chunks. Not bad, definitely not bad, Zabuza complimented, upon touching the ground again. Do you think you could do that again 20 more times? Haku was going to ask what did he meant by that, when he was alerted by an even bigger rumbling. Looking in the direction of the Ten Tails, he saw that the monster he just take down was just a vanguard, and many more just as big, were stomping their way towards them. I'm afraid not. I don't believe my ninjutsu can affect so many enemies of such size, Haku admitted. Yeah. These enemies are a bit outside our pay grade, Zabuza said. Fortunately, some of your friends might be able to match them blow by blow. As soon as Zabuza said that, Haku saw two gigantic chakra constructs come to life, both of them taking the shape of a four-armed woman. One of them was soft lavender in color, while the other was a bright magenta. The two of them quickly stomped forward in order to meet the horde of giant beasts. Are those? Haku narrowed his eyes to see the figures floating inside the chakra giantess's head better. He was taken aback when he realized who they were. Hinata and Hanabi? When did they learn to do that? Hinata? Isn't that one of your teammates? Zabuza asked. Didn't you know she could do that? She certainly couldn't the last time we fought together, Haku said. Then again, I knew her Tenseigan wasn't fully developed. Heh, the two of us will have a lot of catching up to do once this war is over. I believe that talk between you and I once the war is over is going to be a little longer than I had anticipated, Shino mentioned, looking up. Because how cool and awesome I am. Fu replied, smiling widely. Or she would be smiling if she wasn't transformed into a giant seven-tailed beetle that had no human mouth. Because Hinata and Hanabi weren't the only ones who had ushered giant forms in order to face the new threat. Fu teased Shino by asking, do you want to see something amazing? And before he could answer, the Takikunoichi grew into her tailed beast form. Naruto and Killer Bee mimicked her, their tailed beasts already recovered enough energy to allow such transformation. Guys! Hanabi called, sounding agitated. The Ten Tails is breaking free of the vines. What? Naruto shouted. Hinata directed her expanded eyesight towards the trapped Ten-Tails, and indeed, many of the Ten-Tails' spawns were working tirelessly to destroy the thick vines and roots that kept it immobilized and pinned to the ground. She's right. Hinata confirmed. If we don't do something, the Ten-Tails will be free again in no time. We can't afford to let that happen. I guess we'll have to take a more aggressive approach and head to the Ten-Tails as soon as possible, Naruto stated. We'll cut a path through them. Fu, can you provide us some aerial cover? You got it. Fu replied, as she took into the sky. As she ascended, many of the Ten-Tails' spans noticed her, and started to throw sharp wooden spears at her from the ground. She started to quickly move around in order to dodge the storm of wooden stakes aimed at her. Despite her current size, she was able to maneuver around the flying spikes easily, while gathering a sphere chakra in front of her mouth. Tailed Beast Wave. The ball of chakra exploded in the form of a beam of destructive energy, directed towards the mass of mini-clones in front of her in a straight line. After a couple seconds of delay, it was followed by a chain of explosions that carved a path across the conglomeration of monsters. Alright, let's go. Naruto said, as his Kurama avatar stomped forward, followed by Hinata and Hanabi's avatars of Kalika, and lastly B in his Jayaki form. Hinata, Hanbai, cover my flanks. B, cover our backs. Understood, Naruto-kun. You can count on us. Hinata replied. You can trust number 8 and I to cover the rear. None of this monsters will get even close, that's much as clear. Killer B rapped. And thus began the charge through the path Fu had carved from above. Naruto tried not to use the tailed beast ball much, since he wanted to conserve energy. Fortunately, the physical power of his tailed beast form proved to be enough to deal with his similar-sized attackers. When a giant mini-clone came to him from the front, Naruto punched it in the face with as much strength as he could, and the abomination was sent flying backwards, landing on his back and slitting on it. When more than one monster tried to attack him from the same side, Naruto wrapped some of his tails around their necks, and first slammed their heads against each other, before tossing them away in opposite directions. And when they tried to overwhelm him with numbers, Naruto simply charged a tailed beast ball to blow many of them at once. These guys are big and scary, but despite their size they aren't a match for us. Naruto thought. Of course. Powerful as it is, the Ten-Tails can't mass-produce minions with the power to match a tailed beast, Kurama agreed. Plus, with its chakra currently bound, the Ten-Tails can't expend that much energy on these things. Still, don't underestimate them. I wasn't planning to, Naruto replied out loud, as he slashed an incoming giant spawn. While Naruto worked to open a path in a straight line, the Hyuga sisters, each of them with their respective avatar of Kalika, protected Naruto's flanks from the same horde of monsters. Their forearms proved to be exceptionally useful for dealing with them, especially those with multiple limbs. Unlike Naruto's tailed beast form, though, they lacked any kind of destructive, wide-area jutsu that could be used to wipe out large quantities of enemies. So they had to use their own jutsu for when their giant chakra constructs weren't enough. Which was almost all the time. Sage Art, Lightning Release Thunder Blast. Hinata's entire body crackled with purple electricity that she directed towards the enemies in front of her with a thrust of both of her arms in the form of massive pillars of lightning that traveled outwards, leaving a trail of scorched earth behind. The giant Ten-Tails spawns shook in pain as electricity coursed through their bodies, and while they were paralyzed Hinata's avatar dispatched them with powerful palm strikes. Given that she was given a brief respite, the Hyuga clan head allowed herself to check on the others, more specifically, her little sister covering the other flank. Like Hinata, Hanabi was bombarding the Ten-Tails spawns with elemental ninjutsu of her own before delivering the finishing blow with her avatar of Kalika. Hanabi-chan, how are you doing? Hinata asked. Do you need some help over there? I'm fine. Hanabi replied. Though my truth-seeking balls don't hurt them as much as they should. The Ten-Tails and its spawns are pure nature energy. It was Naruto who replied. Truth-seeking balls did okay against the smaller ones, but I doubt they'd do much against these behemoths. In that case, I'll need to stick to brute force then. Hanabi said, as her avatar of Kalika smashed its palm into the face of a giant mini-clone leaping at her, followed by a roundhouse kick to another one. Looking at the fallen creatures, she got an idea. Alright, this should clear some of them out. Hanabi then grabbed the knocked-out monsters, and dashed forward, drawing even more ten-tails spawns towards her, just as she expected. Without letting the mini clones she was grabbing go, she made the avatar spin on its feet. 6 paths, heavenly spin. Hanabi's avatar of Kalika started to spin around itself. As it picked speed, a small tornado started to form around it. It spread its arms, using the mini clones she had grabbed to extend the range of her jutsu. As the ten-tails spawns dumbly charged at her, they were smacked with the bodies of its fallen brethren, knocking them on their back. Hanabi eventually let the ones she was grabbing go, sending them flying against a cluster of spawns, making them tumble with a loud crash. Nice one, girl, such a move. You got quite the groove. Killer Bee rapped, as he lifted a giant mini-clone over his head, and tossed it against another group of them. While Hinata also wanted to compliment her little sister, she felt it was no time for such things, especially since they were still so far away from the ten-tails. The Hyuga clan head directed her sight towards the bound monstrosity, and gasped loudly upon seeing what was going on around it. Hinata-hime? Naruto asked. Many of the wooden roots and vines bounding it to the ground are about to break. Hinata warned. It seemed the mini-clones were working much harder and faster than they had anticipated. We need to dash. Hinata was interrupted by a very loud snapping sound, followed by one of the tails of the ten-tails being released. Oh shit! Hanabi yelled. I'll fly ahead and see if I can slow those guys down from releasing their daddy. Fu said from above as she took off. You guys keep pushing forward. With no other options, they decided to follow Fu's suggestions, and continued to fight with as much vigor as they could. Not far away from there, Kakashi and Rin continued their duel against Obito and the original Zetsu. While Rin was engaged with their former teammate, the two duos still unable to beat the other, waiting for that decisive opportunity to reap a swift victory. Though, as they traded blows, there was something that dawned upon Rin's mind. Something she was deadly afraid to ask, but now that thought had invaded her mind, she needed an answer for. Wood release, Great Spear Tree. A multitude of sharp roots emerged from the ground, threatening to impale the Medicnin, and forcing her to jump backwards, while making several hand seals. Water release, Water Severing Wave. From her mouth, Rin expelled a thin stream of super-pressurized water that cleanly cut the growing roots coming at her, and the jutsu still had enough power to reach Obito, who was the one forced into the defensive this time. While his Sharingan marked him the oath he needed to follow in order to avoid the enemy jutsu, he wasn't fast enough, and the water current grazed his cheek. Obito winced as a small cut formed on his face. Obito, Rin called before the Uchiha had a chance to counter-attack. I was told of the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. And how you were the one behind it. What about that, Rin? It's ancient history. Why are you bringing up now? Obito asked. There was a sizzling sound as the cut on his face slowly healed and closed. Not even getting into all the lives lost during such a tragedy, how could you do such an horrible thing to Minato-sensei and Kushina-san? Rin asked, her voice cracking a little. Didn't their lives mean anything to you at all? You were like a son to them. All of us were. This question seemed to give Obito some pause, but if he was taken aback, he quickly recovered, as his mouth curved into a sad smirk. What lousy father he was, letting two of his children die. It's almost a surprise that Kakashi didn't follow the two of us into the grave, Obito spat back. Looking back, I made Naruto a favor. You. Rin began, losing her composure, as her grief was slowly turning into anger. How can you say such an horrible thing about Minato-sensei? In her anger, Rin pulled out a kunai and dashed forward, closing the gap between her and her opponent in a blink. Obito generated a black rod from one of his palms, and used it to block Rin's diagonal slash. More slashes kept coming, but thanks to his Sharingan and Rin's lack of skill in armed combat, he was able to parry or deflect most of her blows. Why do you defend him? Minato-sensei did nothing but sending us to our deaths. You'd think after my loss, he'll take a better care of you too. Obito replied, his own anger slowly rising to match Rin's own. This gave him a small boost in strength in order to counterattack and even push Rin back. Obito's outburst brought Rin back to that conversation he had with Kakashi at the gate of Konoha's General Hospital, and how he felt their Jonin-sensei was at least guilty in part of how the team turned out. If Kakashi had it in him to blame Minato, no wonder Obito's anger towards the fourth Hokage was so big. You know, I never blamed him for my apparent demise when it was just me. I did blame him for yours, at least at first. How can that man pretend to be Hokage, when he can't even keep his own students safe? Obito angrily snarled. And that fateful night on Konoha, I was proven right. One man in the right place at the right time was all what was needed to show the world that man's incompetence. He failed to protect his wife, son, and village just like he failed to protect you and me. What happened to us wasn't Minato-sensei's fault. Rin countered. There was a war. People die in wars. Minato-sensei had other responsibilities. He couldn't just babysit us the whole time. I know. That's why I said that I only blamed him at first. It wasn't his fault that there was a war, no. But it was somebody's fault, right? We ended that way because there was a war neither of us started, Obito asked, leaving Rin a little confused. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, Rin. This is the only way to create a world with no wars or conflict. And if Minato-sensei and Kushina-san had to die for such world to exist, then so be it. And if I had to die? Rin retorted. If I had to die for such world to exist, would you sacrifice me? This question seemed to stump Obito, albeit only for a moment. He averted her eyes, and let out a sad chuckle. Perhaps you had to, Obito said, his shoulder sagging, as the memory replayed once again in his mind. He had revisited that moment so often, it only made him a little numb now. Since it was when I saw you taking Kakashi's Chidori when my eyes were opened to the ugly truth that it's the reality of this world. While Obito and Rin's exchange happened, Kakashi continued his fight against Zetsu. However, the two of them had been listening to Obito and Rin's conversation. And more importantly, their reaction towards it. Because thanks to his Sharingan, Kakashi had noticed that, the moment Obito admitted that he needed to see Rin die, the Zetsu's white half's mouth twitched into what appeared to be a smirk. Kakashi's eyes narrowed at the plant being as the gears of his mind started to turn. Something wrong, copy ninja. Zetsu's black half taunted. Can't stand hearing your teammates fall from grace. Yes. It was quite the tragic day, one I will never forget, especially now that I know the far-reaching consequences such events had on the world at large, Kakashi replied, as he started making hand seals. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Kakashi expelled a large amount of water from his mouth. The water took the shape of a serpentine dragon, and after letting out a roar, IR lunged towards one of the last two remaining Akatsuki. The dual being merely smirked as he made his own hand seals. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The earth started to shake as large underground wooden roots broke into the surface, surrounding the battleground. Zetsu then merged his body with one of the roots, avoiding Kakashi's water jutsu, which crashed harmlessly against the strong roots. You can't beat us, copy ninja, the white half said, as Zetsu appeared for a second behind him. We are one with nature. Can you beat nature itself? The black half taunted, as Zetsu appeared for a brief moment from a root to Kakashi's side, making the copy ninja to turn around. Not even your Sharingan can predict when will we appear next. The white half said, as he appeared behind Kakashi, making several hand seals. Wood release, leaf hurricane. Zetsu cast a tornado of large green leaves towards Kakashi, which looked normal at first sight, but Kakashi could see they were as sharp as kunai. Kakashi jumped backwards while making several hand seals as well. Fire release, great dragon fire. Kakashi exhaled a cone of flames that engulfed the leaves of the tornado, burning them to a crisp. However, when the fire disappeared, Zetsu had disappeared once again. You know, the more I think about that day. Kakashi began, hoping to lure his opponent out. I can't help but think the extraordinary bad luck that led to Obito getting to us just when I accidentally killed Rin. The timing couldn't have been worse. Zetsu once again appeared behind Kakashi, who summoned a mass of smaller wooden roots to impale him with. Kakashi, however, was already expecting this, and turned around as his hands blurred through hand seals. Wind release, wind scythe jutsu. Upon finishing the sealing sequence, Kakashi spread his arms outwards, releasing several blades of compressed air that shredded through Zetsu's attack. However, before the attack could reach his foe, the plant being already hid within the large wooden vines. You know that attacking somebody from behind is the most obvious choice, and thus the one I'll be expecting the most. Kakashi asked, almost in a mocking manner. That moment, two pair of gigantic Venus flytrap jaws appeared from below him, ready to crunch him between them. Kakashi, however, managed to jump back just in time, before delivering a brutal kick in the face to Zetsu as he emerged from underground, which sent him backwards, skidding against the ground. Going for the second most obvious choice isn't that much better, Kakashi boredly said, as he watched the angry Zetsu merging once again with one of the vines. The copy ninja then started to make hand seals at a leisure pace. By the way, I hope you enjoy this jutsu. It was created by my father. Lightning release, forked lightning. Kakashi's hands were coated in electricity, as he threw them to the sides, releasing a storm of lightning bolts. The lightning bolts then began to bounce around the wooden vines, covering the area in electricity. And naturally, several of those bolts managed to hit Zetsu the moment the plant-like creature emerged once again to attack. This time, Kakashi didn't give his enemy time to flee. Using the body flicker jutsu, the silver-haired Jonin appeared in front of the Akatsuki, and lifted him into the air by his neck. I already had my suspicions, but you gave me additional reasons to believe that Rin's death wasn't the unfortunate tragedy I always believed it was, Kakashi said, his eyes narrowing in anger. You bastard. The white half choked, as he tried to futilely break from Kakashi's grip. Suddenly, there was a tremor that shook the entire battleground. Both Kakashi and Zetsu turned towards the source of the disturbance, and saw, to one's horror and the other's delight, that some of the Ten-Tails' tails had been liberated from their wooden bindings, and probably more to follow. Zetsu smirked. You have lost. You won't be able to bind the Ten-Tails a second time. Everybody in this place is living on borrowed time. You won't, the black half boasted, before he and the white half were silenced as Kakashi trapped them inside a Sharingan Genjutsu. In that case, let's have a chat at a more private place, shall we? Kakashi suggested. The form of the main Jikyo Sharingan appeared on his left eye. Rin. I'm going to take this scumbag to the Kamui dimension. Keep Obito busy. Rin, still engaged with Obito, quickly looked at the vanishing Kakashi, and nodded. Undressed. Rin replied, before facing Obito again. What is Kakashi going to do? Does he think he can accomplish anything by separating me from Zetsu? Obito asked, trying to sound confident, but unable to hide how Kakashi's tactic was unnerving him. He then looked at the slowly breaking free Ten-Tails. Even if he kills Zetsu, his death won't accomplish anything. I don't know. But I trust him. Kakashi isn't somebody to act without reason, Rin replied. Kamui dimension. As the two newcomers entered the pocket dimension, Kakashi gracefully landed on his feet, while Zetsu landed painfully on his back. He was already regaining mobility, breaking out of the Genjutsu already. Not that Kakashi cared that much. Alright, Kakashi said, as he forced the plant being back into his feet. He once again focused his Sharingan onto the creature's eyes, reinforcing the Genjutsu. I have a few questions regarding Obito that you're going to answer. And no, that wasn't a request. Back in the real world, the allied ninjas continued their charge against the Sea of Ten-Tails mini-clones of all sizes and shapes, led by Naruto, Hinata, Hanabi, Killer Bee, and Fu. Unfortunately, they were only halfway done when the Ten-Tails managed to break free completely. With the help of its arms, the titanic beast raised to its full height, and let out a deafening roar. No! Naruto screamed. Shit! Too late! Fu yelled. What are we going to do now? It isn't obvious. We bind it again. We have to keep going, or else all this will be in vain. Killer Bee said. We need to find Hagane, Kaida, and Rin, Hanabi said, as she started to scan the battleground. She was able to find Rin easily enough, engaged in a match against Obito. Her two teammates, meanwhile, had returned to the rear of the army. Their chakra appeared to be weak. Though I don't think they're in good shape enough to pull a jutsu of that size a second time. The ten tails roared again, making the earth tremble once more, as a powerful wind blew in every direction from its body. Naruto, Hinata, Hanabi, and Fu shivered as they felt a massive wave of nature energy washing over the area. What was that? Naruto asked. This isn't good, Naruto. Kurama replied, sounding worried. It plans to do the cataclysm. Cataclysm? Naruto repeated. He didn't know what was that, but he could tell it wasn't something good. Meanwhile, not far away from there, the three Uchihas loyal to Konoha continued their fight against the man who was once their clan head, all four of them using their perfect form Susanoo. While Madara proved to be more than a match for Itachi and Sasuke, Shisui's addition proved to be what they needed to maybe not tip the scale in their favor, but bridge the gap between them to the point that it could be called an even fight. Even if Shisui's presence didn't make victory a certainty, they didn't need to win. All they needed to do was to keep Madara away from the Ten Tails while Naruto and the others dealt with the Ten Tails. Given the scale of their battle, the Uchihas had pushed their rogue clansmate away from the bulk of the army, so their fight wouldn't cause any collateral deaths. Their tactic involved the three of them surrounding Madara and attacking them from different angles, limiting the rogue Uchiha's ability to block or parry their attacks. STLL, Madara wasn't considered the strongest Uchiha who ever lived for no reason, and he was more than able to maneuver his Susanoo in order to move in time to block or dodge his enemy's attacks. Look at that, it seems that I'm not the only Uchiha who's a master of Senjutsu, Madara said, as his Susanoo parried a blow from Shisui's drill spear with its sword. The clan might be down to a few members, but it warms my heart to see how talented you are. That moment, Sasuke fired several Susanoo arrows coated the black flames of Amaterasu, while Itachi shot several Matagama-like projectiles at him. Madara, however, sensed the attack coming and was already preparing a counter. Shinra Tensei. Madara cast a powerful repulsive way in every direction that not only stopped Sasuke and Itachi's attacks, but also managed to push Shisui's Susanoo backwards. Despite tumbling, Shisui managed to regain balance. So, you know about the Uchiha insurrection, Shisui said. And don't you feel anything over the fact that our once mighty clan is now down to single-digit numbers? Nor that we helped to its downfall. Madara merely shrugged. Why should I? What's important about a clan is the strength of its members, not its numbers. I prefer the Uchiha clan reduced to a single-digit numbers like you said, as long as the remaining members are strong and skilled, than have the Uchiha be composed by 1,000 weaklings. If the other Uchiha died during that coup, then they were weak and their deaths were deserved. Itachi's face twisted into a grimace of disgust. Disgraceful. And you're the one who's going to lead us to a world without conflict? Sasuke asked, incredulous. Why, of course. Power is the only thing that can shape this world into something better. That's why wars happen, because what are wars but struggles for power? And this war is no different, at least on that regard. But it will be the war to put an end to all wars. With the Ten Tails, my power shall be unmatched. I'll have the power to shape the world as I see fit, Madara explained. And with that power, I shall create a perfect world. A paradise for all to live. I shall fulfill the role the Sage of the Six Paths should have filled 1,000 years ago. However, before any of the allied Uchihas could offer a retard, Shisui felt a wave of nature energy washing over the battlefield as it flew into the Ten Tails. Given Madara's expression, he was already expecting it. Oh, it's already happening, Madara casually said, as he looked in the direction of the Ten Tails. It's been quite the fun spar, but unfortunately, as much fun as I'm having with you three, I'm afraid I must stop the battle here. Duty awaits. Besides, you might want to find a place to hide from what's going to come next. And with that, Madara dispelled his Susanoo, and fell to the ground. The moment his feet touched the solid floor, he ran away from the other three Uchihas. Don't let him escape, Sasuke said, as his Susanoo stomped forward. Unfortunately, it was unable to take another step. As the Ten Tails gathered nature energy, a white aura started to glow around the colossal monster's body, shining brighter by the second. Then, for a fraction of a second, the air shimmered as silence reigned absolute. And following that, the Ten Tails released all the nature energy that it had been stored in the form of a single, uncontrolled burst. The effect was immediate. First, a massive hurricane formed from the Ten Tails, blowing everybody near it away, either befriend or foe. Not even the Jinchuriki in their tailed beast forms nor the Hyuga sisters' avatars of Kalika were unable to resist such a powerful gale of wind, and were blown away as if they were as light as little birds. That hurricane, however, was only the first, as many more formed around the battlefield. Lightning bolts rained from the dark clouds above without pause, while hail the size of a fist pelted the ground with fury. The very earth was teared apart by a powerful quake, sending large chunks of rock everywhere, as plumes of lava erupted everywhere, creating red rivers of fire. Even if the cataclysm lasted less than 2 minutes, it felt like hours for the hapless ninjas and the Ten Tails mini-clones, who weren't spared from their father's wrath, but they weren't smart or even aware enough to understand what was going on, who tried their best to survive the localized natural disaster that fell upon them. Many of them used their abilities to protect both themselves and those close enough to them, while others weren't so lucky and perished under the wrath of nature. When the cataclysm ended, the battleground had changed completely. There were small mountains and depressions where it was completely flat before. Rivers of lava crossed the ground. There were many rocks of all sizes scattered around. And most importantly, there were thousands of bodies laid across the battlefield. Many of them still alive, others not so lucky. Well, that should have cleared out most of the rabble, Madara said, as his Susanoo, which he used to shield against the cataclysm, slowly dispelled. He then watched the Ten Tails, and smirked. Good. Time to move into the endgame. Naruto groaned as he pushed himself from the ground. His Kurama avatar had been destroyed in the ensuing cataclysm. The blonde could feel something wet and sticky trickling down his temple, but he didn't pay it any attention. There were more important things to take care of. As he slowly got back to his knees, Naruto expanded his chakra sense in order to see how bad things were. He felt his heart sink. He noticed how the amount of chakras in the battlefield had been cut in half. Fortunately, it seemed that most of his friends had made it. Hinata hadn't landed that far away from him. Hanabi appeared to be okay too. Fu and Killer Bee were also away from him, but not only they appeared to be alright, if a bit beaten down, but unlike Naruto, they had managed to maintain their tailed beast forms. He started to feel a little more relieved as he identified the chakras of those who had survived: Kurane, Haku, Shizuan, Karen, Ino, Shikamaru, Koji, Kiba, Shino, Tamaki. Hell, even the Jinchuriki shadow clones were still there. Guess those hardening seals were more durable than he thought. Huh. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted when he felt a tremor shaking the earth, followed by another, and another, and another. Pushing himself back to his feet, he realized that the source of his tremors was the Ten Tails, who was dragging its body, making the ground quake whenever one of its arms hit the ground. No. While the Ten Tails moving was bad, it wasn't the worst part. It was where it was headed. No. Naruto shouted. The adrenaline jolt as a result of his fear allowed him to get back to his feet and start running forward, towards the Ten Tails target. Fu, get out of there. Fu, still in the form of the Seven Tails, stirred, as she tried to get back. Naruto didn't even know if she was aware of the danger she was, given that the Ten Tails had locked onto her as its next target. However, no matter how much the blonde was trying to run, he knew he wasn't going to reach her in time before the Ten Tails did. He tried to activate Kurama Chakra mode once again. Calling for his Tenant's Chakra, a golden shroud quickly formed around his body, before it flickered and put out like a candle drawing its last breath. And reach her it did. No. Naruto couldn't help but watch impotently how the Ten Tails' massive hand grabbed Fu, and brought her close to its face. The titanic monster opened its jaws, and began to suction air inside it. Streams of red chakra started to flow from Fu's eyes into the Ten Tails' mouth, thin and small AR first, but growing thicker and larger over time. And as the Ten Tails drained Fu of Kome's chakra, Fu started to shrink back to her human form. Once the Ten Tails finished, it carelessly dropped Fu's lifeless body to the ground, while the monster moved towards somewhere else. Naruto couldn't sense Fu's chakra anymore. She was dead. This time, however, It wasn't Naruto the one who screamed. Naruto didn't recognize the voice, until he saw somebody running towards where Fu was. It was Shino, explaining why the blonde didn't associate the normally quiet young man to the heart-wrenching scream of anguish. The Abarame, followed by his teammates, desperately rushed towards their friend's fallen body. Naruto, the Ten Tails is going to absorb Jayaki now. Kurama warned him. This time, Naruto didn't have to use his chakra sense to locate Killer Bee, all he needed to do was follow the direction the monster. Naruto could see that, just like Fu before him, Killer Bee was lying on the ground, beaten and bruised, probably barely even conscious and thus unable to defend himself. The blonde began to run again, his wobbly legs threatening to make him fall. Naruto didn't seem to care why the Ten Tails was targeting the Kyumo Jinchuriki when he was closer. The only thing in his mind was to save his fellow Jinchuriki. However, the events from less than 5 minutes ago replayed before his very eyes. Naruto simply wasn't as fast as the colossal abomination. He tried to draw Kurama's power once again. This time, he could feel the chakra cloak's power manifesting with greater strength, forming a golden shroud around his body. This was followed by a feeling of strength returning to his legs, which allowed him to run faster. But once again, it proved to be useless. The Ten Tails grabbed Killer Bee with one of its enormous hands, and brought it close to its face. It then opened its mouth wide. No. No. Stop, please. Naruto begged, as he tripped on his feet and fell on his face. But the Ten Tails didn't hear nor care about Naruto's pleas. Once again, red streams of chakra flowed from Killer Bee's eyes and mouth into the Ten Tails' mouth. As Killer Bee was drained of his tailed beast chakra, he began to slowly shrink into his human form just like Fu only a few minutes before. And once the Ten Tails was done, it carelessly dropped Killer Bee's body onto the ground. And just like with Fu, Naruto couldn't sense any chakra coming from his body. Brother! No! Another voice yelled, this one Naruto recognized as the Raikage. The blonde barely noticed the leader of Kyumo, followed by Killer Bee's students, rushing towards the man's inert body. There was a rumble as the Ten Tails shifted its body, and locked its giant, red eye onto its final prey, Naruto himself. Or better said, the nine-tailed fox sealed inside him. Naruto, it's coming for us. You need to move now. Kurama urged. But much to the fox's surprise, and growing horror, Naruto didn't make any attempt to move. Naruto, what are you doing? And much to the fox's shock and bewilderment, not only did Naruto not move, he even fell to his knees. The moment Kakashi's animal squad reached Fu, Shino instantly knelt before her and started to heal her body. In her unconscious state, the dying Jinchuriki grunted uncomfortably as Shino introduced several of his own beetles into her body in order to analyze how bad was her situation. The answer, very. Her heartbeat is very weak. Tamaki said, while holding Fu's wrist. I know. All her organs are on the verge of failing, and her chakra network is almost empty as well, Shino said, as he continued working. Apparently, he was able to rein in his desperation and keep the stoic and logic-driven demeanor his clan was known for. My beetles are converting my chakra and transferring it to her as well. Is that going to work? Kiba asked, panic and insecurity evident in his tone. I remember when Naruto told us about his mission with Gaara that only using the Nine Tails chakra was he able to save him. In that case, we need Naruto here as soon as possible, Shino stated. I'll try to keep her dash. Watch out! Tamaki shouted. A few of the Ten Tails mini-clones, this one's on the small side thankfully enough, suddenly appeared around them, prompting Tamaki and Kiba to jump to their feet in order to engage them, while Shino continued keeping Fu alive. Not far away from there, another similar situation took place, with Killer Bee instead of Fu, his own students instead of Kakashi's, plus the addition to the Raikage. Unfortunately, it seemed that the results were very much the same. It's no use. T cried, as she applied the mystical palm jutsu on her sensei's body. No matter what I do, he keeps getting worse. Keep trying. Don't even dare to stop, you hear me? Kurui yelled. I don't want to learn that our sensei died because you gave up too soon. Come on sensei, you can't go down like this. Amwa begged. T won't help my brother on her own, the Raikage said, sounding as if he was admitting defeat, even if it was far from the case. To save B, we need a transfer of tailed beast chakra. And right now, there's only one Jinchuriki left. All of them looked to their left, and a few hundred meters away, they saw Naruto, down on his knees, with the 10 tails rapidly approaching him. What's that idiot doing? He's going to get himself killed. Karui screamed in horror. Come on, we need to protect that Konoha ninja from the 10 tails. The Raikage said as he got on his feet. Follow me. However, before the Raikage could take another step, a giant 10 tails spawn landed in front of them. Several of the smaller variants were clinging to its body, but dropped to the ground the moment its feet touched the floor. You won't get in the way. The Raikage said, as he charged forward. I'm going to get Naruto. You two protect your teammate while she keeps B alive. Naruto continued on his knees, not realizing, maybe not caring, that his impending doom was dragging itself towards him, its red eye looking at him with hunger. His whole body being felt numb. He could swear he could heard a voice that sounded like Kurama's, but he wasn't really sure. Did it matter anyway? As the deaths of Fu and Killer Bee replayed in his mind, he couldn't help but recall his failure at trying to save Utakata and Rashi. He had the feeling that it would be different with Fu and Killer Bee, but alas, it wasn't the case. It seemed that all the Jinchuriki were fated to die to feed Akatsuki and Madara's immense ambitions. And now, all what was standing between them and the rest of the world was Naruto himself. And Naruto felt too tired to continue fighting. He simply wanted the suffering to end. The world around him darkened as a gigantic shadow loomed over him. He didn't need to look up to realize it was the 10 tails. A part of his brain, one that sounded like Kurama, told him to run, but why bother? The monster would chase him to the end of the world if necessary, killing even more people in the way. So he didn't resist when the 10 tails lowered one of its hands to grab him. Amethyst Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Turquoise Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A massive storm of purple lightning bolts and a huge stream of teal flames came from different directions, crashing at once against the 10 tails' only eye, which being so focused on Naruto, it didn't notice the new pair of interlopers. With its only eye damaged, the 10 tails let out a loud screech of pain as it recoiled. That moment, Hinata and Hanabi's avatars of Kalika landed between the colossal beast and Naruto with a loud thud, standing protectively in front of the former. Good, we managed to blind it. But I'm afraid it won't last long, Hinata said. What the hell's wrong with Naruto? Hanabi asked. Why is he like that, all catatonic? I don't know, but I plan to find out, Hinata said, before her avatar of Kalika crouched, and with a swift hand motion, scooped Naruto with one hand and placed it inside its head, alongside Hinata. Naruto-kun. What's going on? Please, answer me. Hi, Hinata. The blonde weakly replied. Yes, it's me, Hinata. What happened? Hinata frantically asked. I failed. I failed them, Hinata, Naruto said, his voice almost a whisper. It appeared as if he wanted to cry, but was unable to. Hinata remembered how badly Naruto took their failure to save Utakata and Rashi from Akatsuki, especially the later, albeit in that one, Hagane's close call was probably a factor as well, and they were practically strangers to him. Killer Bee and especially Fu were people Naruto had known for far more than a couple days, and thus his bonds with them were far more meaningful, so their deaths must affected him even worse. Their demises, something tragic. Hinata had to choose her words carefully, not to make Naruto's situation any worse. But we can't afford to mourn them now. Not until that beast, and Madara, and Obito, aren't done with. So please Naruto-kun, please stay with me and let's fight together. There is no hope. That thing's too powerful and it won't stop at anything until he gets its claws on me, Naruto said in a depressed monotone, refusing to make eye contact with Hinata. No, it's not. We can fight, we can win. No matter what kind of obstacles life throws at us, we will always overcome them, even if not at first, and this one is no exception. Hinata insisted, desperation growing inside her as she watched her boyfriend becoming more and more an empty shell. Just take your sister and the others and leave. That thing only wants me. I don't want you to die pointlessly like dash. Slap. It took a couple seconds for Naruto to register the pain on his left cheek. He wordlessly brought his hand to Hinata's face still resting on his face, and for the first time, he made eye contact with Hinata. Her Tensagan eyes flared with a mix of anger and sadness. Did you just tell me to abandon you? Hinata seethed. So, are you telling me that if our roles were reversed, you'd had no trouble leaving me to my fate? Is that what you're saying? What? No. I would never. Naruto stammered, but Hinata didn't let him finish. No. Because you're Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who wants to be Hokage, who wants to become the best ninja there is while helping others becoming the better version of themselves as well. You would never abandon anybody. And thus, none of us, much less me, are going to abandon you in return. Hinata shouted. Hinata. Naruto whispered. I'm not going to abandon you. And you can't abandon us. You never would. Hinata said, her voice growing louder. Because if you abandon now, Fusan and Killer Bee, all the people who lost their lives in this war, then they would have died for nothing. Those words felt like a cold splash of water against his face, shaking him off of his quasi-catatonic state. Which in turn, allowed him to finally listen to somebody else. Don't forget about me, you brat. Kurama yelled from the seal inside Naruto. Kurama. The blonde suddenly remembered that he still was there. You weren't going to let that thing turn me into its dinner, were you? Kurama. Your Jinchuriki friends weren't the only ones who died to the machinations of Akatsuki. Your birth parents, they sacrificed their lives to save you from me. And that's how are you going to honor them? Kurama asked. And what about my siblings? You said you were going to save them. Did you forget about that too? No, of course not, Naruto replied, shaking off the feeling of numbness completely. I still plan to. Then do it. Prove me that those weren't just empty words to get on my good side. Kurama added. Naruto smiled. He then grabbed Hinata's hand, and lowered it down. I'm sorry, Hinata-hime, Naruto replied. Hinata smiled upon hearing her boyfriend using the usual honorific. You're right. We can't stop fighting, not after going so far. Even if we're doomed to lose and we can't stop Akatsuki's victory from happening, we still need to do everything in our power to stop them. However, we aren't going to lose, Naruto said, filled with determination as he turned towards the Ten Tails. Apparently, the monster had now recovered, and his damaged but still functional eye was focused once again on the blonde. But it was expecting an easy prey, it had another thing coming. Let's go, Hinata. Together. Yes. Naruto and Hinata shared their chakra with each other, merging their power. And all of a sudden, they were blinded by a very bright flash of white light. Aside from being blinded, they couldn't hear the noise the Ten Tails was making as it dragged towards them, of the battle going around them between the allied ninjas and remaining Ten Tails spawns. Naruto couldn't sense anybody anymore either aside from Hinata, much to his shock. What the, whoa. When Naruto and Hinata opened their eyes, they were no longer on the battlefield in front of the Ten Tails. Instead, they were in space, floating just above Earth's orbit. In their shock, neither of them realized that they were able to breathe just fine. Greetings, child of Hag Oromo, and child of Hamura, an unknown female voice made the couple realize that they weren't alone. It sounded stoic and monotone. We finally meet at last. Naruto and Hinata turned around, and saw a woman. Or what appeared to be a woman, since she didn't look to be human to begin with. She had chalk-white skin, ashen hair that went down to her feet. She had two white eyes not unlike those of the Hyuga, plus a third eye on her forehead that resembled the eye of the Ten Tails. A pair of horns crowned her head. She was wearing a long regal kimono decorated with megatamas and golden and purple trims. The two teens gasped. While they never met this woman before nor heard her speak, they had seen pictures of her and were told about her before. And if what they knew about her was true, her presence didn't spell good omens. Do you know who I am? The woman asked. Two words left Naruto's mouth. Kaguya Otsutsuki. Chapter 130. Love versus Power. Or. when Grandma shows up unannounced. Sight of the final battle. It's over. There's no need for us to fight anymore, Obito stated. Both Obito and Rin had been forced to interrupt their fight when the Ten Tails broke free and unleashed the cataclysm. Thanks to their augmentations, the two of them were able to weather the localized natural disaster with much more ease than their peers. Once it stopped, Rin was ready to continue their battle, but given what Obito had just said, the feeling wasn't mutual. What are you talking about? Maybe the Ten Tails just broke free, but we can still fight it. We can still fight you as well. Rin protested. Obito merely shook his head, but he didn't mock her nor laugh at her. Look, was all what he said. Rin then saw how the now free Ten Tails dragged itself towards the fallen Fu, still in her tailed beast form, grabbed her with one of its immense hands, brought her towards its mouth, and started to drain her of her tailed beast chakra. No! Rin yelled, as she instinctively ran forward. While she wasn't terribly close with Fu, she got to know better the Takigaku or Kunoichi after she moved to Konoha, and she was somebody the young Medicnin would call a friend. However, the Ten Tails took no time to drain her dry of her chakra, before callously letting her drop to the hard ground below. Rin fell to her knees as she could no longer sense Fu's chakra. Do you understand it now? Nothing can stop the Ten Tails now, Obito stated. It will now consume the 8 and the 9 tails, and once it becomes complete, Madara will seal it inside his body, becoming its Jinchuriki, and the new sage of the 6 paths will be born. I was hoping I would be able to do that myself before Madara awoke, but guess fate didn't smile upon me. That moment, an spiraling portal opened beside them. A dazed and almost catatonic Zetsu fell from the portal, followed by Kakashi, who landed on his feet. Obito turned towards his other former teammate, and smiled widely. Ah, Kakashi. I see you just defeated Zetsu, Obito said, looking unmoved by his fellow Akatsuki member's predicament. He spread one of his arms towards the Ten Tails, who was closing on Killer Bee. However, your victory is meaningless. Look. The Ten Tails is free and on the way to become complete. Nothing can be done to stop it. Perhaps I'm too late. Or would have been late, if I was able to do something to stop that monster. But I felt that before this ended, I could find the truth, Kakashi cryptically said. This seemed to draw Obito's attention, making him a little annoyed. Truth? What truth? The truth about you. About me. About Rin. About the day when everything changed, Kakashi said, as he lightly kicked Zetsu on the side, making it groan with pain. Come on, Aloe Vera, tell Obito how you and your pal Madara planned Rin's death. Obito's right eye shrank, as he felt a chill creeping down his spine. What? What did you just say? After we learned more about both you and Rin, there was something that always bugged me, how convenient it was. When Sensei was busy with another mission, one of your teammates, the one you had a crush on, gets captured by Kiri and is turned into the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, prompting her to kill herself. And you arrived just in time to see such a tragic moment. Such an incredible coincidence, don't you think? Obito started to shake, as his mind wrestled with the implications of Kakashi's words. One side wanted to believe his silver-haired former teammate, as what he said made sense. But another, more emotional side of his refused to accept such possibility because of what it implied. That's why I decided to take your pal over here to a more private place for some interrogation, Kakashi stated. And behold, my suspicions were correct. No. No. You lie. Obito replied, as he pointed an accusatory finger at him. Kakashi and Rin could see how much his hand was trembling. As this happened, Rin saw how the 10 tails drained THR8 tails out of Killer Bee's body. You have a way to see if I'm lying or not, Kakashi continued. If I'm not mistaken, one of the Rinnegan's powers is interrogation. Why don't you use it on this fella? Obito looked at Zetsu, still rather dazed and confused. Or are you afraid of what you might discover? Kakashi asked. Obito's eyes moved between Kakashi and Zetsu as he struggled with indecision. Was his former teammate right, or was he playing a trick on him? And if it was a trick, with what purpose? What would Kakashi gain by having Obito use the Naruto path on Zetsu? It wasn't like the human path, which would kill him. And even if it was the case, Zetsu's death wouldn't change anything. Not this late into his and Madara's plans. In the end, Obito took a decision. He stomped towards Zetsu, and lifted the dual being by its neck, until the two made eye contact. Jigakudo. Kakashi and Rin couldn't see it, but Obito had summoned the King of Hell behind him. Its mere sight was enough to snap both halves of Zetsu out of their confusion. What are you doing?" the wild half asked. They tried to break out of Obito's hold, but their entire body was paralyzed. "Shut up. I'm the one making the questions here," Obito yelled. "Now answer me this, was Rin's death part of a plan to manipulate me?" I don't know," he replied. The King of Hell opened its maws, releasing a tendril-like arm, just as a stream of energy flowed out of the plant being's mouth. The arm caught the stream, and pulled it towards the King of Hell's own mouth. Obito narrowed his eyes in anger. "Liar!" Both halves of Zetsu panicked. As they felt mobility returning to their shared body, they attempted to break free, but Obito didn't give him the chance. He was once again paralyzed as Obito placed one of his hands on top of his head, and began to scan his memories. He had to dig very deep, given that the memories were almost 2 decades old, but in the end, he found them. Or at least, a memory that confirmed Kakashi's. "Many years ago." "It is done, boss. The girl has been kidnapped and it's being taken to the Kirigakure outpost as we speak," White Zetsu said to Madara. Obito realized he was watching the scene from Zetsu's point of view. Madara was in his makeshift study, where he used to spend most of the time, even if right now he wasn't reading any book or scroll. "How about the Konoha ninjas? Are any of them in pursuit?" Madara asked. "Just one. Kakashi Hatake. Though he did use those dog summons of his to ask for reinforcements to Konoha," Zetsu informed. "That's no cause of concern. The only one who could reach them in time is the Yellow Flash, and we made sure he's busy elsewhere," Madara said, not worried at all. "The only thing we should be concerned with is that the sealing process is uninterrupted. Only then must the silver-haired brat be allowed to rescue the girl." Yes boss. I'll make sure me and the others see to that," White Zetsu replied. Zetsu's tone didn't fly over Madara, who scoffed at his creation. "Is there something in your mind, my minion? Something you might want to share with me?" Zetsu gulped a little, as he shifted uncomfortably. "Well, it's just that, please don't mistake this for insubordination, boss, but, this whole plan seems rather complicated just for that brat alone. There are so many things that can go wrong." Madara's withered lips curved into a smile. "It certainly does, doesn't it?" he asked. "The brat might not look like much, but I can see there's a lot of potential deep inside him. However, before said potential can be brought to the surface, he needs to be broken, so we can rebuild him to do my bidding. Besides, this will also ensure he will awaken the main Jikyoshiri Nan. He will need it if he plans to carry out my will." Obito didn't need to see more. He gritted his teeth in anger as tears welled up inside his eyes. "Ningendo." Obito pulled his hand away, tearing the souls of both the white and the black halves from their shared body. Zetsu stumbled backwards, before he fell on his back lifelessly, while the black half broke down into a puddle of black, ink-like liquid. The Rogue Uchiha watched at the being that was once his right-hand man. Then, he realized he wasn't looking at Zetsu's corpse. Instead, it was Rin, with a bloody hole in her chest, the one he was looking at. No. Obito stumbled backwards, and his foot tripped onto something. The Akatsuki turned around, and saw 2 more corpses, of 2 people he knew really well, Minato and Kushina. Next to them, wrapped in a blanket, was baby Naruto, crying profusely. Such sight startled Obito, and tripped again on another corpse. This time it was Biwako Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage's wife, whom he personally had killed on his quest to release the 9 tails and use it to destroy Konoha. Obito found himself surrounded by corpses, all of them of people he knew. Of people he either killed personally, or helped to kill: Hayashi Hayaga, Inoichi Yamanaka, Yujito Nii, Yagura, Yotakada, Rashi, and many, many more. No matter where he looked, there were nothing but corpses as far as his eyes could see. He fell on his knees, shut his eyes down, and clutched his head with his hands. No, no. Stop. Make it stop. He cried. Great changes are impossible without equally great sacrifices. And who decides who gets sacrificed? You? Madara. After joining Madara, Obito had been a follower of that idea. Sacrifice a few for the well-being of the many. How could anybody be against that? There was no system that made everybody happy, so humans always looked for one that at the very least made the largest number of people happy instead. And he wasn't any different. Yes, sacrificing a few to benefit the many sounded really good. Until you are one of the few that is chosen as sacrifices. Madara had decided that Rin needed to be sacrificed in order for his perfect world to exist. Needless to say, Obito didn't consider any world that didn't have Rin on it to be perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And now that Obito finally had reached such realization, he was now forced to come to terms with all the people he had killed, plus many more he made miserable, in his and Madara's mad quest for an apparently utopic world. What have I done? What have I done? He repeated, still clutching his head. He then felt a hand touch his shoulder. He dared to open his eyes, and saw Rin, alive and well, looking at him with a serious expression, her mouth a thin line. There's no time to lament for past actions, Obito, Rin said. She then smiled a little. Come on, it's not too late. With your help, we can still fix this. It is. There's no stopping the 10 tails now, Obito dejectedly said. I wouldn't be so sure, Obito, Kakashi intervened. Look. Obito turned around. His eyes widened once they saw what was going on. What the? Obito said, his mouth agape. That Naruto is truly something, isn't he? Then again, he is Sensei and Kushina-san's son, Rin said longingly. Her expression hardened when her eyes drifted towards somebody else. However, he won't be able to do it alone. Come on, he needs our help. Obito didn't say anything. He merely nodded, got back on his feet, and followed the ones they used to be his teammates. There was one last mission for Team Minato to fulfill before everything ended. A place beyond time and space. Kagaya at Satsuki. So you know who I am. Good. That shall allow me to skip introductions, Kagaya said with a nod. Not that there's any hurry. We can stay here in this dimension for hours, yet only a couple seconds will pass in the real world, she said, albeit it appeared that she was mostly talking to herself. Wait, how the hell are we talking with you? Naruto asked. Neither Hinata nor I have your chakra. You are correct, neither of you have my chakra. However, my sons inherited a half of my chakra's power each. The same power that you now possess. And the moment your respective chakras merged, it finally allowed me to contact you, Kagaya explained. I do imagine that you already met my sons, didn't you? Kagaya asked. However, neither teen replied. They instead looked at each other, almost if silently asking each other if this woman could be trusted, given their past. Something Kagaya herself seemed to grasp. First, however, I want to assure you that you have nothing to fear from me. I'm not your enemy. But even if I was, I would have no power to cause you any harm. Well, that's reassuring, Naruto said out loud. We heard of you from your sons. They told us what you did, and what you wanted to do with the world, Hinata said, looking at the pale-skinned woman with a critical eye. And maybe you can't harm us physically, but people underestimate how words, especially dishonest words, can be used to cause harm. Yeah. Are we supposed to believe that you saw the error of your ways, or something? Naruto asked. You used to be the 10 tails. Maybe you were the one behind Madara's plan, and you're using him to come back to life. If Kagaya took offense at the pair's skepticism, she didn't show it. You don't need to believe me. But to answer your doubts, it is impossible for me to return to the world of the living, even if, like my sons, my spirit is still linked to this world thanks to the force of my chakra. I died the moment Hagoromo drained the 10 tails of its chakra, even if the creature itself still lives. And yes, I did see the error of my ways. I did have, after all, almost a millennia, not just to think about my past actions, but to observe the world my sons have created. However, there's still something that needs to be done. Even if my sons were right to stop me from subjugating the world, they didn't have the entire context of my actions. And such knowledge needs to be passed. Whatever you choose to do with such knowledge, it will depend entirely on you. Once again, Naruto and Hinata silently looked at each other, and reached a decision without the need of trading words. "All right, old lady, we're listening," Naruto said. His tone, however, also carried an unsaid warning. Kaguya nodded, seemingly unperturbed by Naruto and Hinata's lack of trust in her. She waved her hand, the surroundings around them abruptly changed. They were no longer on Earth's orbit, but inside some sort of castle with many people inside it. They had chalk-white skin, ashen hair, and wore similar clothes to Kaguya. Naruto and Hinata guessed they were her people. "This is the Otsutsuki clan," she began, confirming their guess. "We have existed for eons, and for all our existence, we have traveled the cosmos looking for planets that were teeming with life." Their surroundings changed once again, this time showing an alien planet. Said planet had a purple sky, tall trees with blue and white leaves, as well as plenty of animals that looked nothing like the animals from Earth. "Once we found a planet suitable for our needs, we planted a seed on it. From said seed, a special tree would germinate." The image changed once again, this one to show a tree so thick and tall, it disappeared into the sky, making the other trees look like mere blades of grass. "You know this kind of trees as the divine tree." Both Naruto and Hinata gasped at the revelation. "So the divine tree, it was you who planted it?" Hinata asked. Not even Hagoromo nor Hamura knew where the tree came from. It simply existed. "Because I never told my sons what was the true purpose behind those trees," Kaguya continued. "The divine trees, once completely mature, would extend their roots through the entire planet, and would start to drain it of its nature energy little by little. Once it had stored nature energy over 1,000 years, it would use it to produce a single chakra fruit. Then the Otsutsuki tasked with watching over the planet would collect the fruit and send it back home. Then, the fruit would be used to produce many special pills that are distributed among the rest of the clan. By consuming said pills, we Otsutsuki are able to gain immense power, and extend our lifespans for more than a millennia." "Wait, didn't you eat the fruit raw?" Naruto interrupted. "Or at least, that's what I heard you did." "You are correct, yes. I will get to that shortly. Please refrain yourself from asking any more questions until I'm done telling my tale," Kaguya replied, shooting Naruto an icy look, making the blonde shiver a little. "We have to keep consuming those pills in order to maintain our power and immortality, so we have to harvest fruits constantly, and once a chakra fruit has been produced, the cycle begins anew, and the tree starts gathering more nature energy for another fruit. And after several cycles..." The image changed again, showing the planet losing both fauna and flora little by little, until it is reduced to a barren, empty wasteland. Naruto's mouth was left agape, and Hinata covered her mouth with her hands in horror. "So, that's what would have happened to the earth if the divine tree wasn't removed?" Hinata asked, horrified. "It would have taken several millennia to reach such state, but yes, your assessment is a correct one," Kaguya confirmed. He then looked at Naruto. "You asked me about eating the fruit raw before. Doing such a thing is forbidden by the clan under penalty of death. Eating a fruit raw makes one completely immortal, and gives a permanent power boost far greater than a mere pill," Kaguya said, and sensing Naruto about to ask another question, she continued. "However, eating a fruit raw also permanently binds you to the divine tree, making you unable to leave the planet. And once the divine tree is done draining a planet of its nature energy and dies, so does anybody bound to it." "That means that you would have eventually died," Naruto said. "Yes, you are correct," Kaguya confirmed. "Then why did you do that? Plus, you wouldn't be able to return home. Did you like the earth so much?" Naruto asked, crossing his arms. "Yes," was Kaguya's reply. The blonde was taken aback. "Really? 2,000 years ago, I was sent to this planet to plant the seed of a divine tree, and to oversee its growth. And while I did, I realized that this planet has something no other planet we harvested ever had, intelligent life forms. Life forms which shared an uncanny resemblance to our species, Kaguya continued. Then, for the first time since they met her, Kaguya smiled, even if only a little. At first I didn't think much of humans. They were short-lived, short-sighted and brutish. Unaware of how small they were compared to the rest of the universe. However, despite their flaws, I saw that humanity had something we at Satsuki lacked, creativity without limits, and the ability to change and grow with each new generation. That made me realize the flaws of my own people, Kaguya said. We at Satsuki existed for eons, and for eons we remained unchanged, doing nothing but harvesting chakra fruits in order to maintain our power and immortality. We aren't even allowed to have children, since more at Satsuki would force us to harvest more fruits or to reduce our ration of pills. Soon I fell in love with your species, and tried to find a way to save you from your inevitable doom. I realized that I wouldn't be able to carry such task without incurring into the wrath of my brethren, so I took a decision. Once the tree produced a chakra fruit, I would eat said fruit. With my newfound powers, I would then unite humanity under my leadership, and use my knowledge to lift them into a proper civilization. One that would be able to defend itself from the inevitable retaliation that was to come. I even seduced a human emperor into marrying me, and from such union, my twin sons were born. They would help me unite the world and fend off the Atsutsuki invasion. Given that I was bound to the divine tree, I commanded it to gather nature energy at a much slower rate as to slow down the planet's death, while I prepared its people for the battle to come. And once the Atsutsuki clan would no longer be a threat, I would destroy the divine tree, as well as myself, leaving the world into my son's care. I don't think I need to say that my plan didn't work out as expected. I'm sure you already know what happened next from my sons, Kaguya said, seemingly finishing her tale. Great. So even if we beat Madara, there's an even bigger enemy that's bound to drop onto our doorstep sooner or later, Naruto groaned, rolling his eyes. Yes. But now, Madara Uchiha and the revived Ten Tails are the more immediate threats that you must put down post-haste, Kaguya urged. You want us to stop Madara? Given that he's following your footsteps, I thought you'd approve of him, Hinata observed. Kaguya glared at Hinata, unamused. I would have approved of him in another time, but like I said before, I saw the error of my ways. Humanity has a great potential, but for such potential to manifest, freedom is a must. Yes, humanity is prone to conflicts and infighting, but that's an inevitable side effect of your diversity of thought. But conflicts can be solved, if all parts can reach an understanding, if there are people willing to do so. Like me before him, Madara is somebody who committed terrible actions for the sake of a noble goal. But terrible actions can only lead into terrible outcomes, no matter how righteous your intentions may be. Hence, he must be stopped, and the 10 tails broken back into the 9 beings Hagoromo split them into. And, can we really do that? Naruto asked. Yes. You both have the same power my sons used to wield. Naruto, the chakra of all the tailed beasts lies within you. You must use said chakra to bind the 10 tails own, Kaguya then looked at Hinata. And just like the moon pulls the seas to form the tides, you, Hinata, must use your power to pull the 10 tails chakra from its body once Naruto has bound it. So grab the chakra, and pull it out. Got it, Naruto said with a nod. Good. I have no more knowledge to share with you. Now you must go. Use what you've learned today to protect the world I love so much, so you can succeed where I failed, Kaguya asked. May fortune smile upon you. Thank you. We'll do our best, Hinata stated. Don't worry, we won't fail, Naruto assured her. And with that, the two Konoha youths left Kaguya's dimension. Back in the real world, Naruto and Hinata found themselves once again back inside the head of the latter's avatar of Kalika. They were still holding hands, which glowed with a white light as they merged their power with each other. Naruto-kun, let's channel our power into the avatar of Kalika. I believe it will be our best chance to win. You got it. Naruto agreed. As Naruto and Hinata funneled their combined power into the latter's chakra avatar, it quickly began to undergo a transformation. The avatar started to grow in size, as its color began to change from lavender to golden orange as Naruto's power spread through it. Its hair grew both in length and volume, splitting into 9 locks that resembled the 9 tails of Kurama, so long they reached the avatar's ankles. And lastly, pieces of armor started to form around the avatar. On its chest, forearms, forelegs, and the upper half of its face was obscured by a kitsune-styled helmet. Sage Art, Golden Avatar of Kalika. The 10 tails let out a roar of anger, as it fixed its massive eye on the newly formed Golden Chakra avatar, and once again, it extended one of its arms, its long fingers ready to wrap themselves around the Golden Giantess. Sage Art, Twin Lion Assault. The Golden Avatar thrust 2 of its palms forward, releasing 2 blasts of Golden Chakra. Said blasts took the shape of 2 maned lions, and crashed into the 10 tails hand. The force of the jutsu pushed said arm backwards, almost yanking the 10 tails with it. However, the colossal beast wasn't going to give up so easily, and decided to use its many tails to grab its prey instead. Not that they were going to be of much help either. When the first tail came, the avatar easily deflected it with a palm strike. Another strike came from a different direction, but Hinata's Tensagen caught it and acted accordingly. The 10 tails then began to attack with 2 or 3 tails at once, forcing the avatar to actually move while it deflected the attack. Seemingly running out of patience, the 10 tails decided to attack with all of its tails at once. Unfortunately for him, Hinata had the perfect defense for such a wide attack. Sage Art, Protection of the 8 trigrams, 128 palms. The Golden Avatar started to move its 4 palms forward in a pushing manner, so fast they almost became blurry, while releasing thin streams of Golden Chakra, deflecting each of the tails that got close to them. The avatar increased the speed of the defensive jutsu, building up so much power that it pushed the 10 tails backwards. Well done, Hinata. Naruto praised. Now it's my turn. The avatar's 4 hands were brought together, and chakra particles started to gather in the space between them, forming a dark purple sphere, the 4 hands moving further from each other as the sphere increased in size. Take this, asshole. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Wave. The avatar thrust all 4 of its hands forward, releasing the energy stored inside the sphere in the form of a golden yellow energy wave. The energy wave hit the 10 tails square in the face, making it to screech in pain as it was pushed backwards. However, that was nowhere near enough to put it down, and the monster still had plenty of fight on it. Deciding that Naruto had the right idea, the 10 tails opened its huge jaws and started to charge a tailed beast ball of its own. Oh no, you won't. But before the crimson sphere of destruction was fully charged, the avatar dashed forward and leaped, just as it delivered a brutal roundhouse kick to the titanic monster, causing the still forming attack to prematurely detonate inside the monster's mouth. That was for Killer Bee. Naruto cried. The avatar jumped again in order to reach the 10 tails face, and during the brief time they were eye to eye, the chakra construct delivered a series of fast and powerful palm strikes, each of them carrying so much power, it produced a gust of wind to burst outwards. Once the brief but painful assault was over, the 10 tails let out a screech of agony as it slumped over. Do you think we softened it enough? Hinata asked. I think so. Alright, now time to bind it. Naruto said. Several locks of the avatar's hair raised as if they had life of their own, and wrapped themselves around the 10 tails' head and arms. However, before they could bind its chakra, the 10 tails suddenly got up, and lunged forward, delivering a brutal headbutt to the avatar, pushing it backwards, and releasing the 10 tails from the locks of hair. Ah! Naruto and Hinata screamed in unison as the force of the impact dragged their avatar through the ground, carving a large furrow, and sending chunks of rocks and earth everywhere. The 10 tails dragged itself forward once again, making the earth rumble, ready to claim its elusive prey. Its red eye glinted, and once again, extended a single arm in order to catch the golden avatar. However, in its fixation, it once again failed to account for external threats. Sage Art, Spiraling Inferno. When the 10 tails saw what appeared to be a spinning sphere of flames flying directly into its eye, it was too late to dodge. The missile hit the 10 tails squarely in the eye, before it exploded into an even larger sphere of revolving flames. A loud screech of pain filled the air once more as the searing pain made the titanic beast recoil. A gigantic toad Naruto recognized as Gamaken landed with a thundering noise besides the avatar of Kalika. And on top of that toad, Naruto could see his adoptive parents, the 2 of them in sage mode, with Fukazaku on one of Jiraiya's shoulder, and a fragment of Katsuya resting on one of Tsunade's shoulders. "Mom! Dad!" Naruto cried in joy. "Hey there, kid," Jiraiya greeted him. "Sorry for being late. We got a little tangled up during our reunion with Orochimaru. But we're finally here. And it seems that we got just in time," Tsunade said, as her single visible eye focused on the 10 tails. "I take you two know how to beat that thing for good. We believe we will be able to drain it of its chakra and split it back into the 9-tailed beasts," Hinata began. "But we can't do it as long as it keeps moving." It seemed that the 10 tails, or better said its eye, had finally recovered from the damage caused by Jiraiya's attack, and charged forward once again. Tsunade hopped off of Gameken, and smirked at the abomination. "You need that thing to stay still. Lucky for you, I have the perfect jutsu for that," Tsunade said, as she cracked her knuckles. She made a hand seal. "Sage art, gracious deity gates." Suddenly, massive red torii fell from above, landing on top of the 10 tails' tails, pinning them to the ground. The beast growled in confusion as the torii gates left it rooted in one spot, unable to move. It tried to pull its tails free, but the torii didn't budge. "Naruto, now, before it breaks free," Tsunade urged. Naruto and Hinata nodded, and commanded the avatar to rush towards the 10 tails. Once again, 4 locks of the avatar's hair wrapped themselves around the arms and the head of the titanic abomination as if they were tentacles. This time, however, the 10 tails was unable to break free, and its chakra was bound, leaving it unable to move or retaliate. "The chakra has been bound," Naruto announced. "Let's pull it out then," Hinata said. Other 4 of the avatar's long locks of hair forced themselves through the mouth and down the throat of the 10 tails, who could still do nothing to fight back. "I have it!" Hinata cried. "Great! Now, pull!" A few minutes earlier, Madara watched in worry the battle before him. One moment, Naruto wasn't even attempting to defend himself from the 10 tails, not that it would have helped much if he did. Then that annoying Hyuga came and something happened. The two of them had combined their chakra, creating a completely new kind of power, something Madara had never sensed in his life. Something that, he dared to admit, surpassed his own 6 paths chakra. And that new power allowed the chakra construct of the Hyuga combined with the 9 tails chakra to fight back against the 10 tails. Despite the fact that the power the two Konoha youths had now was still inferior to that of the 10 tails, his instinct told him to intervene before things spiraled out of control. "Better step in and put down those impudent brats once and for all," Madara stated, as he began to move forward. "I'm too close to achieve my goal to dash." Bansho Tenin. Madara was unexpectedly pulled back by an invisible force, making him fall on his back and roll on the ground. "What the?" "Wood release, wood binding jutsu." The second Madara stopped rolling, and was left lying on his back. A mass of wooden roots sprouted around him and wrapped themselves around his body, immobilizing him and pinning him to the ground. The sound of thousands birds chirping alerted Madara that something was coming from above, and looking up he saw Kakashi leaping down at him, one of his hands coated in bluish light electricity. Lightning blade. Shinra Tensei. However, seconds before Kakashi could impale the old Uchiha, Madara released a kinetic shockwave from his body in all directions, destroying the roots binding him while also blasting Kakashi upwards. As Madara jumped back to his feet, he saw Kakashi bursting into a poof of smoke, realizing that what he blasted was a shadow clone. Madara was able to sense a faint tremble beneath his feet, and jumped back in time to avoid what he assumed was the real Kakashi bursting from below. Another lightning blade formed in his hand, barely missing his mark for a few centimeters. And it was that moment when Rin chose to attack, since the Deva path was still recharging, and Madara couldn't move while midair, delivering a flying kick to the long-haired Uchiha's face, sending him flying sideways. Still, Madara was able to regain his balance by doing a backflip, landing on his feet. Wood release, cutting jutsu. Madara turned around just in time to see Obito ready to impale him with a sharp spear made of wood. Madara was able to grab the spear before it could touch him, reducing its momentum enough so it wouldn't be able to pierce his armor. The older Uchiha looked at who used to be his protege and right-hand man, and scoffed in disgust. "Obito, you dare betray me, when we're so close to victory?" Madara asked, struggling with the wooden spear against the younger Uchiha. After I saved both your and that pathetic girl's life. Shut up, you liar. I read Zetsu's mind. You didn't save anybody. Her abduction and her death, it was all your doing. Those Kiri ninjas were under your control the whole time. Obito yelled. Oh, so you found about it, Madara said, as anger slowly disappeared from his tone. And on such a critical moment. Such a pity, you could have enjoyed a safe long life with Rin on the new world I'm about to create, but I guess that you won't stop until one of us lays dead on the ground, will you? I don't want anything from you. Much less a world of your own doing. Obito angrily replied. Come on Obito, until a few minutes ago, you were on board with my plan. I understand you must be hurt and angry after finding how I manipulated you, but you'll surely agree that creating a better world is more important than all of that, right? Madara asked, as his lips curved into a smirk. Besides, you should be thankful to me. I opened your eyes to the harsh realities of the world. That's why you never doubted any word from my mouth that reached your ears. That's why you were so eager to carry on my plan, even without me to watch over you. Open my eyes? No, you blinded me, with your promises of an impossible world. Obito replied. Yes, I used to follow you, I drank every word you said like a desert dweller drinks water from an oasis. And like you, I used to believe that no great change is possible without equally great sacrifices. But believing that is much easier when somebody else is the one getting sacrificed. Lightning release, lightning beast running jutsu. Kakashi launched a lightning bolt at Madara, which took the shape of a hound, which began to run towards him. Madara then pulled the spear and Obito with it, grabbing his former minion and throwing it against Kakashi's lightning attack. The lightning hound, however, maneuvered around Obito and jumped towards Madara. Gakido. Madara raised a hand towards the elemental dog, creating a barrier of white light. Upon crashing against the barrier, the hound was converted back into our chakra which was absorbed into Madara's body. That moment, Rin decided to make her move, and started making hand seals. Wood release, wood binding jutsu. Before Madara could finish absorbing Kakashi's attack, multiple wooden roots emerged around him. However, before they could wrap themselves around the Uchiha's body, the blue ghostly ribcage of the Susanoo manifested around him, acting a shield from the roots, which wrapped around it. The Susanoo developed into its humanoid form, destroying the roots in the process. You might have grown in size, but deep down you're still that immature brat I saved during the Third War, Madara said, shaking his head in disappointment. In this cruel world, born of the imperfect dream of Hashirama, nobody is safe from a sudden death. Tell me Obito, were the deaths of all the people who perished during the Third Ninja War my fault as well? What about the two previous wars? How many did die? Hundreds? Thousands? If you could save all those thousands of lives by sacrificing less than a dozen, isn't it our moral duty to do so? Regardless of what you did to Obito and me, Rin interceded. Your plan is destined to fail. You think that by becoming all-powerful, you will bring peace to the world. Power alone can't lead to peace. Power is the key to everything, little girl. People with power can do whatever they want, while powerless weaklings can't do nothing of note. That's why we need to ensure that only those who are benevolent have power, Madara countered. In my world, no wicked men will have the power to spread evil or start senseless war. That's rich, coming from the most wicked man in history that started the biggest war we ever saw. Rin angrily replied. Madara scowled. A sword formed on one of its Susanoo's arms as it raised it. I'm done listening to you lot. The Susanoo brought the sword down. Rin squeaked as she jumped just in time to avoid the giant blade striking the ground, opening a crack, and raising a cloud of dust. Obito snarled, and charged at Madara. Don't you dare lay a finger on Rin. The Uchiha growled. Very well. Do you volunteer to take her place, then? Madara mockingly asked, as he crossed his arms. The Susanoo prepared to strike again, this time at Obito. But much to Madara's initial shock and later frustration, the blade of his Susanoo phased through him as he were an illusion. Obito was also able to phase through the Susanoo's body, reaching a hand towards Madara, who took a step back. That body of yours isn't immortal. All I need to do is send you to the Kamui dimension, and just wait until you die of dehydration. Obito said, just as his index finger grazed Madara's armor. There. Ka dash. Shinra Tensei. Unfortunately, before Obito could teleport Madara to the pocket dimension, he was blasted away from him and out of the Susanoo, landing painfully on his back, as his body skidded on the hard ground. Obito. Rin screamed. And you forget that your Kamui doesn't make you immortal either, Madara said. You need to stay tangible in order to send something to your pocket dimension, and that window of time is more than enough for me to strike back. Madara then turned around, and saw the Ten Tails struggling against Naruto and Hinata. As a feeling of worry crept up his back, the Uchiha mastermind scowled. That doesn't look good. Alright, no more wasting time with you lot. And you think we're going to let you escape? Rin asked, as she leaped towards Madara, kunao in hand. Madara let out an irritated sigh, as he generated a black chakra rod through his palm, and used it to impale Rin through the gut just as she leaped at him. However, Rin quickly lost all color, faded into the dull brown of tree bark. A wood clone. How original and unexpected, Madara deadpanned, as he shook the lifeless clone off his chakra rod and tossed it away. Don't let him go. Naruto and Hinata are almost done with the Ten Tails. We need to keep him at bay for a little longer. The real Rin replied from the opposite side of him. It seems that I'll have to crush these annoying insects with my overwhelming power, Madara said, as he held a hand up. Chibaku Tensei. A marble-sized bulk gravity core formed on Madara's hand, and shot into the sky. The ground started to shake as chunks of rock and dirt were teared from it, and pulled towards the gravity core. Kakashi, Obito. Rin called her teammates, horror seeping from her voice as she remembered the last time Madara used that attack. You can't let Madara finish that jutsu. You need to interrupt no matter how. Leave that to me. Kakashi said, as he focused his Sharingan on the nascent planetoid. The silver-haired Jonin also remembered when Pain attempted to use that jutsu to destroy Konoha. That time he didn't have the chance to stop it, but he would do it now. As his Sharingan morphed into its advanced form, Kakashi made a hand seal. Kamui. A spiraling vortex appeared on the forming planetoid, which began to slowly suck it into the Kamui dimension, much to Rin's relief. And, unaware to Team Minato, that was the opportunity Madara was waiting for. He directed each of his hands towards Obito and Rin, respectively. Bansho Tenin. Obito was able to sense the attack and activate Kamui in order to avoid it, but Rin wasn't so lucky, and was yanked towards Madara. The long-haired Uchiha's hand gripped her neck with such force, she was unable to breathe. Rin. Obito yelled, as he rushed towards her and his former master. Don't you dare touch her. You know, I had many chances to kill this girl, but I exercised restraint for your sake. But given that we are no longer allies, I have no more reason to hold back, Madara said, and much to Obito's horror, he placed his other hand on Rin's head. Ningendo. Pulling said hand back, Madara teared Rin's soul out of her body, killing her instantly, before disdainfully tossing her lifeless body to Obito, who caught it. It was cold to the touch. He couldn't sense her chakra, nor hear her breathing. No. No. Obito sobbed, as he fell to his knees, cradling Rin's body. The worst day of his life was happening again. Except this time it wasn't a nightmare or an hallucination. Nuu. Rin. Kakashi said, after sending the Chibaku Tensei to the Kamui dimension, he had just caught Madara killing Rin in cold blood. He just stood there, with his eyes wide open in horror. Let this be a lesson of what happens to those dare to betray me, Madara hatefully said. Once I decided you've suffered enough, I shall kill you next. With that, Madara leaped away, and headed towards the Ten Tails, leaving Obito and Kakashi. Obito didn't hear Madara's threat, nor registered him leaving. All he could think of now was Rin. He had failed her again. He had gone for such lengths not only to bring her back, but to create a world where she could live happy and safe. And now, all his efforts, years of work, were crumbling in front of his eyes. Was Rin's immutable fate to die before she could ever reach adulthood? Was Obito's crusade pointless from the very beginning? Everything I did it for you. Obito sobbed. Yet in the end it was for nothing. You never asked me if I wanted you to do all of this, Rin's voice replied. I thought I knew better. Obito continued. I thought you'd eventually see things my way. All you and Madara ever did was to carve a path of death. Is it that surprising that I ended up as one of his victims? Rin angrily asked. Obito didn't have an answer to that. Or perhaps he did have, but was too afraid to say it out loud. That question brought to his mind once again the memory of all the people he had killed, either directly or indirectly. At the time, he just dismissed them as necessary sacrifices to build a better tomorrow. But now, they were people whose deaths didn't accomplish anything. There's still a chance to fix this, a voice said. It wasn't Rin, nor Kakashi. He recognized the voice as his own past self, the goggle-wearing boy who was Kakashi's rival and wanted to become Hokage. But you know that the price is a big one. That price is nothing but a fraction of what should I do to atone for all my sins, Obito replied to his younger self. No world that doesn't have Rin on it can be called perfect. And I don't want to live in a world where Rin doesn't exist anymore. I will gladly pay this price in order to give her another chance. Carefully, Obito laid Rin's lifeless body in front of him. He then kneeled down, and made the ram seal. His body started to glow with a white light. I may not be able to undo most of my crimes. But at least, I will be able to correct my most recent ones, Obito said, as the ram seal turned into the snake. Outer Path, Heavenly Rebirth. A beam of white light shot from Obito into the sky. Come on. Keep pulling. Naruto encouraged. Just a little more. The four tentacle-like golden locks were wrapped around a teal-colored mass of chakra which they were trying to pull out of the Ten Tails body. However, despite being immobilized and most of its chakra bound, the colossal beast still resisted, and the two youths were unable to separate the chakra from the body. NGGGGH. No matter how hard we pull, the monster keeps pulling the chakra back. Hinata cried. She tried to stay positive and remind herself that, if Hagoromo and Hamura were able to do this in the past, so could they. But a part of her mind reminded her that they weren't Hagoromo and Hamura. I'm afraid we might not be strong enough to do this. Rather than sharing her panic, Naruto simply smirked, much to her bemusement. In that case, let's ask more people to help us. The remaining golden lock of hair shoot backwards, where most of the allied ninja survivors were. The lock split into multiple threads as it spread around the battlefield. Everybody! Grab onto the chakra threads! Naruto commanded. Nobody asked any questions, and the ninjas not currently fighting the few Ten Tails mini-clones left did as he commanded. Naruto could sense how their chakras were added to his and Hinata's. Most of them unknown, but many of them familiar. Yes, with their combined power, they would put an end to this nightmarish monster. Now pull! They all pulled in unison. And, unlike the previous tries, it seemed that the Ten Tails was unable to swallow the chakra back. More and more of the chakra blob was forced out of its body, and with a final pull and a loud snapping sound, the Ten Tails chakra was completely separated from its body. The backlash of such colossal effort caused the golden avatar of Kalika to break down and vanish, but it no longer mattered. The mass of chakra then split into 9 blobs, and each blob taking the form of one of the 9-tailed beasts, all of them landing on the ground with a booming noise. And just like the 9-tailed beasts reformed, the Tentile shrieked as its form twisted and shrank until it regressed to the demonic satyr form, before disappearing in a cloud of smoke, returning to its sealing place within the moon. Yes. You did, Naruto. I knew my trust in you wasn't misplaced. Kurama cheered. Thank you, Kurama. But it wasn't just me. I would have never done this alone, Naruto mentally replied. Kurama chuckled, and shook his head. Always have to play the part of the ideal, humble hero, hey Naruto. Naruto was going to reply, when he heard Hinata gasp, and look up into the sky. Naruto, look. Like it had happened in Konoha months back, the sky flashed white for a brief moment, and beams of white light started to descend from above. When the beams of light touched the corpses that littered the battlefield, they miraculously returned to life. Even those whose corpses were far too mangled or slaughtered had their bodies completely restored before they were returned to life. As the sensor ninjas started to sense all the new chakras appearing around them seemingly out of nowhere, the dead returned to life. Away from all the action, Shino continued to try to keep Fu alive as he waited for Kiba and Tamaki to bring Naruto. But they were taking way too long. Fu's vitals kept deteriorating. His medical jutsu wasn't working. None of the chakra he transferred to her was of any help. "Come on Fu, don't leave me," he cried, at a louder volume than he was used to speak, as tears started to stream down his cheeks. "I know you're strong. You're the strongest person I ever met. You can't let this be your end." Then, all of a sudden, a beam of white light hit her body, and almost instantly, Fu's eyes snapped wide open, and flung herself up, breathing heavily. "Fu. Shino." The green-haired girl stammered. "Shino. I dreamt I was dead. What the hell just happened?" Shino, however, didn't say anything, and simply hugged his confused but very much alive girlfriend, as more tears rolled down his face. Except this time, they were tears of joy rather than sorrow. However, much to his confusion, Fu gently pushed him back, breaking the hug, and looked into his eyes with a dazed gaze. Something's wrong," Fu mumbled, as she started to look at her own body, until she finally noticed the missing piece. "Kome. Where is Kome? Why I can't feel Kome?" Not far away from Shino and Fu, Killer Bee's students were gathered around him, watching how T was futilely trying to keep him alive long enough for the Raikage to return with Naruto. But no matter how hard the blonde-haired medic tried, it simply wasn't enough. "He has no heartbeat," Amwa said, placing his fingers on B's wrist. "Come on T, we're losing him. I know you can do better," Karui shouted. "I'm trying my best, but it's not enough. No medic on Earth can save a Jinchuriki whose tailed beast has been extracted," the braid-wearing girl protested. "We can't lose Sensei, you hear me? We already thought we lost him once, and I don't plan to go through that again. Not unless we've done everything in our hand. So you better dash." "Hey, what's that?" Amwa asked, looking up into the sky. The two girls did likewise, and had to shield their eyes from the bright beam of light that was falling upon them. The beam of light hit B's body, and the rapper ninja instantly sat up, and started coughing. "Sensei?" Karui asked. Where am I? What's going on? What does it feel like I've been gone?" he asked, as he confusedly looked at his students, who were crying tears of joy. However, despite his return to life, B felt that something was missing from him. Something very important. "There's something amiss. Wait, where is number 8? Yujito was watching in awe how the dead were returning to life. Those who did were a bit confused, looking around, trying to understand what was going on. The friends and loved ones of the resurrected didn't question what was going on, and jumped to hug them, many of them crying tears of joy. She couldn't help but smile at such a heartwarming sight. "You know, Kurama told me about this happening in Konoha," Madatabi chimed in. "But seeing it with your own eyes, it's something completely different." "It certainly is," Yujito agreed. "Despite all the people who died in this war, this battle at least will end up with 0 casualties on our side." Distracted as she was by the miracle happening around her, Yujito didn't realize that one of the falling beams of light was heading towards her. The Jinchuriki of Madatabi screamed and fell on her butt in shock as the beam of light hit her, sending a jolt through her body. "Yujito. What happened?" Madatabi's shard within her asked, worried. "Are you okay?" "I think." Yujito asked, confused. "I don't know, I feel different," Yujito said. For some reason, her body didn't feel like a shadow clone anymore. In fact, she felt almost like she did when she was alive. Moved by a hunch, she pulled out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, and made a cut on her thumb. It started to bleed. "Blood, my blood," Yujito said, her voice barely a whisper, as she watched a thin thread of blood trickle down her finger. "But shadow clones don't bleed, right?" Madatabi asked. "Then, it can only mean I'm alive," she said in realization. Then, her lips curved into a wide smile, as she began to leap in joy. I'm alive. I'm alive. Oh yes. Everyone, Yujito is back. Yujito wasn't the only one who underwent a rebirth, as the other Jinchuriki that had temporary shadow clone bodies were also hit by the resurrecting beams of light. Such as Han and Rashi, that were making sure that all the Ten Tails spawns were truly done and accounted for. Or Yagura, who had reunited with his wife and son, and was using the chance to say a proper goodbye before his atypical body finally disappeared. Or Yotakata, who was telling Hotaru about how he ended up raised as a zombie, before part of his chakra ended up in Naruto, while Hotaru was telling him about her battles in the war, and how she had met and fought Yotakata's former mentor Haru-same, and how, misguided as he was, the man never betrayed Yotakata, but wanted to help him. The last of the beams of white light fell upon Rin. As her body was revitalized and her soul returned to it, the medic Nin's eyes were opened wide, and quickly sat up, breathing heavily, while looking around, confused. What, where am I? I am alive. She asked, before she looked at Obito, kneeling next to her. Rin. Obito. Obito didn't say anything. He simply smiled, and much to the medic's shock, he dropped on his back, lying on the ground. Obito, what's wrong? Rin asked, as he quickly went to check him. Nothing's wrong. Obito weakly said. At least, not anymore. Your heartbeat is so weak, and you're so cold. Rin said in horror. What dash? Rin, Madara killed you, Kakashi said, as he walked towards the two. Albeit dragging himself was probably a more appropriate term to use, since all the battling was finally taking a toll on his body. Obito then used the Rinnegan to revive you, as well as the ninjas who died during the battle against the Ten Tails, to life. What? But how? Wait a minute, isn't that what that pain guy did after the Battle of Konoha? Rin asked. But, that jutsu claims one's life after using it. Kakashi merely looked at Obito with saddened eyes. I think he was aware of such outcome. No. Obito, why did you do it? Rin said, as he grabbed his shoulders. Her eyes started to water. Why? Now that you finally saw the light. Now that the three of us were finally together. Obito chuckled sadly. Rin, one way or another, there was no future for me, he was interrupted by a coughing fit. But you do have a future, Rin. You deserve it. I sacrificed plenty of lives for you, Rin, and look how it ended. My life is the only life I have any right to sacrifice, so, let me do this for you. Obito. Rin said, as tears ran down her cheeks. Obito then turned his head towards Kakashi. Kakashi. I asked you to protect Rin once, and you failed. Then again. I wasn't any better, was I? He asked, laughing a little, before his laugh was cut by another coughing fit. So now, make sure you don't waste this second chance, Obito said, before his eyes rested on Rin once again. And you Rin, make sure you keep Kakashi alive as well. It's a miracle that this idiot made it alive so far. Rin wiped her tears, and forced herself to smile at Obito's jab. Yeah, hee, and yes, don't worry. I always kept you guys in check, didn't I? Good. Obito coughed again. Now. I also want to say that, for all what's worth. I'm sorry, for the hell I put you through. It's okay Obito. You suffered a lot yourself as well. But don't worry, your suffering is about to end, Rin said, as she helped Obito to lie down. You can rest now. After taking one last look at the girl he used to have a crush on and the man who was both his rival, enemy, and best friend, Obito closed his eyes, and never opened them again. Rin hung her head, and started to weep, while Kakashi pulled her into a hug. With the Ten Tails defeated and Obito dead, there was only one Akatsuki left. One who, despite his immense power, still couldn't match the combined might of the Ninja Alliance on his own. However, said Akatsuki was about to pull one last, desperate gamble to achieve victory. Because many things could be said of Madara Uchiha, but being a quitter wasn't one of them. As the tailed beasts were celebrating their newfound freedom with Naruto and Hinata, Madara leaped towards them, landing in the middle of the tailed beasts. Given his body language, It was obvious he wasn't going to surrender. "This isn't over yet," he hollered. "I'm afraid it is," Naruto replied. "The Ten Tails is no more and your army has been destroyed. All what's left of Akatsuki is you, Madara. Yeah. Don't complicate things any further and surrender peacefully," Jiraiya stated. "Strong as you are, you can't defeat all of us. Especially not when we have all tailed beasts here to help us as well," Hinata added. Madara chuckled condescendingly at the Konoha ninjas. "You're forgetting about an important detail," Madara then tapped the side of his head. "I still have the Rinnegan. Meaning that I can still summon the demonic statue and seal the tailed beasts again myself. And you think we're going to let you?" Jayaki asked, as he lumbered forward. "Naruto, you and the other humans, please stand back," Komei said, as she menacingly hovered over the Roguchiha. "This is our fight. I'm afraid you won't be fighting anybody, you filthy animals," Madara snarled, looking at the beasts closing on him with contempt. "Your fate is to disappear within the 10 tails. Well, unless you can seal all 9 beasts by yourself in a matter of seconds, you're pretty much screwed," Naruto said. There was a moment of avert uncomfortable silence. Naruto turned towards his parents. "He can't do that, right?" Naruto asked, looking at Tsunade, who shrugged, not knowing the answer either. "Even for one as powerful as I, such feat would be ludicrous. It would be as impossible as manifesting Susanoo without eyes," Madara admitted, much to Naruto's relief. "However, I can still do the next best thing. Chibaku Tensei." Madara shot his hands to the sides, throwing 9 gravity cores to a tailed beast each. The tailed beasts were unable to dodge the attack, and as the core latched onto them, they were lifted into the air as chunks of earth and rock were pulled towards them, trapping them inside small planetoids. "First order of business, secure the tailed beasts," Madara replied. "Release them. Now," Naruto demanded, as he and Hinata angrily ran towards him. "Do you want your precious little animals?" Madara asked in a mocking tone, as his Susanoo manifested around him, going all the way to its perfect form. "Then come and get them." Naruto and Hinata didn't say anything. Nodding to each other, they held hands once again, merging their chakra and forming the golden avatar of Kalika. The final battle of the Fourth Ninja War was about to begin. Check the description for the links to the author.